All right, we're starting right on time as usual. City Council meeting of Tuesday, May the 27th, 2025, and we give full credit to our acting CAO, Shelley Darlington. Thank you for getting us here on time. First order of business is a motion to go in camera, and for those of you following at home, we go in camera to talk about matters that we cannot discuss out in the open as per the Municipal Act. So looking for a motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. We are now going to go in camera and we will return afterward. And Mr. Clerk would like to speak.
Yeah, just before we depart, you'll notice on the agenda there is another resolution for an in-camera session. And this is a special meeting that's going to take place on July the 7th and is an in-camera session. And just so that we don't have to go through the motions of coming in here before that meeting, we thought we'd list it on today's agenda so that it's declared publicly.
Do you want a second motion?
So if we get a second motion for that July 7th
motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, and that too is done unanimously. All right, we're now adjourned. We're going to go ahead into Committee Room 1 for our in-camera meeting. Everybody, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, May the 27th. We just finished with our in-camera meeting, which are the matters council deals with that we're not allowed to talk about in the open according to the Municipal Act. So we're ready to get started with our regular scheduled meeting out in open session. So the way we start our council meetings off is with the playing or singing of O Canada. So for tonight, even though we do have one of our O Canada alumni in the audience, Sandy Bird, tonight she did sing for us yesterday at the flag raising, but today we have a pre-recorded version from A.N. Meyer Music Program. The A.N. Meyer Music Program is comprised of students from grades 9 through 12. They perform at a variety of events both in schools and in the community. Recently, they achieved gold standard of excellence in both vocal and instrumental music in the Port Colborne Festival of Arts. This afternoon, we're going to hear their performance of our national anthem. So, A.N. Meyer Music Program, take it away. We'll ask you to stand, please. Bear with us, folks. It's our first time.
We always have Sandy.
If we don't get it this time, it'll be a duet between Sandy and Councillor Strange. So we're going to do it. I'm ready. I'll pay to hear that.
It's coming. It's coming.
All right, Sandy, take it away.
All right.
Is it not working out?
Not working out.
Are we ever lucky?
Wow.
We're
Well,
lucky.
Sandy, would you do us the honor of singing the national anthem?
I would be very honored.
Well, if you would come to the podium, the microphone.
I don't want to run, I'm staying right here.
Okay, then you sing from where you are. Belt it out, Sandy. Maybe we can just make sure the button's pushed on that so everyone at home can enjoy this as well. And then tip it forward. And then we'll be. Thank you, Councillor Kerrio. Okay, so we're gonna do the live one, you guys. We can. We'll figure that one out later. Thank you.
Oh, Canada, our hope and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons combat. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Well done, everybody. That's how it is in Niagara Falls, folks. We get Sandy Bird to take the bull by the horns. Proud Canadian. Thank you, Sandy. Appreciate that we caught you off guard. I know you didn't have a chance to stretch your vocals, and thank you to all of you for joining in. That made it actually, it made it very special for me anyway. So thank you to all. Next up is our land acknowledgement and traditional indigenous meeting opening. And with the aim of our community, I'd like to invite Elder Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, to join us once again to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
yes, I just want to acknowledge that the words that are put out there to acknowledge the Haudenosaunee, especially within our territories, in recognizing that land acknowledgement. I'm from Six Nations, Haudenosaunee territory, and these streets, these paths in our area are part of our traditional journey from one nation to the other. Because our Onondaga Nation, which is kind of like our council fire, sits in the States. And so this is one of the regular paths that our ancestors would have made to connect to other nations. And so that Niagara, that river, probably would have been a challenge too at times years ago. But today we recognize that we're able to cross it back and forth on a regular basis, and the medicine that it is for us. When we look at the falls and see the volume of water that's there and where it's come from and traveled to be able to be here in this place, for us to be able to witness it. And hundreds, millions of people come to the falls to witness Niagara Falls. And I think sometimes they're not even aware of maybe why they're called to come here, or even maybe what they experience while they're here visiting. Because when you're walking in that mist, that's a great medicine. And people kind of protect themselves from that. But when you're able to just enjoy it and to be with it and to recognize the medicine that it is for us, it's beautiful. And what we can look at and how we can grow in knowing and recognizing the different messages that are here for us. And the city has also gone another step to acknowledge different symbols within our area. It has in the past turned the falls, the lights on the falls, orange, and it will be doing that again September 30th. And it's going to be for a longer period of time. And we recognize and to know that, and I was there when the lights were orange, and people traveled from long distances to be able to witness that. And it went viral pretty quick that was happening. And so to come and to witness that as well, it's a great medicine for our people. And so I just appreciate all of those good intentions, those good messages that have been put out there to recognize the place that we share, okay? The medicine that we all share as well. And so we see now that there's a lot of energy, a lot of planning going into place to acknowledge September 30th. And so sometimes people can do some simple things just to recognize that, to be able to ask questions, to be able to have those conversations, to learn a little bit more about the Indigenous population, especially here in Niagara. And we have a mix of that population. I'm Haudenosaunee. We have our Anishinaabe friends. We have our Mi'kmaq friends. Some even Hopi and Lakota. So there's a real mix of Indigenous people here in Niagara. And so for them to feel that connection, to feel acknowledged and loved, that's pretty huge for our communities today. And so I welcome and introduce each other, that we can walk side by side on this journey, learning from each other, teaching each other, and embracing each other. So with that, I offer that gratitude for being here again and to share this. Yeah.
Thank you, Jackie. We're grateful for the land that we shared together. So moving through the agenda, I am looking for an adoption of the council meetings from May the 6th. Councillor Baldinelli makes the motion, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Next up, any disclosures of a pecuniary interest? Councillor Kerrio, and then Councillor Kerrio.
Thank you, Worship. Planning number 8.1, PBD 2053-2533, a public meeting for a zoning amendment on Stanley Avenue. I own the property right across the street from where this is happening.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Kerrio will put that in writing and send it to the clerk. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. Did ask for clarification on a couple matters, but I'm still waiting, so I'll declare conflicts. CAO 2025-07, Municipal Accommodation Tax Bylaw, and its corresponding bylaw, which is 2025-72, I own property that can be affected, and also CS 2025-33, the License Appeal Committee. I declare conflict in camera as well. I own property that can be affected.
Thank you, Councillor Pietrangelo. Are there any other disclosure? Councillor Patel?
Yeah. I got conflict with bylaw 2025-064. It's the place of employment of my husband, and I did declare conflict last meeting too.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other disclosures? Okay, we'll get all those disclosures over to the city clerk in writing. Thank you to all. Next up, everybody's favorite part of the meeting is the mayor's comments and announcements. First off, we start, unfortunately, with an obituary. We'd like to offer our sympathy to the family of John McNelly, father of Carmen McNelly, retired city employee. Birthdays, Margaret Corbett. Is she in the house today? No, she's not in the house today. Her birthday's tomorrow, so we wish her a happy birthday. So we've got special events that if you want to draw your attention to the video screens, we'll run through these quickly. We had the 2020, why do we have that big square up there on the screen, guys? It's been there for the last couple, can we get rid of that?
Yeah.
It was there for the last couple things.
You can ask.
So we'll close it out. Try this, and we'll run through it. It's a bit smaller. Give her one more shot. Okay, well, maybe we'll just work with what we got. All right, don't mind the block. Can I call that's the mayor of Niagara Falls, New York. Wait till he finds out. There's a block on his head. It's a blockhead. Okay, so this was the annual 2025 Niagara Regional Police, USA Police International Tug of War. And that on the right is the mayor of Niagara Falls, New York, Mayor Ray Stano. And we do that every year on the Rainbow Bridge. So we had that. And this year, our women won, but their men won. So it was a bit of a draw. There's our Canadian Niagara Regional Police women with their trophy, carrying the rope. And our guys were behind them. So congratulations to everybody for all their efforts. There's the guys in the green, our guys, pulling very hard. And probably close to 70 to 80% of the time, the Canadians do win. But this year, the American team was a little too good. Apparently, I didn't put enough Mazzola on the bridge on the American side this year, so I'll work on that for next year. So thank you to all and all of our Niagara Regional Police. Global Encounters Festival had their torch, which has been traveling all around the world, and I was joined that day at Kingsbridge Park and the Niagara Parks Commission. It's a significant international event organized by the Ismaili Muslim community. It's called the Fanus. It's a beautifully crafted lantern, and it embodies the spirit of enlightenment and guidance. The Fanus lights the path to the festival, and it's already embarked on a worldwide journey to more than 250 cities around the globe, and they will be having their competition, much like the Olympics, in Dubai. So we had all the athletes parade out at that event. We also recently had our Municipal Works barbecue, which should be the next picture, hopefully. We got the next picture. There we are at Fireman's Park, and Mr. Nickel is our General Manager of Municipal Works, and that's all of his team. He was up at the microphone talking. I was not paying attention. I was taking pictures for social media.
We're working our results. It's going to be stressful no matter what. It's an old, yeah, I mean, yeah, that, I mean.
Do we have any idea what we're listening to? We're just having a heck of a time up here, technically. Wow. And then we want to talk about having voting online. I don't know. I'm not feeling so confident right now. So anyway, there we were at Fireman's Park, and all of the employees, all the municipal employees. Mr. Nichols, anything you wanted to add about the event that day?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week was National Public Works Week, so this was Niagara Falls' way to celebrate the hard work of our Public Works team, and that's something that most Public Works groups did throughout the week last week. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for acknowledging that.
Well, please, while you're up, remain standing. I'm going to just jump ahead here in my notes. So Eric Nichols, our General Manager of Municipal Works, and he was honored during National Public Works Week. He was presented with the Patricia McDonald Community Service Award. Do we have a photo? We can jump ahead. Yeah, I jumped ahead, so that's my fault. They weren't prepared. We do have an order, but because you were standing, I thought it was appropriate that we would acknowledge you when you were speaking. And let's see what pops up. Hopefully it's... oh, look at that. Look where the block is. Wow. Yeah, big hand for it. So Eric was recognized for his long service to the Niagara Engineering Week Organizing Committee, his vital support of the young engineering students, having awarded more than 80 entry scholarships to future engineers. We're very proud of Eric and his accomplishments. And Eric, again, thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. I'm glad we got that block removed from your face. Probably his family's watching. How embarrassing. So now I apologize. We're going to go back now to the market. Sorry, I'm bouncing us around a little bit here. So we had the opening of our farmers market, which is back at the McBain Center out in the parking lot. Yes, we originally intended for it to be at the Exchange down at Main Street and Ferry Street, but we found that it was much more popular at the McBain. I know our General Manager of Recreation, Ms. Moldenhauer, would agree. The vendors preferred it, the customers preferred it, there's much more parking, and we had a great turnout, and hopefully there's going to be a picture coming up sometime soon. I can only talk for so long, even I'll run out of things to talk about. And I know I was joined that day by Councillor Strange, and we're going to mention something else about Councillor Strange in just a minute. And, whew, just in time. So I didn't have anything more. Oh, look at another block. Look at that. Excellent. Okay, all right, so it's a little smaller. So there, the city was giving out 500 free 2-gallon trees to the first 500 people that came. Proved to be very popular, and I'll tell you, I did go around to a number of the booths, and many of them sold out. They sold out of their bread, the red bud. Maybe Councillor Strange, you were giving them away. Maybe you wanted to speak to this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I co-chair with Councillor Pietrangelo, so maybe you'll be able to tell us the types of trees. I know the white birch. Come on, buddy.
No, it's all you.
It's all me. Okay. Anyways, we had five different ones, and we sold out. You know, we've given these trees away.
Sold out.
It's not sold out. We gave them away, so it wasn't a sellout, but gave out.
Were you selling them? They were free. They were supposed to be.
We were trying to make money on the side, but no, we gave them out. And the Environmental Action Committee decided a few years back, because a lot of people were complaining there's not a lot of trees up. They want tree replacements. We thought, you know, what a better way than actually giving away a tree to somebody who actually wants to take care of a tree. So whether, you know, on any part of their property. So the first 2 years we had them at the Mother Earth Day, which was at Fireman's Park. We didn't go through quite all of them. And then we decided to try it out this year at Farmers Market, the opening day, which was just amazing. And we sold out or gave out all the trees within a few hours. So, and when you think about it, I think there's a map coming up of what the trees we've given away, and we've had it mapped out all across Niagara Falls. So we're close to giving away 1,500 trees in the last 3 years, which is unbelievable for Urban Canopy, and people were so pleased that they can, you know, they can give it to a present, a mother, whatever it may be, and take care of this tree. And just to give it a little bit of a perspective, if maybe, I don't want to put Mr. Nickel on the spot, but in your reality, how long would it take? And I know our tree staff is under, you know, we don't have enough staff, but how long would it take to plant 1,500 trees in your estimate?
Yeah, through the mayor, I mean, my staff don't really plant too many trees. We contract that all out. We have so much work to do to trim the trees, but it's weeks. It's a long time to plant trees, right? Everyone needs to be, a hole needs to be dug properly, needs to be prepped properly. If you don't plant a tree properly and take care of the soil you're planting it in, the tree's not going to do well. So, we definitely appreciate all the investments that the homeowners are making to plant those trees. I don't care personally if it's in the boulevard or in the backyard. A tree is a tree. It's great to have them in the community.
Yeah, which is great, and that was the one you can see the dots just on the screen there. That's all the trees across Niagara Falls that we've been planting. So if you're a taxpayer in Niagara Falls, you get a free tree, and there is a QR code now on there where it actually shows you how to plant the tree properly and with the ingredients and everything that we can do to make the tree prosper and grow. So hats off to everybody, the Environmental Action Committee, because we have so many great members. We actually have one member who used to be started from the bottom and worked his way all the way up to a director in Niagara Falls, and she's not even listening, Councillor Morocco. We're talking about your husband there, but anyways. So we have a lot of people, experts on that committee, and we have about 15 members. So, and Jeff Garashi, who's our staff liaison, does an unbelievable job and always kind of stays in the shadow and doesn't want any applause from him, but he does it and he goes over and beyond. So we're going to continue. Hopefully we can do this and we get sponsorships for these trees. That this doesn't cost the city any money, so which is pretty amazing, and hats off to the committee and staff and everyone that helped out with this tree giveaway.
Fantastic, thank you. And for anyone that hasn't checked out the farmers market, whether it's local vegetable, flowers, food, baked goods, we had ladies selling sourdough bread. She sold out by 10 a.m. So it's every Saturday, 7 a.m. until 1 p.m. at the McBain Center. Free parking, lots of food, a lot of snacks, pets welcome. So it was a great opening, and I'm sure there's going to be much more. Councillor Strange will be selling other things when you go there. Sure.
For free?
For free, yeah, he's going to sell them for free. So we're going to move on to the fire station, just to give them a couple of seconds. So our Station 2, which is on McLeod Road, and I'm sorry, I should mention Councillor Patel was at the tree giveaway as well. Station 2, which is our Dave T. Kemp Fire Station on McLeod Road, celebrated its 50th anniversary since it was opened. I was joined by Councillor Lococo. She's underneath the big square. You have to take my word for it. Oh, there she is. So we were there, happy enough again to celebrate 50 years of Fire Station 2 on McLeod Road. So now we're going to run through our business milestones and events. First off, as you can see in the picture, was the rebranding of the Brock Hotel. It was originally the Brock, then it went to the Crown Plaza, went back to the Brock, and when you saw the list of people who stayed there, everyone from Marilyn Monroe, Shirley Temple, Queen Elizabeth, Jackie Chan, like the list went on and on of all the who's who that have ever come to Niagara Falls. They stayed in that hotel, and you can actually stay in those rooms. So it was pretty neat when you saw the long list of people who have been here over the years. That opened up in 1929. So it was it's quite a place with a lot of history. Also, we had a ceremony for Stone Ridge Estates ground opening, and that is the development on the corner of Mewburn Road and Mountain Road, which was sitting empty for a long time. Well, now they're building 4 stories of condos, so we'll be looking forward to seeing that built out as they're working on it every day. We had the grand reopening of Zehrs. They did a major renovation of the store on Dorchester Road. We were joined by the store manager, a number of their senior people from head office, so congratulations to Zehrs. For anyone who likes sweets and desserts, I was joined by Councillor Patel at the opening of D Spot Dessert Cafe grand opening. No, it wasn't D for Diodati. I don't know what D for dessert. And let me tell you, if you like sweets, this is a place you want to go. They had everything sweet you can imagine. That's right on Victoria Avenue, kind of across from the Upside Down House, as if you're looking for proximity, not too far from Remington Steakhouse. So check it out if you're into sweets. It's deceiving from the road how big that place actually is. Also, we had the opening of Island Delights. That was a grand opening on Lundy's Lane. If you like Jamaican cuisine, if you like jerk chicken and all those types of foods, I did have some and it was fantastic. Very fresh, made right there on site. And that is on Lundy's Lane, kind of across from the what would that be? Across from the Dollarama and the Value Village, kind of in that area of across from No Frills. Nikki's Hair and Makeup. Nikki has been in business for 30 years. So she's there with her husband and her boys, her 3 boys. So congratulations to Nikki on successfully being an entrepreneur in our community for making people beautiful, more beautiful for 30 years. We also, 20 years, celebrate Chip and Charlie's on Lundy's Lane. You can see Doug Chipman and Chuck Cartmel. And these 2 gentlemen have been in business 20 years on Lundy's Lane, and they had great entertainment, full house that day, and we're very happy for all the entertainment that they've been doing for the last 20 years on Lundy's Lane. A lot of happy people, live entertainment, and a lot of yummy food. We did have flag raising for National Accessibility Week, and some of those people in that photo may look familiar because some of them are going to be speaking shortly in our audience. And of course, right in the front is none other than Sandy Bird, who sang "O Canada" that morning and again today. So thank you. I was joined by Councillors Patel, Newestag, and Lococo. And also I should mention, I was joined by Regional Councillor Morocco, who's in the House as well. She's sitting in the front row. So Councillor Morocco, thank you for being here. Our next council meeting will be Tuesday, June the 17th. That concludes the Mayor's notes and announcements. Now, we're going to move into, for anyone following along in your agenda, the 7.1. This is deputations and presentations. And I'd like to acknowledge Christian Jameson. And I would ask Christian, Christian, he's there? Okay. If I can get you to join me, Christian. You guys have a microphone?
It's right in front of Bill's right here.
Oh, it's here. Okay, thank you.
Hello, it's good to see you again.
Yeah, you too. Come on over here. Awesome. Okay. All right, so let me just check what we've got here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to Christian Jameson.
Hello, everybody.
This young man is really quite remarkable, the things that he's been doing and that he is currently involved in. Now, let me fix my square here. So it's a pleasure to introduce him. And if you're not familiar with Christian's story, you've probably been living under a rock. He was raised in Niagara Falls. He's only 23 years old, and he's currently a dental student at the University of Western Ontario. Christian's a First Nations member and a great-great-grandson of First Nations runner Tom Longboat, who won the 1907 Boston Marathon and he won that, and he was a 1908 Olympian. So this is his great-great-grandson carrying in his, yes, you can clap, yeah. So Christian won the Niagara Ultra Marathon with the fastest time in a decade back in June of last year. This incredible feat qualified him for 2 of the world's most coveted races, the Boston and the Chicago Marathons. Christian's in pursuit of a running career that follows his grandfather's footsteps to keep his legacy alive. His races this past year include Burlington Half Marathon, which is over 21 kilometers. He placed 22nd out of 2,775 overall and 2nd in his age group. The Hamilton Around the Bay, which is 30K, he came 17th out of 3,698 overall, and he was first place in his age category. The Niagara Falls Niagara Ultra Marathon, which is 42.2 kilometers, he did that June 15th of last year, where of course he was first overall. He broke a 10-year course record with a 2:52 time, so 2 hours 52 seconds, or 2 hours 52 minutes finish time, and secured a qualifying time for the 2025 Boston Marathon. The Boston Marathon was in April. In honor of his grandfather, he did it with a 3 hours and 7-minute finish time. We're very pleased today to honor Christian and his outstanding accomplishments. In fact, Councillor Strange and I met him at Oaks Park one day with his dad and his sister, where we wished him luck and we gave him some mementos to take with him when he was in Boston. And of course, you know, Mike and Councillor Pietrangelo have both done a lot of running for charity as well. Not the speed that Christian does.
Very slow.
Kind of like slow motion. Yeah, right. But still, you put in a good effort. So, Christian, on behalf of City Council, it's our pleasure and it's our honor that your journey that you've taken on brings you here to council in front of all the grateful residents here in Niagara Falls. We thank you for being a great ambassador for Niagara Falls, for Canada, but also your family and your First Nations ancestry. So we've got a gift. It's a small token of our appreciation for being such a wonderful ambassador for the city of Niagara Falls. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a great hand to Christian? Turn it on? You mean it's been off the whole time? I'm telling you, nothing's going right here today, folks. Should I start all over again? No. All right, so, okay, who's... I need someone taking the picture. Hold on. Can I get someone up here to take one? Yeah, would you? Someone's coming? Yeah, would you do mine too? You can come over if you like. Is that okay? Okay. Come over, Christian.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is that your sister?
Yeah, that's my sister.
There's a sister. Turn around, wave to everybody. She's a dancer, right?
Yeah, she dances.
Yeah, she's a dancer, so I think she's probably going to also make the family proud. Thank you very much with her dance exploits. But this is for you, Christian, on behalf of the City of Niagara Falls. It's a small token, and I'm going to give you the mic now because I know you're going to talk about that shoe you're holding there.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, no, the shoe is just the shoe that I wore when I ran the Boston Marathon. Running Boston, it was a surreal experience. It was so great just to be able to kind of follow in the footsteps of my great-great-grandfather, Tom Longboat. It's actually amazing when I look back at it because when he was 23 years old, he won the Boston Marathon. And so it was just a surreal moment, and it was kind of like a full circle moment to be able to just kind of continue that legacy. And it's just something that motivates me so much more to continue to run and just do my best to pursue running as a career and just see how far I can take the sport, and also to pursue my dentistry and be able to, you know, have the dental as well as the running to offer to the community. So thank you, Mayor Diodati, for the recognition, and thank you guys for the support. And it's just great to be able to represent Niagara Falls in the running community. And I can't wait to see what the future holds in terms of my running. And yeah, it's just a lot of excitement. So thank you everybody. Okay, yeah, so this is just the shoe that I wore when I ran the Boston Marathon, and typically I always wear this type of shoe for all of my races that I do. What makes this shoe unique, I'll try not to geek out and nerd out on you guys, but pretty much it's a carbon plated shoe, which pretty much like it helps you run faster in a sense. So it's not your typical normal running shoe. These types of shoes are meant for, you know, elite running, speed running. So I know, Mike Strange, you said that you do your extreme ultra marathon long distance running. A shoe like this is more catered towards, you know, marathons, half marathons, anything for speed. If you want to go fast, this is pretty much like a Lamborghini or Ferrari of running shoes.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance, yes, Mike. Yes, Mike. So, yeah. So just thought I'd tag along with the shoe and just, you know, get it for the photo. So
well done.
Yeah.
What size? What size?
Size 11. Lucky number 11. So
awesome.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, Mayor.
So much. Congratulations. Well done. So thank you to Christian. And then you could have a look at that molar a little afterwards if you get a chance when we're done this meeting, okay? I got a little ache. Kidding. All right, next. Our Seniors Advisory Committee. Is that right? Or did I jump ahead? What's next? Okay. 7.2. Yeah. Oh, national, I'm sorry. Okay, my bad. Okay, so next up, I'm going to call up the chair of the Mayor's Accessibility Advisory Committee, Bob Romanek, who was with us yesterday as we put up the flag at the Rosberg Park He's going to present to council an update on what's going on. And welcome, Bob.
Thank you, Mayor Diodati, members of council. Can you turn the microphone on? There's a little red button right at the base. Got it. Thank you. As stated, I'm the current chair of the Mayor's Accessibility Advisory Committee. And on behalf of the committee, we thank you for your attendance yesterday at the flag raising, marking the beginning of National Accessibility Week. If I may, I have a brief update of the committee's activities this past year. Last May 16th, with the help of Clark Burnett and other city staff, the Accessibility Committee hosted a gathering of committees from the entire Niagara region at the Exchange. The event was an opportunity for local Accessibility Committee members to network, all working to the common goal of a fully accessible region. Earlier last year, Council approved the Audio Trails wayfinding system. Members of our committee with reduced vision are looking forward to its deployment. The McBain Pool received a transfer system for persons using wheelchairs to enter the water. The committee also delivers a well-deserved shout-out to Municipal Works for their continued improvements at busy intersections with high-visibility tactile plates and expanding curb depressions where needed. The committee also sent letters to private businesses encouraging additional in-store scooters. The responses were well received. The year ahead is still marked with challenges and opportunities. Regional transit needs all possible support to improve and increase the number of vehicles providing specialized services. In fact, I just learned today that by the fall, there should be new accessible vans as part of the allotment that Niagara Transit's going to have. Falls residents have come to rely on the service to attend medical appointments and employment. Those are the two primary needs for people in the city. And the expansion of bus service to Fireman's Park with the support of council in time for July 1st is also welcome, so that we can get our accessible vehicles there. If the opportunity to further assist Niagara Falls University in its expansion is before council, we ask that you encourage universal design principles throughout, if possible. In fact, every development should always consider universal design when they come forward with plans. And in closing, I just want to thank council for its continued support, for the investments it makes, enhancing the built environment for cities, for citizens and visitors alike. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bob. Thank you. Okay. Are there any questions for Bob on this? No? Okay. Oh, wait. Councillor News. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, Councillor Newshead.
So yesterday, through you, did I do something wrong?
No,
oh.
No. It's my bad.
Yeah, oh, so you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, you filled him in. So after the flag raising yesterday, somebody forgot to take Sandy home. So Sandy needed a ride home. So, of course, I said, well, I'll drive you home. So it was quite comical. I have a van that's a little high. And so this is a lesson for all of us. So, of course, this is Sandy, and we had to get Sandy into my car. So we started with the curb. So let's see if she could get on the curb and then get in the car. That didn't work. So then we got on the curb and took her walker and tried to get her to step on her walker and get in. That didn't help. Then I tried to help her up and get her in. It was quite comical. So finally, there were two university, and I will do a shout out for our university students. They were sitting on the bench, and I went over and said, could you please help? So we have two very nice young men who lifted Sandy up and put her in the car. And Sandy said, you know what, all of this would have been solved if you just had a $3 little stoop in your car at all times. So that's for everyone who drives one of those cars that are a little up off the ground. Throw it in the back, have it there, because you never know when somebody is going to be in need of a ride. So that's what I learned from going to the flag raising for accessibility. So it was I learned a lot. It was a good lesson. Anyway, and no worries, I got to you yesterday. I had your back. I got her home. She was safe and sound, and she can get out of the car very easily. She just couldn't get into it.
I'm just thankful I found my own way home.
Well, you weren't wondering when we were all standing there waving at you to pick her up, that you just thought we were
that
being...
was really nice to see.
Anyway, just had to share, but everyone just go and get one of those little plastic scoops and you can help anybody for a ride.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, it was pretty comical. So after the flag raising, Bob, I guess, was the idea, he was gonna drive Sandy home. And then everybody's standing waving to him, and he just waved. He thought, how nice, everybody's waving to me. But they were calling him back, say, come back, come back. So it worked out in the end. We learned something, right? Always something new. Yeah, Sandy, Sandy wants to jump in on this now. Look out.
I am going to jump in. God bless you, sweetheart. You're wonderful. Bob, actually, I know, but don't feel bad, because you did something absolutely wonderful, in that it really proved what we have to go through.
Yep, you're right. You're right.
So thank you very much, my dear. And thank you, sir.
All right, so next up, 7.3, Seniors Advisory Committee. So I jumped ahead earlier. The Seniors Advisory Committee is here to provide a presentation to Council to include a review of the Seniors Month activities that the committee is helping to organize through the month of June. I'd like to welcome up to the mic Otto Penner. He's Senior Advisory Chair, and he's going to be providing a high-level presentation of the committee's achievements over the past year. So Otto, I'd like to, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. It's my pleasure to stand here today and give you a quick update. And I just wanted to let you know that 9 holes at Legends are going to have to wait. I missed the meeting. I usually delegate these things, but I missed a meeting, so guess who got to come here? Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to give you an update for the Seniors Advisory Committee. Firstly, I'd like to also thank you for approving our strategic plan earlier this year, and a couple of other things, as well as supporting us for the WHO designation for Niagara Falls, which is also in the works, and I'll just cover that briefly. With me also is Eileen Tino Hind, who will, after me, give you a quick presentation of the activities that we have planned for June, which is one among many things, Seniors Month. The past year has seen a lot of our initiatives come to fruition. One of them is the reduced fares in transit. As you know, the Transit Commission reduced the adult passes to $55 for seniors, which is a 45% discount to the regular adult fares. And we want to thank our councillors, primarily Wayne Campbell, the late Wayne Campbell, for helping support that, and also the council for moving that forward to the region and Niagara Transit. A couple of things that we were asked to give our feedback on was the snow clearing. So we had a meeting with public works staff on the necessity for quick snow cleaning and ice control on municipal sidewalks to provide pedestrians year-round accessibility and mobility. The committee acknowledges Council's recently approved policy which addresses those concerns. The other one that we had several meetings on with Niagara Falls staff was the property tax deferral program, which you've recently implemented. We want to thank you for taking the time to do that, and we were pleased to give some really good feedback. We had, I think, about 3 meetings, and they were 2.5 hours each, almost as long as you're in cameras. So thank you to council for doing that. I talked about the WHO designation. Again, thank you for promoting that for us. We have the applications along with a letter from Mayor Diodati, and it has been moved forward, so please stand by for further updates. And maybe in the future, maybe fall, we can have a big celebration, because, you know, Niagara Falls being a tourist town, I don't have to tell you that. we can definitely promote that we have achieved the World WHO designation for Niagara Falls. Our Seniors News and Views, which is brought to you by Cogeco on your TV, is, I believe, in its third year and expanding. We now have 2 shows, 2 different shows a month. We started out with 1 show which aired 6 times a month, all the same, so reruns. But now we have 2 shows, and I need to thank Karen Fraser and Joe Zabo for spearheading our subcommittee, and they do everything from choosing guests, writing scripts, they host a show, they even operate the cameras behind the scenes. So if you're interested and you have Cogeco, Sundays at 7 and 7:30, I think, I can't remember the times, and Tuesday morning at 11 o'clock. And from what I understand, I don't have Cogeco, but from what I understand, we're getting more and more viewing audiences with that, because we do cover a variety of topics, from the latest health issues to protection from seniors for scammers, which we recently had, even to gardening. And with that, that's a very quick summary. We also participate as chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee, and the vice chair we participate in the 12 regions. They have the Age-Friendly Niagara Council, of which I'm a board member, also has a subcommittee called the Niagara Older Adult Alliance, and they have 2 seminars, spring and fall, and they talk about issues and share issues amongst the 12 municipalities. We are hosting that seminar this fall at the McBain Center, so stay tuned for that. And Mr. Mayor will be asking you to make an introduction speech on that if you haven't already been approached.
Great.
So there are a number of challenges that continue to occupy the committee, and we're working diligently. And again, I need to thank Council and Mayor for supporting us and keeping us going, and also for increasing our numbers recently. Just from the applications that I understand, there were, just to fill 3 spaces, we had more applications than we had at the beginning of the election. So that's good, because word is getting out, and the more views there are, the better it is, obviously. So I'll hand the mic over, if you don't mind, to Eileen, and who'll give you an update for June.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Otto.
Thank you, Mayor Jim, members of City Council, and staff. As Otto said, June is Seniors Month, and Niagara Falls Seniors Advisory Committee is excited to offer various free events and activities for seniors, including a speaker series, fitness classes, and cultural programs. So on June 1st, we kick off Seniors Month with fitness class, and that is our Zumba at the park, at Oaks Park, and it's at 9:30 in the morning every Sunday in June, and it's free for all our seniors. Again, that would be every Sunday at 9:30. And that's at Oaks Park at Morrison Street. On Wednesday, June 4th, we start with our Afghan Seniors Ways Yes Way, which is free Tai Chi and line dancing classes at 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. at St. Antoine's Church at Portage Road. Both Tai Chi and line dancing classes will be held every Wednesday evening in June, and it is free for seniors. Also, every Wednesday in the month of June, all Niagara Parks attractions and heritage sites will offer half of the price of admission for seniors 60 and over. On Tuesday, June 10th, we have the Seniors Active Living Fair with over 15 exhibitors, including travel experts, hearing, health, downsizing, info on energy affordability program for seniors, fire prevention and safety in your home health care, and much more. This will be from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. at McBain Community Center at Montrose and McLeod Road. We also have a speaker forum with 20-minute lightning speakers on our one-day speaker series that will cover topics including self-management program on chronic conditions, Niagara Transit Fares for Seniors, Sight for Life, Hearing Health, What the Public Library Can Do for You, Retirement Living and Healthy Living as We Age, Caregiving, Saving Initiatives for Energy and Gas, Older Adult Care, and other very interesting topics for seniors. We invite seniors in Niagara Falls to enjoy all the activities we offer. So on behalf of our Senior Advisors Committee, we have some of our members here. We invite everyone, all our seniors, to enjoy all our activities in June during our Seniors Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. And I understand we have a very special award to recognize this afternoon as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Karen, and you join me up here? All right, Karen Frazier. So let me read this one next. Come over here, Karen. I'm going to present this. Hand that to you first, Karen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, come closer. So I'm not going to bite, I promise. I nibble, but I don't bite. Okay. This is a very special award. This is our seniors nominee for our Seniors Advisory Committee nominee for Senior of the Year, Karen Frazier. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to read this because there's a lot. Is my mic on, by the way? It's on? Okay, good. I got it right this time, and it's not the bottom. We're good. Okay. Thank you, Eileen, and we appreciate all the updates. You know, that was terrific, and your Seniors Committee is incredible. And Otto, thank you for acknowledging Council decided to increase the size of the Seniors Advisory Committee because it's so popular. There's so much demand, which really warms us, and we're happy to hear that, and we want to support you by expanding it. So each municipality is able to honor one outstanding local. And what's the requirement? 65 plus resident for their contributions to enriching our community's social, cultural, and civic life. This year, Karen, as I mentioned, is our committee's nominee, a longtime dedicated member of the Seniors Advisory Committee. Karen's list of achievements and outstanding volunteer work is too extensive to list, but here's just a few of the highlights. She began volunteering in 1995 and never stopped giving back. Over the years, she's given of her time and her talents at various community agencies, including Boy Scouts of Canada, the Soup Kitchen, Niagara Poverty Reduction Network, Carmel Fine Art and Music Festival, the City of Niagara Falls Arts and Culture Committee. There, she served as chair for 10 years, and she spearheaded the Niagara Falls Arts and Culture Wall of Fame project. She also hosts, maybe you've seen her, you see her out in the streets, like, that lady looks familiar. Well, she hosts Your TV's Seniors News and Views show, which I've been on before. She approaches every opportunity with energy and compassion. Her leadership has helped shape the cultural fabric of our community. Her influence will continue to be felt across generations. We're proud to acknowledge Karen as the Senior of the Year. Karen, your service has been remarkable, and the example you set for all who aspire to give back is just absolutely inspiring and outstanding. On behalf of City Council, Karen, please accept this gift and certificate to recognize your achievement, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Frazier, congratulations. Oh, yeah. All right, I need another photographer. Hold on, don't move. Okay, you guys can sit, thank you. I need someone to take this card. Would you? Yeah, thank you. Can't afford photographers around here. We got someone from the gallery. Okay, big smile. Come over here, Karen, so we'll just kind of get you. Sorry. Okay. There you go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, your sister. That's Karen's sister, everybody. 3, 2, 1. Excellent, thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Clark. Clark, by the way, is our one one of our senior people, runs the exchange and our museum. Not senior, but I mean senior management people, I mean. So this is a small gift from the city of Niagara Falls, Karen. This is a mini charcuterie board with a little bit of ice syrup. So you heard of ice wine? It's kind of like ice wine without the alcohol. So I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but this will be good for your pet. She doesn't drink. Perfect. So I'm going to give the microphone to Karen, and maybe she can just share a few words with us. So the mic is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I just wanted to encourage everyone to volunteer as often as possible in any way possible. My first effort at volunteering was for the Winter Canada Games.
Yeah.
And I went in there, I didn't know what I was, I just signed up. So I went into the office and I said to the lady, "Can I do anything for you?" And she said, "Here, take this and fax it off for me, please." And so I took it. I was a stay-at-home mom. I didn't know how to operate a fax machine. So I went into the media room, and there were a couple ladies there, and I said, "Here, Sharon would like this faxed, please." And they took it, and they faxed it, and I scooted out. So, and then also, I started off at the Family History Center. I told everybody, I'm here to answer the door and look pretty. So, and then, lo and behold, along comes the Seniors Advisory Committee. And it was brand new. Nobody knew what to do with the committee, so we just jumped in. And no one expected us to have a TV show. I never expected to be co-hosting or co-producing or any of that. It's all new to me, too. So you never know what life is going to throw at you, but even if you just start walking around the block, you might find a friend. You know, just we always tell our seniors to get out of the house and you know, just see what happens. So that's my advice to all our seniors that are watching now. That yeah, summer's coming and it's just nice to get out into the world. So thank you very much.
Karen Fraser. The part that she mentioned, it was the 1995 Ontario Winter Games are held in Niagara Falls. I actually was the general manager of the games. That's how we met. So we had 1,500 volunteers, and that was 95, long time ago, 94, 95. Congratulations. Thanks so much, Karen. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next up. Oh, I see they're already on the ball. This is 7.4, the Alistair Young Art and Culture Endowment Fund 2025 recipient co-chairs Deborah Attenborough and Laura Moffat are here to help us present this next award. Ladies, the mic is yours.
Good evening, Mayor Diodati, members of council. It's a pleasure for us to be here. I'm the Deborah one. This is my colleague, Lori Moffat. And we're honored to speak to you today on behalf of the Culture Committee. We're here to talk about the enduring value of the arts and culture in our community and to share the story of a remarkable legacy that continues to inspire in the city.
Okay, thanks, Deborah. Arts and artists are the heartbeat of a vibrant, connected, and resilient community. They help us tell our stories, preserve our heritage, and imagine new futures. They bring people together, spark dialogue, and foster a sense of belonging. One of the most meaningful examples of this in our city began in 1997 when Mr. Alistair Young generously donated a 1932 Ford Roadster to the Arts and Culture Commission, what we now know as the Culture Committee.
That car was then raffled off, and the proceeds were used to establish what was originally called the Young Family Endowment Fund. Since its inception in 1998, the fund evolved, including a name change to honor Mr. Young's legacy, and it's now known as the Alistair Young Arts and Culture Endowment Fund. This fund is awarded annually to one Niagara Falls resident who is active in any creative arts field. The criteria are clear and community-focused. Applicants must be residents of Niagara Falls. They must be active artists with a strong record of volunteerism in the arts. They must be graduated high school or older. and they must not be related to anyone on the Culture Committee.
This year, we received several outstanding applications. After thoughtful review, we are proud to recommend Ashley Marazzo as the 2025 Alistair Young Arts and Culture Endowment Fund recipient. The report includes examples of her works. Ashley is a multidisciplinary artist who works primarily with natural materials. Her art explores themes of resilience, mortality, community, and the mythos that all connects us all. She believes in the power of arts to inspire others and to create fearlessly and to reconnect with both history and earth.
And with the support of this grant, Ashley plans to host accessible community arts programs, foster new connections at the Exchange, and continue her mission of making art a tool for learning, healing, and community building. She embodies the spirit of this endowment: creativity, community engagement, and a deep commitment to the cultural life of Niagara Falls.
We thank you for your continued support of the arts and recognizing the importance of nurturing local talent. The Alistair Young Endowment Fund is a shining example of how one act of generosity can ripple through generations, enriching lives and strengthening our community.
And we hope that Council agrees with our recommendation and will pass this report awarding Ashley the 2025 Alistair Young Endowment Fund.
Can you? Yeah, all right. All right, I'm looking for a motion of council. Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Newestag. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. Can you imagine all of that?
And take the flowers back.
Yeah. I thought they were for me. I didn't realize they were for Ashley. So listen, we're very, very proud of you, Ashley. We thank our committee for, I know it's a tough decision. You had a lot of very qualified people come forward. You made the choice. Obviously, council very much supports you. Ashley, maybe you could share a few words with us.
Thank you to the Cultural Committee in the City of Niagara Falls for this award. It has been an honor to volunteer throughout Niagara Falls and the region. One of my main focuses is to have just fearless determination, and to do something well, you have to first do it badly. So I've done bad art events for the Women's University Network, and I have another one this Thursday at the Exchange. Art is all about expressing your feeling and getting that message out. So no matter who you are, whether or not you think you're talented, everybody starts somewhere, and I wholly encourage you to get out and volunteer in your community, because there's nothing better than putting a smile on someone's face.
Yay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I almost lost my phone there. Might as well just shoot me. I wouldn't even know how to get home. Everything's in there. Thank you. Okay, Bill. Thank you. All right. Well, that's it for the fun stuff. It's all downhill from here, folks. Okay. Where are we? Which one are you at, Bill? 7.5. Okay. Okay, Mr. Clerk, so we're at 7.5, petition regarding a noise complaint. So we've got resident Terry Lynn Peary. Okay, so Terry, if you want to come forward to the microphone, make sure the little button is on. Regarding a petition, she's gathered over noise complaints in her neighborhood. Welcome. Yeah, that bigger one there. Yeah.
It's on.
Is the button? Okay, great.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Terry Lynn Peary, and I reside at 3734 Cynics Avenue, right next to the Titan Sportsplex in Niagara Falls. I've proudly called this community home for the past 9 years. When I first moved here, we had no issues with the Sportsplex. It was operated by Anthony DiCienzo, who ensured that all activities ended by 11 p.m. or earlier each night. Unfortunately, that has changed with new ownership. There is now excessive noise well past 11 p.m. on multiple nights each week. The yelling, shouting, whistling, cheering, and hooting persistently continues into the early hours and is significantly impacting my family and the families in the area, our quality of life. According to Titan Sportsplex Instagram stories, they offer pickup soccer from 10 p.m. till 12:30 a.m. Friday through Tuesday. Their website, however, displays completely different operating hours. Additionally, soccer games begin as early as 5:45 a.m. on Sundays, even though they publicly state their opening time is 8 a.m. The facility is constructed of a vinyl-coated polyester material, which offers little in terms of soundproofing. We've reached out to city staff and bylaw enforcement to voice our concerns, but unfortunately, we've received no satisfactory resolution. And frankly, we feel dismissed. A neighbor who is a City of Niagara Falls employee has even gone over multiple times asking them to shut things down. We've made every reasonable effort to resolve this issue. That is why I'm here today, to respectfully ask you for help. The city's noise bylaw states that this kind of persistent noise is prohibited at any time, and yet it continues. We are simply asking for fairness. My recommendation is to implement an 11 p.m. curfew for the Titan Sportsplex, aligning it with the operating hours of other city parks, such as Oaks Park, which is also in a residential area. According to posted guidelines, Oaks Park operates from 6 a.m. till 11 p.m. with some seasonal variation in lighting. The Chamber of Commerce lists MF Kerr Park hours as 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., which is the park that is down the road on Cynics. Again, reinforcing the precedent for setting reasonable limits in residential neighborhoods. Sadly, many of our community members couldn't attend today's meeting due to work obligations. However, included in your agenda is a petition signed by over 60 neighbors from Cynics Avenue, Key Street, and Coholin, all standing behind me in support of this request. Thank you for your time, your service to our community, and your attention to this matter.
Thank you very much. Do you have any comments or questions? I've got Councillor Newstay, Pietrangelo, and Lococo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I apologize that you have to live like this. And from our understanding, everything should go at 11 o'clock. We have on our agenda every so often when people want to have an extension of bylaw for noise, they have to come to us to have approval. So I don't think your request is at all unreasonable, and I would support absolutely that they have to stop at 11 o'clock unless they apply for a noise exemption for any special sporting event.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and I thank the presenter for being here, making her presentation, giving us the petition. My question, though, Your Worship, would be through you to our staff, and I'm just wondering, what is the zoning on this property? What does it allow them to do? Does city staff have any regulation of the property in terms of hours of operation? I mean, if we do, then we should do something. I'd like to hear from staff.
Yep. Ms. Dolch, are you able to help us with that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try. I don't actually know the zoning of the property. That you threw that one out.
Industrial.
It's
yeah, industrial.
But I don't know if there's any site specifics on hours of operation, but we don't normally control that, only in certain circumstances, through zoning. Obviously, a lot of the hours of operations are controlled through other means, licensing or noise bylaws, obviously.
Good, Councillor?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and I think Terry Lynn is correct. I do believe that it is industrial. I just wondered whether or not they had a site-specific zoning on it to allow the commercial operation. If they don't, do they fall under the industrial rules? Or if it's site-specific, then would it fall under commercial rules? I'm just trying to understand whether or not we actually have the ability to enforce anything.
Yep. Ms. Dolch, any thoughts on that, whether it's depending on the zoning, if it is industrial, what the options are?
Thank you, Your Worship. Unless there's a site specific on hours of operation, which I'm going to say I highly doubt, I'm looking it up right now. But normally we just deal with land use, not necessarily, what the property's being used for. We don't deal with hours of operations. Once in a while, you will see through zoning if there's a requirement for a patio where we know excessive noise will occur. You'll once in a while see some exemptions on hours of operation in a zoning bylaw if there was residents closer than an appropriate setback from that. But in this case, I don't believe there is one, but I will double check that. Really, it's controlled through the noise bylaw. And again, any noise is a violation. I believe Mr. Spencer's online too.
So we've got Gerald Spencer, our manager of bylaw services. So Mr. Spencer, did you want to maybe weigh in on this a little bit, please?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't aware of the petition until I came back from vacation, but we have addressed in terms of the noise issues in the past. So I have something from the owner that suggests that they removed the scoreboards and they've been replaced, so there was no noise with respect to the scoreboards, and that her staff take all precautions to mitigate the noise after hours. The owner said to staff that she would continue letting the teams and referee field staff know that there are concerns about hooting and cheering by posting noise notices throughout the facility, which they've done. There's always staff members on duty during operating hours, and she expressed care and control for the neighboring property owners, the neighbors, and said that she would provide a personal number. Now, that's what she said to staff, to anyone that had a concern, that she would address those concerns. So I don't think legally there's anything in terms of because it's a private business as far as hours of use. I know some of our facilities are operating up until 2 a.m. So I'm not sure, that's more of a legal question, I think, in zoning. But we'd have to refer that back to staff to review it further.
So a couple things. Ms. Marazzo, do you have that phone number of this lady now? Have we shared that with you?
Marazzo?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, I don't think
Ms. Perry, I'm
staff
sorry.
shared that number, but we can reach out to the owner of the property to see whether or not we can, again, share that number. That's something I just received on an email from staff. So I can reach out to them personally and see whether or not they can share that number with the resident.
Probably be a good start. And then my next question is, so is the noise the problem? Is it coming from inside or it's in the parking lot?
It's coming from inside.
It's coming out?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have her phone number, and I have contacted her like face to face, and I've contacted her by phone, by text, with no response.
Okay. Was that before today?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you know what? We've got more people that want to speak, and then we're going to find resolution on this. Okay. Pardon me? Yep, to follow up. Yes, Councillor. Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and I appreciate Mr. Spencer being online. I just want to follow up. I want to know whether or not City Hall has the ability to regulate the hours. That's what I want to know. Do we have the ability to regulate?
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, I think that's a legal challenge, and we'd have to review that further in terms of zoning, what the permissions are as far as hours of operation. I wasn't aware of the petition until I came back from holidays. I knew that there was an initial complaint that I felt was being addressed by staff, so I wasn't aware of the petition as I suggested. So I would suggest perhaps because it's a private business, that might fall outside the scope in terms of it being permitted to operate after 11 p.m., but I'd have to check and make sure.
Just to follow up, I mean, I do think that we need some background. I appreciate the petition, but I do think that we need some information. I'd like to know the zoning on the property, whether or not it's site-specific and what that actually says.
So there's a suggestion from our acting CAO that we can refer this to staff to address the issues that you talked about, the hours of operation.
I'll let others speak first, Your Worship.
Okay, so that's going to be another option that when this is done. If we don't get it resolved tonight, we'll get staff to dig in on it. Go ahead, Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have that information already. There is a site-specific amendment on the property, but it doesn't regulate hours or anything like that. It just permits the indoor recreational facility on the general industrial property, zone property, but there's no other regulations. There's things on coverage and rear yard setbacks, those things, but nothing on hours of operation.
Okay. Councillor Pietrangelo? Okay. I've got Councillor Lococo, then Baldinelli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to our speaker,
Terry Lynn and I have been emailing back and forth, and we've talked and we've gone through some of the issues. Through the mayor, can you let us know how close your house is to the actual dome?
My house is about 14 feet from the actual sports dome part.
So you're on Cynics or Keith?
I'm on Cynics.
Cynics, okay.
And through the mayor, and what kind of building? We're saying dome, but what is the dome made out of?
Oh, I said it's made out of a constructed polyester material that doesn't offer any soundproofing. It's more of like a fabric, so it actually enhances the noise and makes echoes, so it appears to be louder, which is why people from 2, 3, 4 streets away can actually hear it. So that's the kicking of the soccer balls. That the timer scoreboard thing that the manager replaced, that was right when she took ownership of that. When the new owner, they replaced that right away. And we did voice our concerns about everything. The yelling, like these people are excited. I get it. They're excited. They're yelling. They're cheering for each other. But at 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm exhausted.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Thank you. When I look at the report, it says 5 days out of 7 that their hours are open. So there's people there constantly kicking the ball, cheering. And I think, you know, if you were right beside it, what would you do? And Terry Lynn was saying when she'd fall asleep and then wake out of a sleep because there's all of this noise. And it's so close to the residential. I do understand about referring it to staff, and let's get some more information. But if we can't limit the hours at 11 p.m., then I guess we're going to have to enforce the noise bylaw that they're not allowed to have noise after 11 p.m. Well, actually, it's after 9 p.m. is the bylaw, and 11 p.m. was the suggestion from Terry Lynn.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we do that, Councillor, because we don't have decibel meter readers, so I don't really know how we would do that. That's why we need to refer back to staff.
Oh, no, I understand. I want it to go back to staff. I did talk to Terry Lynn that it would probably go back to staff anyway, but our noise bylaw, when there's a complaint, our staff go out there, and if they hear noise after a certain time, it's enforced.
It's not that you can't have noise, you can't have loud noise. So this is where it's subjective. It's going to be difficult. We're going to have to figure this, where I think we're going to have to work with the owners to come up with a solution good for everybody.
That would be great.
I've always thought that wasn't the best place for a dome, but I mean.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to touch on the fact that the owners are willing to work alongside the city. We haven't had a complaint on this property since 2018, March of 2000. So this is more of a recent concern and issue that's been raised with the city since April of this year. So it's fairly recent, and certainly we'll address those issues. We'll work with the owners, and they have a willingness to want to work alongside the city to mitigate any concerns.
Good, and that's what we want,
that
right?
Would be great.
We want to work together. Thank you, thank you. Councillor Baldwin.
Thank you for the report. I understand the actual the noise complaint, well, especially surrounded by residential, completely around. I don't know why that's exactly it, but can we have staff also look into the attenuation of the noise that comes because of the soccer ball or the yelling? So we will have somebody outside yelling and then kicking a soccer ball, and then have something, because it'll just echo around, and it's fabric, so it's going to vibrate, and then it's just make it louder. So I can't understand how they could stand it at 1 o'clock. I mean, I'd be very upset. So if we can have that information back as well, and then maybe we can move forward on that.
So you want to make that motion? You're their last speaker. You want to make that motion?
Sure.
You want to speak too? Okay.
No, I'll second it, but can you put a timeline on it?
Yeah. Well, let's make that part of the, so you want to bring that forward, Councillor Baldwin? So refer this back to staff.
I don't know how much time staff would need, but, within the next,
Yeah,
next meeting would
Mr.
be great,
Spencer,
or 2 meetings.
what's reasonable? I mean, the next council meeting, can we have something back June, was that June 17th? Yeah. Does that give you enough time, a few weeks?
Yeah, that's enough time, I think, Mr. Mayor. I think staff have already been addressing some of the concerns, so we'll reach out to the owners as soon as possible.
So maybe you make a motion that we refer this to staff to come back with solutions for the noise issue from that the residents are dealing with?
Yeah, exactly, because it's like playing a guitar, right? It just resonates louder, so I think that we need to do something on that.
I think they'd rather hear playing guitar than...
Yeah,
You know, the other
exactly.
thing too is I know in pickleball they've come up with soft sounding balls and rackets where it's mitigated the noise problem altogether. So I'm wondering, is there a soccer ball for this kind of situation that maybe it's not going to be the World Cup type soccer ball, but maybe there's something else? Like, I don't know. But I'm saying this gives us a few weeks to come up with other solutions so that we're not, you know.
Yeah, I would believe that they would have to probably put drapes or something inside to stop the sound from actually bouncing off the outside.
Yeah, like, I don't know what
I don't know, it'd be something to.
Yeah, go ahead.
How about a sound barrier like the highway?
It could still bounce up and around.
But it's
You're
going to bounce
you're
back in at them.
So the motion's on the floor?
Pardon me?
The motion's on the floor?
Yeah, so that's
Okay.
your motion, second by Councillor Dabrowski. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, so we'll be back here in a few weeks with our manager of bylaw, and let's see what kind of solutions we come up with.
Okay.
We'll stay in touch, okay?
Thank you.
And let's make sure. Also, Mr. Spencer, do you have the phone number of Miss Peary?
The owner of the facility?
No,
Yeah,
Miss
we
Peary.
can- I just would prefer to reach out to her instead of publicly releasing it, if that's
No,
okay.
no.
We'll be in touch with you
No, the
guys
phone,
then.
no, I'm asking if,
That
no,
number.
no, I was asking if you had the phone number of the woman who's being affected.
Oh, yes, Mr. Mayor, yes, we have the phone number.
Okay, great, all right, we're
Yeah.
gonna connect you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving along, 7.6, we have a delegation request regarding potential retroactive CIP application, and I welcome John LaPena to the podium to address council. Welcome, Mr. LaPena, if you could state your address, please.
Good evening, Mayor Diodati, members of council. My name is John LaPena. I am the owner of LaPena Co-Liquidation. We are located business in Niagara Falls, Welland, and St. Catharines. We are proud to be currently employing over 80 people across the region. Back in 2018, we began the process of purchasing an industrial building lot from the city of Niagara Falls in the Montrose Business Park. As part of the process, and with the help of city staff, we started an application under the Niagara Gateway Economic Zone CIP program, which was a requirement for the purchase. We successfully closed the purchase of the land in November 2019. We then moved forward with many designs, coming up with a 40,000 square foot facility for processing and distribution of product for our 3 stores, and worked towards submitting our site plan and applying for building permits. At the same time, we were delaying with the challenges of operating a growing business, and quite frankly, just trying to keep the doors open with COVID going on and the way the economy was. Unfortunately, during that time, I had missed the final step in the CIP application. When I went for my permit, I never handed in the CIP, which was totally my fault. I just misunderstanding. Despite that, we did receive our building permit in January 2025. The building is now 70% completed. We were recently advised that in order to correct this administration error, we would need City Council's approval to allow the staff to process our CIP application. So tonight, I'm here respectfully requesting your approval to direct planning staff to consider and process our application retroactively. We remain fully committed to this project and to investing in Niagara Falls and the region. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. LaPena. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, then I've got Councillor Newstag.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just want to, thanks, Mr. LaPena, for coming. I just want to talk for a second on the goals of the Gateway CIP. I know you were here when we first brought this CIP in. And, Your Worship, the goals really were to allow developers the incentive to reinvest in Niagara Falls or to attract outside development, something that would bring a development to Niagara Falls that was going to employ more people. If you take a look at what Mr. LaPena has done over the years, Gerber's left the building that he was in. It sat as a vacant building until he came along. Every single year that he was in operation, he continued to expand, employ more people. He's exactly the model of the CIP, Your Worship. I don't think I would allow someone to not apply based on a technicality. I understand he was supposed to hand in the application at the building permit stage, but I mean, the CIP is there to be used, Your Worship, and we should be inviting people to actually use it. So I'm happy to make the motion to allow Mr. LaPena to work with staff and bring forward his application for the CIP.
Okay, thank you. I've got a motion second. Councillor Newstag, and you've got the floor, Councillor.
Thank you. And I want to say, echo very much what Councillor Pietrangelo said, and thank you very much for investing yet again in our city. It's exactly what we're looking for. It takes, as a business owner, I know what how much it takes to do that, but I also understand how difficult it is and how overwhelming it is when you're running a business and yet still trying to build and expand and trying to carry both hats at the same time. And something like this can be overlooked, or I would say it's probably even just overwhelming. You see this whole application, it's like, yeah, I'll get to it, I know what it is, but I'm still doing what they're asking for. So at the end of the day, the essence of what the Gateway objective is exactly what you're doing. So whether we have the date here or the date there, I think is less significant than the fact that you are investing in doing the things that the city's asking for in terms of the objectives of the Gateway. So that's why I want to second the motion, and thank you again for doing what you're doing in our city.
Any other discussion? Councillor Baldinelli, thank you.
I'd like to thank Mr. LePena for coming in today. I agree with both Mr. Pietrangelo and Ms. Newstag on the participation requests, which is sometimes difficult, but what the LePenas have done for Niagara Falls and providing some jobs and expanding their business from something small to something big and continuing to support Niagara Falls. So I'm also in agreement with them, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. LePena, for coming down and your concerns. And there seems like there is some kind of miscommunication, I think, and sometimes you do get overwhelmed, obviously, where you're doing, you have a company that you're running, and a lot of people aren't experts in this, smart growth CPP program, where we're asking maybe with our planners to be a little bit lenient and maybe help the people that are coming in to just be, a little bit, maybe even to remind them about it if it's not done by a certain time. So whatever, I know we got a motion on the table, maybe if we can just bring that motion and just say if our, I don't know what would be the best part of it, and maybe Kira could just let us know what would be the best option of maybe just even getting back to them after the initial signing of the CPP and get back in 3 months or whatever it may be, so they get a reminder and maybe just some steps to follow through that. We're not experts, obviously, like the planners, so we need a little guidance and a little help along the way, and I'm sure that will help Mr. LePena and other people when they're applying for funds like this.
Sure. We'll go to Ms. Dolce. How would you suggest you walk us through this so that we can be in compliance?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think just as long as you address that we continually to notify them at regular intervals, we can determine the best intervals to notify them. And we'll have to work with our partners in BDD as well, our business development team, because they do initiate a lot of those applications. So we can start to work together on coming up with an appropriate timeline to do reminders and put it into our system. So if you want to just raise that, we can make sure we do it at the appropriate timelines.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. We're not experts like the planners, Danielle, and everyone doing this. So if we give a little guidance to some of these people that come in and want to apply for the CPPs, that would be amazing. So maybe I don't know what the process is. So maybe either quarterly or whatever it is, you can just send a notice out to the people who are signing up and help them out.
Yep, it's a CIP.
CIP, sorry. CPP.
Councillor Kerrio.
I was applying for the CPP. That's
Yep, of course, Your Worship, I'm going to support the motion. Mr. LePena's company, in what he does, is what we're trying to do in low-cost housing. He gets all kinds of good equipment, good clothing, and things like that, and offers them to our people at a very good price. So it's businesses like him that help a lot of the people in Niagara Falls, and we should be happy to support him and help him get this done. Thanks, John.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to go back to, yes, Councillor Coco.
I didn't think you could see this side. I've
Oh,
had
I'm
my
sorry.
hand up for a while.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. LePena, for your presentation. I always find this difficult because I'm very process-oriented.
I know in different areas, like in our Heritage Committee, we've had to deny applications because they've come back retro, that somebody's done the work and then they applied for the grant. I sit on many different opportunities for grants as well, and when they come in late, you know, there is a process. I know from a development application, somebody contacted me as well, and he missed a deadline. He wasn't able to move forward. I really appreciate everything that you've done, Mr. LaPena, and everything that you bring to the city, but I think that if we do this, we're setting a precedent, and I'm sorry I can't vote for it, but I do thank you for coming to council.
You're welcome. Thank you for that. So I'm going to go back. Yes, Councillor Newstead.
I just want to comment that I know for the years there have been people that have missed CIPs and they've been granted it. So this isn't the first time. There has been a precedent already set. So just to put that on the floor.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
I wonder if we just make it a part of the checklist of when you hand in your permit.
What's
like,
that?
Like when you hand in your permit, like is this here, is that there, and blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah.
We've had discussions about CIP. It's
Yeah.
a checkbox.
Yeah.
Should be a checkbox maybe.
Yep, to make it easier, user-friendly. So I'm going to go to Councillor Pietrangelo since you kicked us off to make the motion, and then...
Do you want me to reiterate it, Your Worship?
Yeah, why don't you just- so, yeah.
Okay, I'll simply make a motion that allows Mr. LaPena the opportunity to work with staff so that he can complete his application for the Gateway CIP program.
And did anything you want yet to the
Not the
checklist?
CPP, Your Worship.
No? Okay. There's a difference. There's a difference. Okay, so do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Newstead, okay. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor?
Next, I'm gonna, yes,
Councillor Morocco wanted to speak on a motion on 15.1, and I spoke with the clerk the best way to accomplish that. And
so
he's-
tell you what, we'll do that because I'm bringing one other thing
Okay,
forward. And
that's
then we'll
fine.
bring, if that's
Thank you.
okay?
Yes.
Because we've got a speaker here as well, and then we'll, yeah, okay, good. Mr. Clerk, so best way to do this?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. The challenge of a council meeting is everyone wants to go first. So we do have a request to move up report 9.1. So we'll just get a motion of council, and then we'll entertain Councillor Lococo's request to bring another item forward as well. So.
Okay, so can we get a motion to bring 9.1 forward, please? Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Okay, we're all set. Thank you very much. So I would invite Richard Taylor, President of our casinos, to join us at the podium. Welcome, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you so much. And to the Honorable Mayor and all the esteemed council members, I just want to thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. And I understand Jason Burgess isn't here today, but I just wanted to thank Jason as well, just for all the open dialogue that we've had recently with with the proposed MAT tax bylaw. Historically, we have had a great relationship with the city of Niagara Falls, and we certainly want that to continue. We've been part of this community for 30 years. I can't believe it. I was actually here for the opening of Niagara Casino, or Casino Niagara rather, back in 1996, and I can't believe that's been almost 30 years. So, yeah. And over the decades since then, we have certainly contributed, well over $230 million in funding to the city, paid by the OLG on our behalf, and we're certainly proud to have been part of this community for all these years. With this bylaw, however, we just haven't been experiencing the same level of partnership that we've had, that we've become used to over a number of years. Initially we were not consulted. There was no conversations about the change in the MAT tax, the bylaw. We were only involved in it right at the very end of this. We were informed informally, that there were some changes that would, impact us. And I just want to ensure that as we move forward, that we have open, constructive dialogue, because we want, as the city wants, what's best for the city, what's best for tourism, and what's best for all the properties as well. So we certainly support paying a MAT tax. In accordance with the Municipal Act, the MAT tax applies to only rooms that are purchased and not rooms that are comped. We currently do charge MAT tax to all of our cash-paying customers. So we're paying the MAT tax currently, but we don't do so for our comped rooms. The purpose of the MAT tax is to be passed on to the consumer. It's the consumer that pays the MAT tax. To charge this on comped rooms, gifted rooms for us, that would be a charge on business. So that expense would have to be borne by us and not ultimately by the customer, as it is across the province. You know, we have been very, very supportive of tourism, you know, here in Niagara Falls. You know, we've specifically contributed to a lot of tourism initiatives here. The Avalon Theatre, I think hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to experience the Avalon Theatre. You know, in a little over 2 years, we have become the #1 theatre in all of Canada. We are the fourth theatre in the world, according to the Venue Now, which is a trade publication that ranks all of the you know, the theaters. So we're very proud of what we've been able to accomplish from that perspective. It drives an enormous amount of traffic into Niagara Falls. With 5,000 people, we certainly don't have enough restaurants, we certainly don't have enough rooms to accommodate that volume of people. So it's something that the rest of this community has certainly been able to benefit from, and by design. That was the intent, and I think it seems to be working out quite well. We've established a busing program. It's a reliable busing program. It's an affordable busing program for our customers to come here to Niagara Falls. And we know that 80% of the people that come here, 80% of those people on buses want to seek out other things here in Niagara Falls. So that in and of itself drives, economic benefit for us certainly, but for the rest of Niagara Falls as well. So we committed to marketing Niagara through our annual marketing campaigns. And with our budgeted spend, we have attracted approximately 7 million people to the Niagara area on an annual basis. Our relationship with MLSE, we have a very, very strong relationship with MLSE, and we use that relationship to brand Niagara Falls and to, drive business to Fallsview, but also we use that to promote the Niagara region as well. We have approximately 7 billion impressions from the broadcast, from that perspective. So, we're proud to introduce new initiatives. We have our Fallsview Food and Drink Fest, which is the third one that we've done, and if you've not had an opportunity to go to that, it's a wonderful experience. We have our weekly backyard barbecue. These are all things that give people more and more reason to come to the Niagara area. That's the 4th year that we've done that, and we're working to potentially bring a salsa festival here in 2026. So that's something that we're very excited about as well. We support a lot of other direct contributions to the city events, like the New Year's Eve, Winter Festival of Lights, Ice Wine Gallery, and we're currently working to partnership with Niagara 5000. And from a charitable perspective, we participate in a lot of charities here in Niagara Falls. The new Niagara Falls Hospital, Project Share, United Way, Jillian's Place, Past Stones Hospice, Heart Niagara, and many, many more. So in closing, I just wanted to say it's not that we're not against the MAT tax. We just don't agree that it should be charged against comp rooms. And again, I just want to be clear, that we just want to be part of dialogue moving forward, part of that conversation, so that we want what's best. And I know the city wants what's best for the city, for tourism here, and for all the properties. So.
Thank you, Richard, and you've been a great partner here in the city for a lot of things that you just mentioned. And your door is always open. You're always accessible. We appreciate that, and we know that's going to continue.
Right.
I know sometimes we don't always agree on everything, but we always respect. We're always. Is that going to done beeping? It's done beeping. I don't know. It's beeping. You were beeping me, but we appreciate the symbiotic relationship that we have, and we've always had. So now, Council, any questions or comments of Council for Mr. Taylor? Councillor Dabrowski.
Through you, thanks for the presentation. And you mentioned comp rooms. What about discounted rooms as well? Because it's not something we've talked about. And I know the MAT tax that was passed, or the bylaw that was passed, it talked more about star rating. But there's not just comp rooms. Sometimes there's discounted rooms or rooms with meals attached to them. So I'm just wondering, maybe it's a discussion for another time, but I'm happy to support that. Running a business and giving away rooms, right, to talent or whoever it may be, or delegates or TikTokers or social media influencers, you definitely can't bear that expense on the organization, because then basically they're losing money. But definitely want to open up maybe further dialogue to not only the comp rooms, to maybe discounted rooms as well. But I know we have the star rating in place, but what do the hoteliers do in the winter months when they're trying to make ends meet and the room rates aren't there? Maybe we can look into that as well. So I'm not sure if that's a discussion we have here today, but definitely wanted to bring that up around this council chamber to see if we can have that discussion at a later time as well.
Great, okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't support the bylaw when it went in, but I will support the removal of this clause so we have further dialogue to figure out this.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you for
Thank
that.
you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussions or questions for Mr. Taylor? Okay, I think we're good. Okay, well, thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you so much.
Hope you have a good night.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Next.
Going to get a motion then for?
Oh, yeah, let's bring that forward. Yeah, the report. Okay. So walk us through that, Mr. Clerk here. So that's 9.1.
Yeah, so there's a couple of recommendations to the CEO report regarding the municipal accommodation tax bylaw, and now would be a good time to entertain a mover for that motion.
Okay. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't mind the recommendation as it's going to the ministers and let them figure this out. But, you got to understand that a lot of casinos around the world still do pay an accommodation tax, even though they are comp rooms. I kind of did a little bit of research, and Richard just did an amazing job with the casino over the years, and just an incredible job, an incredible host, really. But I think we need to work together. The industry needs to work together to move the destination forward. City has expended resources to advocate to the province to invest in creating a world-class destination. Destination Niagara, which the province recently announced in the budget, which will lead to the province investing significantly in Niagara and Niagara Falls to draw more customers to the city and the casino. But it can't just be the taxpayers that pay for this. The industry also needs to step forward. Shouldn't the casino work together with the industry and contribute to supporting attracting conventions to the convention center, supporting the development of the airport, supporting a visitor transportation system? The MAT is a method to support that. The casino does not participate in the BIA, which supports the convention center making improvements in the area. I'm concerned about the message that the casino is sending when they don't want to participate in a meaningful manner of partnership. The physical building of the Fallsview Casino is owned by the provincial government and taxpayers. I believe that the majority of the customers and spend are from Ontario residents or Ontario taxpayers. The Mohegan Group is out of the U.S., and as such, the profits flow to the U.S. Profit is fine, and we want businesses to make money, but it would be hopeful that also support one and another. Unlike Niagara Parks, where the taxpayer owns the asset and the profits are invested back into the park. The host fee comes from the OLG and was a provincial arrangement, but it appears as though MGE wants to claim credit for it. Will you commit to supporting the funding for the airport or visitor transportation system? The city has committed significantly, and the hoteliers as well, to fund the airport and now the expansion of the airport. The MAT bylaw, with its built-in increases for the airport and visitor transportation, sends a strong signal to government, and there's a funding mechanism to support these investments. If you are not going to participate in the MAT, what will you commit to funding these initiatives? But not having the casino commit to financially supporting these things, what kind of message does that send to the federal government, the provincial government, private sector partners, the hoteliers that will expand the airport and other tourism leaders in the region? That's why I asked them. But as well, I did a little bit of information as far as other casinos in the world. Foxwoods Resort Casino in Connecticut is subject to the state's 15% room occupancy tax, even when it's comped. As well as the Mohegan Sun Casino in Connecticut, which is their casino, requires to pay the state's 15% room occupancy tax on all hotel room charges, including complimentary comp rooms. I can go on and on. There's ones in Florida. There's ones in France that charge €1 to €4.69 per person per night, and those include comp rooms. So we want to be partners with the casino, and Richard and everyone in the casino does an amazing job, but with marketing, with everyone participating, that we can bring an airport, we can bring a transportation system, we can bring concerts, we can have a clean city where there's no garbage around. We've seen it. Some of our councillors went to Banff last year, and we saw it. We couldn't believe how clean the city was. It was truly amazing. There's other things, like we have a fire truck that we paid $3 million for because we need these big high-rise hotels. We need fire trucks like that to put fires out if it happens. Hopefully it never ever happens. But we need partnership, and that includes the casino, I don't want to leave it on the hold of hoteliers to come up, just hoteliers, when the casino is involved in that too. And I don't think it's fair for the hoteliers if the casino doesn't participate.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. Do I have anyone that would like? It's on. Yep. Wow. Do I have a motion? Someone that's willing to make the recommendation of staff before us? Yep, I've got Councillor Lococo and Councillor Baldinelli. Okay, did you, just before you, I had Councillor Newstag had her hand up.
Okay,
So
I just want to clarify something in the motion.
Okay,
Can
sure.
I do that? It does say that the MAT will apply even if the accommodation is provided to the traveling public for free at no cost. It doesn't say anything about the casino. I'm reading that as all comped rooms or all free rooms. Is that correct?
So, yeah, Ms. Darlington, did you want to?
Thank you, Mayor, and through the councillor, that is correct. I believe Mr. Felicetti helped me with that response, but I'll pass it over to Serge if he wants to comment.
Mr. Felicetti?
I think you covered it. It is, yes, the answer is all comp rooms.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so, but you made the motion, right? And we got seconded? Okay, to speak to it, yeah, Councillor Dabrowski, Kerrio.
I just want to speak to it quickly, and through you to Councillor Strange. We're not Florida. We're not France. We're Niagara Falls. And we're fighting during the winter months to get people into the city. And not making 4 or 5% on a hotel room through the MAT tax, but driving world-class acts into the OLG Theater and into the Avalon and filling up the hotels and filling up the restaurants and doing whatever we can during those cold winter months when business is tough. I think it's the cart before the horse, but we have to think a little more outside the box. And if we lose a little bit of money on the MAT tax, we might bring thousands upon 10,000s of tourists into the city, driving that economic impact into the city. So I think I'm in support of the motion. Obviously, I'll support it when it comes time for it. But I just think we need to think big picture and not think about the little savings or making a smaller percentage on the MAT tax and thinking about driving tens of thousands of more people into the city during the winter months. Just wanted to mention that.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor, was it Kerrio? Councillor Kerrio, sir. I put Florida. I don't know why.
Thank you, Your Worship. What, are we taking the other bylaw off and putting this one in place of it? When we read further into it, what exactly are you asking us to do?
Yeah, we'll get Mr. Felicetti to answer that. Please.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, we're actually asking to take out one section in 3.11 sentence that deals with comps rooms being assessed the MAT.
But we're not going to take the last bylaw out and put a new one in this evening?
There is a new one that council approved back in January.
Right.
Which takes the new rate, which is going to start actually in a few days, June 1st.
Right.
Your Worship. So
the one before the ruling from the judge, that one?
Yeah,
okay.
that one's going ahead.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to say was, and I'm going to support the motion as well, if we really want to get into debating about the participation of what the casino does to Niagara, I didn't want to really ask any questions, but I'm sure that the casino has a huge budget for marketing that affects Niagara Falls. I didn't ask that question. I didn't want to get into their business. But my guess is that they do support Niagara Falls, maybe more than the MAT tax. So it's hard to get into that without all the facts.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Patel and Newstag. Okay, Newstag and Patel.
Actually, to Councillor Kerrio's point as well, we're hearing how much, and we've seen it ourselves, how much the casino puts into it. And whether we start to argue on this, that will they end up dropping down the marketing that they already do. So I think we should be very careful and maybe truly understand how much the casino does, which is what the objective of MAT tax is anyway, to promote Niagara Falls. So just don't want to hurt ourselves by that way, because they could easily say, well, then we'll reduce our marketing if we're going to be paying it here. So I just think we should be careful with all of that.
No, remember, we're just speaking to the motion now. We're not speaking to anything else right now. Councillor Patel.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, while I was speaking about the MAT tax, I would like to add that, yeah, we do all value the partnership with Niagara Casino. They are great partners, and they do bring lots of people to Niagara Falls. But I would speak to one aspect of the MAT tax is the airport. As the Airport Commission, I'm really happy that province has announced the feasible studies in current budget for 2025. So province has taken the leadership role in expansion of the airport, but it will take the three-way partnership that comes provincial, federal, and local partnership. MAT tax plays very important role when it comes to local partnership. And airport will play important role in expansion of the tourism or even the winery industry or economic development for Niagara region. So I believe in mat tax, every dollar will matter, and all the everyone who will chip into mat tax, whether it's casino, whether it's hotel, I think it will be very, very it'll be very beneficial to our community. So I'm just speaking on an aspect of the airport, but there is very important component in this region's development, especially when we're talking about destinations in Niagara. When we want to bring people here, our strategy is may help people fly into Niagara and maybe visit Toronto or Buffalo for a day. Currently, they are flying into Toronto and visiting Niagara Falls for the day, so let's bring them here, let them stay here, whether it's a Falls View Casino, whether it's the hotels in Hilton, they're all staying here, spending their money here. So mat tax will be very important when it comes to development of the airport. So that's what I want to add.
Just on that note, I can tell you
Yeah.
the day the Mohegans took over the casino, that was the first thing they said, what's going on with your airport? They're very keenly interested, because you're right, that's a game changer, when you can fly right into the destination instead of flying somewhere else and trying to get here through crazy traffic. So that's a key component, absolutely. I've got Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our CAO wrote this report, so I would have asked him, why did he make those recommendations when we just approved that new bylaw? So I don't know if Ms. Darlington or maybe Mr. Felicetti can give us the reasoning why our CAO is supporting this, because we had lots of discussion about the MAT, many back and forth. I know that there wasn't as much stakeholder feedback as some people wanted or input. So I think that this is a great opportunity to get that feedback, but I'd like to hear.
Well, we've got Jason online, so
okay.
I'm gonna call him into, he's at a CAO conference right now for Canadian CAOs. So, Mr. Burgess, welcome to the call.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow. To address the councilor's question, the rationale was straightforward. I tried to outline it as best I could in the report. The casino had threatened a litigation against this. I thought this was the easiest and most appropriate way to deal with the matter. There is different interpretations on the regulations for complimentary rooms. As Councillor Strange had said, there's court rulings down in the US with regards to this particular issue. I thought it was best just to put it in abeyance at this point in time and speak directly to the ministers on how they want their provincial law interpreted, and for making a small amendment to the bylaw until we had those discussions with the ministers and avoiding court costs. I thought that was the most appropriate path forward for all concerned.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions of council? Okay, so we've got the motion before you. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Thank you, Council. Okay, and Councilor Coco, you wanted to move something forward as well.
Thank you very much.
You can stick around, Mr. Taylor. It's a very exciting, riveting meeting, by all means.
Councillor Morocco is here, and she wanted to speak to my motion at 15.1 under the motions on our agenda, and I'd like to put a motion forward to move that forward now so Councillor Morocco can speak to it.
Okay,
so
can
I'll
I get
talk
a
about the
motion?
motion first.
Okay, you make the
good.
motion
Yes.
to move 15.1 forward now. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Dabrowski. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved.
Okay, thank you. The motion is on the agenda, but I just wanted to give a little bit of background. The background was that we're receiving a lot of emails regarding homelessness, encampments, shelters, mental health, addiction, and crime. Council and staff always reply back. They give some ideas about what we're doing, what we can't do, what's provincial, what's regional, what are our responsibilities. And I see all these emails going back and forth.
Oh, excuse me, can we get Councillor Pietrangelo back? Sorry, we finished that. Oh, you did? Okay, good.
So I'm seeing all these emails going back and forth, and this is an issue that's affecting our whole city in many different ways, whether you're a resident living near a shelter, whether you're a business near a shelter. It's affecting every encampments, it affects everything. So rather than all of these emails going back and forth, I thought it would be more effective if all of the parties got together, being the city, including our staff, our bylaw enforcement staff, the region, NASO, who else was in there, Gateway Residential, the police, have all of these people, the core unit, and have an open house or a presentation to our residents to let our residents know what we can do, what we are doing, how we're doing it, what can they do, what can't we do, what are our plans moving forward. I just thought it would be better than all of these individual emails going back and forth.
Okay, thank you for that. So now we've got Councillor Morocco's here, who is the co-chair of the Public Health Committee at the region, which oversees issues like homelessness and the shelters and transitional housing. So maybe we ask her to come to the podium to speak. So welcome, Councillor Morocco. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Is this all right? This is.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mayor Diodati and members of council and staff. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on Councillor Lococo's motion. We've had some conversations back and forth over the while in regards to the responsibilities as you've outlined in your motion, really our acts and what the responsibility is, the mayor's indicated, is the region. As co-chair of Public Health and Social Services with Councillor Kerrio, it's a huge undertaking and a lot of responsibilities. It's probably, and the mayor can back me on this, but probably the second largest budget that we deal with at the region. Homelessness is a huge impact that we're dealing with, not just here in Niagara, but across the region. And just to give you a small idea, I mean, Laura, you've contacted me a few times. I've offered you to come to our meetings, participate if you couldn't on Zoom. I put that offer out to anyone. And I think that it's great that you want to educate the community, and I think that's what we really need to do. We just saw that not too long ago there was an issue with water, wastewater, and treatment plants, and we were more than glad to have our staff from Public Works come and do a presentation to all council. And I got some feedback in regards to that said that that was great, because some people that couldn't attend some of these private meetings that you have, or public meetings outside of the council chambers, is a challenge for people to attend. So not only was it an educational opportunity for the council, but it was also an educational opportunity for the residents as well that were watching. So I have to say that I fully am eager to try to make sure that we educate people, and that's the most important thing, especially now that we're getting close to budget. I had some conversations today with our Commissioner of Social Services, Conning, and also our Public Health Dr. Kasmati. And I asked them that if they don't mind, and through the Mayor and at the will of this council, instead of holding a public meeting somewhere outside for people to attend, I think the best use of the staff, and also the most informative way to tell people what social services and public health is doing, and how the challenges are, and the different levels of government funding that we receive and what we're responsible for. So I think it's more important for us to probably bring the staff here, the key staff. So if it's the will of the council, I would, if that's a motion that needs to be directed, but I think that would address a lot of the concerns, and it would also address issues like you have with Summer Street, the issues that we're dealing with Main Street. I mean, there's all the things that are happening in Niagara, the encampments, and we can also explain to you, and I mean, I can talk to it and I can explain a lot of the things, but I'm not the professional. I leave that to our staff and the team that are there. I mean, we've got a lot of money that we're dealing with right now, trying to get from the provincial government. As you know, we just had an announcement during the provincial election, $18.9 million that is to be divided to with 10 organizations. And it was the first time an application was brought forward from 10 different organizations. So it's about $1.5 million that these organizations do. And why we've done that is so that we could actually help those individuals that have fallen through the cracks. And we want to make sure that we continue to help them. And I'll be quite honest with you, we are dealing with severe poverty. not just here in Niagara, but throughout the region. And it seems like we try to help 5, and by the time we help 5, there's another 10. And I'm just throwing that number out there. But there's another 10 in the waiting list. So, I mean, housing crisis, I don't know so much about a housing crisis as there is for affordability. We have to deal with we just actually got the funding to hire 12 new staff. One of those would be a psychiatrist to deal with what the biggest issue right now is schizophrenia. So, I mean, here I am going on, but I think that I'm just going to stop because I know it's a long meeting. There's a lot of people here that are waiting to move on. But I have the permission from our team at the region, and as Chair of Public Health and Co-Chair of Public Health and Social Services, I'm more than pleased to go back and ask the team to come and speak to Council. It would be the education of all of Council to hear this and not at a meeting outside where some people wouldn't be able to attend. So, and you're able to share that through media and through Zoom or through call-in. And I would ask you that prepare some questions so that our team can address those. And also, the Commissioner has asked me to actually let us know if we can actually bring some of our core team, like the core team and the regional police also. So we need to collaborate with them to bring them here. So Mayor, if you could maybe address that, and I'd greatly appreciate that.
That's great. I thank you very much for that offer. Appreciate it. We're going to get Council to weigh in right now, so hang tight. I've got Councillor Lococo, then you, Stagg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really glad that this has opened up the table for discussion, and that's all I really wanted. I appreciate Councillor Morocco coming. If that's the best way to approach this, I'm more than happy to support that, and I'll remove this motion and put the motion per Councillor Morocco's suggestion.
So if you like, we can do that.
I'll put that
right
motion forward that through Councillor Morocco and through the region's staff, that they set up a time to come to Council and speak to all of these things that were in my motion, including bringing the core unit and whoever else that they feel would be appropriate.
And that we send all our questions in advance.
Correct,
so they
yes.
come prepared. We can get all answers to everything. So
Yes.
I'm going to go to Councillor Newestag and then to Patel. Councillor. Oh, okay. You're seconding it? Okay. Councillor Newestag.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Councillor Morocco, for coming in, all the good work that you and the region does. Everything that's happening really is a drug addiction issue, is really what we're dealing with. And we can't do anything. So although we're responsible for the streets because the streets are ours, what's happening is the powers to be, the federal and the provincial government should be at this because they're the ones who are making policies, they're the ones who have the funding to change this. We are stuck with these issues because they are on our streets every day. It's costing taxpayers an awful lot of money, and I agree, we have poverty and we have the homelessness, but the real crux of the issue is drug addiction. And unless we have a stronger criminal code that stops these drugs from hitting the streets and dealing with the people who are addicts, we are not going to go we're not going to get any better. In fact, we get worse and worse and worse. I can tell you, I live it every day. I spent the morning cleaning up a parking lot with junk all over the place, and they had a fire the night before. So I see it, I live it, so I understand the severity of it. I would ask you ask through this motion that we bring in our federal representative and our provincial representative to talk about what it is that they can do. And I think the population here, the residents here, need to have them bring it up to the top so that we can get more policies and more funding, because we cannot continue to sustain it down here. The onus and ever the pressure that's being put on the region for housing, it's not solving anything. The problem is getting bigger and bigger. And all you have to do is look at BC. BC is foreshadowing what is going to happen here even worse. So we have a serious crisis, and it's getting worse. So, and I will say it's a drug addiction problem even more so than homelessness. Homelessness might be more of a byproduct from it, but it's a fentanyl crisis, and we need to start figuring out how we're going to do that and handle it. So that's...
And through the chair to Councillor Newesteg, it most definitely is. And homelessness encounters a lot of different people. It's just not people that are homeless. It's drug addiction. It's mental health. And, it's interesting. But the province, and our team will break it down, but they only provide services for certain things. And then there's a lot of those services that we're responsible to provide. The number one issue, and I will say it here at Council, our biggest problem is mental health. We need to really look at bringing back institutions for people with severe mental health. And I know that people always like, oh, and I said, well, you know what, call them centers of excellence for mental health, because those people are the individuals that can't speak. They don't have a voice for themselves, and they need people to help them and get them off the street. And that's where our police come in. So we've seen this vicious circle that we have people with homelessness, mental health, drug addiction. So then you look and say, well, why is our police services asking for more money? Why is taxes going higher? It's a vicious circle. And I've had the conversation, and so has Councillor Kerrio, with our team, and saying, you know what, I'm not sure I'm seeing the ROI and really the investment on our people. And we're getting money coming in, but I want to see the investment more on people. And I think right now we're seeing the true thing is that we need to deal with mental illness. And you're seeing the rise in crime because of mental illness in some areas. But we can't categorize everybody that's homeless into that, because there is like a mother and her children living in a car. Maybe they're living in a tent because they have no other place. So those are the things that we have to address. Those are the things that we're fighting very hard to do. Budget time is upon us, and I got to tell you, it's going to be damn tough to try and keep that budget down, but at the same time, try to make sure that we're doing what we were elected to do, and that's take care of the citizens of our community. And that means those people living in encampments and those people that are maybe not the nicest people on Main Street or any other streets in the Niagara region.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, you talk about the vicious circle, but until we stop this vicious circle, all we're going to do is the problem just keeps exploding and more costly. So I encourage us to figure out how to put more pressure on the higher levels of government to start some policies to start correcting, because we're not going anywhere except this vicious circle that is continuously costing taxpayers more and more money, and we're not solving anything. The people are getting worse on the streets, and the police are frustrated. Our streets have garbage spilled all over the place. We have to stop it. And I want to applaud Councillor Lococo for bringing this up. And perhaps through this, we bring the other levels of government and start putting pressure. I think the residents need to have them hear us and say we need to start figuring out something like your centers of excellence or healing and whatever else we can do.
Through the chair, I would appreciate the help of the council, because we need more voices at the provincial and federal level.
Absolutely. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really happy that these conversations are going on. I think both Councillor Newestig and Councillor Morocco are right. Where I see the challenge is when the resources are not available. If we, as bylaw officers, regional police, regional council, go out to an encampment and want to help someone, the resources are not there. Why? Because of money. And the money comes from the province and the feds. So if not everybody's going to take help, not everybody is going to get the resources that they want, but if the resources are offered right at the beginning, that if you want drug treatment now, here, let's go now. Not, oh, there's a wait list for 3 months. Someone is not going to get better in 3 months. If they're going to go now, they'll take the resources now, and that's what we need to do, and that comes from the province and the feds, that the money needs to come down to the region to help us. So that's where we need to get that, because we have waiting lists for shelters, for affordable housing, for drug treatment. If someone's not going to get it right then, they're not going to get it later on, and this just is going to keep going and going. So I applaud this discussion, and anything that we can do to further it for our region and for our city, I would like to see that.
Okay, terrific. So did we vote on the motion? No? Oh, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah. Thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask what the motion was. Is the motion still to invite representatives from the region here, or is it to expand it? Because if it's to expand it, I got some comments, but if not, then I'll let the motion for regional staff go.
Okay, Councillor Lococo?
Since I put the motion forward, maybe we could do two motions. One, to have the assistance from the region to come, and then maybe a separate motion and figure out what we want to do with federal and provincial. Because I do see them as separate, but they do go together.
Okay, so we can do that, right? So that's going to be the motion we're going to vote on right now, just that. Regional
Just
staff.
the regional. Okay.
Okay, so we've already made the motion and seconded, is that right, Mr. Clay? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimously approved. And thank you to Councillor Lococo for being here. Appreciate that. Oh my gosh. Morocco, Lococo, is just too confusing.
It's been an off day, Your Worship.
It's a little brain, too much information. Did I see a hand up? No? Okay. Now I'm seeing hands. This is getting worse. Okay. So now we're going to go to planning. Is that right, Mr. Clerk? Is that where we're at now, or am I totally?
I think there was a second part to the motion.
Okay.
There's a second part to the motion, that's what I was going to ask.
Are you going to make that, Councillor?
I can make that.
Okay.
If we could invite our federal and provincial representatives to come and speak to us regarding all of those things, mental health, homelessness, addiction, encampment. We send our questions ahead of time, that would be very much appreciated.
Okay.
Your Worship, can I comment on that?
Yes?
Yeah, my only comment, Your Worship, is that I don't really want the issue to get very political. I mean, if we're going to invite someone from the province, we can have our elected representatives here. But in my opinion, we should have someone from the ministry, someone who can actually give people answers that they're looking for. I don't want it to be a finger-pointing session, Your Worship. I think people are frustrated right now. And if we don't have the people in the room that can actually give them the answers, that are just going to say, well, it's that person's fault or it's that person's fault, then people are just going to get more frustrated. So that would be my comment. I mean, perhaps we want to think about whether or not we have our elected representatives here to speak, or whether it should be representatives of the ministry. I think it's still, is it the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services still for the province? And I'm not even sure what the federal ones, I'm not even sure what the federal one is called, Your Worship, that gives them the funding.
Which ministry?
But those are the people really that we should have, because they're the ones that are going to be able to outline what the objectives of the funding are. Those are the ones that are going to be able to answer people's questions. I think if we have the elected representatives here, then you know, we're going to get into a finger-pointing session, and I don't want to frustrate people more, Your Worship.
Well, to the chair. So what we're looking to do is basically from the region staff and address the concerns that were talked about here and not do another meeting. I have to say, honestly, our staff is really strapped tight. We're on tight budgets. We've got a lot of work to do. And to try and pull people in from REACH and the Corps and the regional police, I'm saying that I highly recommend that we just do one meeting, and that's what I presented to our team, and we do that presentation here in council chambers.
Your Worship, then perhaps we just do the one meeting and see how it goes from there. How's that?
I'm good with that, but we'll see what Councillor Lococo.
That's fine, very good points. I'm fine removing that motion and we can see how it goes.
Okay, we're good. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Are we ready to move on to planning, Mr. Clerk? Thank you. All right, I'd like to ask our clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit density from 75 units per hectare to 109 units per hectare at the vacant parcel adjacent to 2220 Stanley Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on May 1st, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and/or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted. Anyone who would like notice of the passing of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, or would like to preserve their opportunity to appeal to the OLT, please leave your name on the sign-in sheets that are located outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd now like to call on Nick DeBenedetti, our planner, to provide an explanation and the reasoning for the proposed amendments. Mr. DeBenedetti, welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship, council members. I'm here to discuss official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2024-037. Applicant is Growth Social House Chris Adams. Agent is Ether Lemaine. Upper Canada Consultants. Proposal is basically to increase the permitted density and rezone the subject lands to facilitate the development of 28 stacked townhouse dwellings. And this is located, it's a vacant lot adjacent to 2220 Stanley Avenue. So this gives you an overall view of the location. Over here you have Stanley Avenue with Churches Lane. You have the reservoir over here. You have Morning Glory and with industrial uses and close to the 405. And this gives you a close-up view again with the hydro lines here, the detached dwellings in this location, a residential home here, and the lot in this location. Background information. The subject property is designated residential under Special Policy Area 33. The subject property is currently zoned R1E in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200. The applicant is seeking an official plan amendment to establish a special policy area that would increase the permitted density from 75 units to 109 units per hectare. Additionally, the applicant seeks to rezone the subject property to the site-specific R5D zone for the development of the 28 stacked townhouse dwellings. An official plan amendment is required, again, to increase the maximum density from 75 units to 109. The proposal will develop a vacant parcel of land for 28 stacked townhouses. The addition of the residential units will help diversify the housing supply within the urban area while minimizing land consumption. The proposal complies with the Special Policy Area 33 for land use compatibility near industrial uses for vibration and air quality and mitigation measures for noise. The proposal will also add 18 dwelling units that are intended to be attainable to low-income households in accordance with the city's housing strategy. The zoning bylaw amendment. The subject property is currently zoned R1E in accordance with 79-200. The applicant proposes to rezone the subject property to a site-specific R5D zone to again allow for 28 stacked townhomes. The rezoning includes relief from various requirements such as reduction of the lot frontage, reduction of the rear yard depth, reduction of the interior side yard, a reduction of 1 parking space, a reduction of the minimum maneuvering aisle with a reduction of the landscape open space requirement. And this gives you a little bit more in detail. So we are reducing the minimum lot frontage from 30 meters down to 21.18, a reduction of the rear yard depth. And again, the rear yard depth is located in this area from 10 meters down to 4.06 meters. A reduction of the interior side yard from 5.79 to 3.01. The 3.01 is in this location, and in the 3.87 is only for a small portion in this location. And it's also noted in the schedule in our draft bylaw what points that we are discussing. Furthermore, we're reducing 1 parking space requirement from 39 down to 38. And that is the reason why we're reducing 1 spot is for the Molochs here and for the trucks to do the turning radius and further for snow storage. We're reducing the parking aisle maneuverability from 6.3 down to 6 meters and a reduction from the minimum landscape open space from 45% down to 34.64. Now this gives you a conceptual elevation proposal. You could see that the ends have been reduced. This was part of the open house meeting that we had a discussion that the applicant reduced the end units down to 2 stories instead of 3. Also, you could see that the interiors on the side of the building, there are no windows for privacy, and there are the access going in here for the side yards also. A public information open house was held on on March 13, 2025, sorry about that, the agent representing the applicant and the app were in attendance. 7 residents attended the meeting and 5 emails were received. There was a discussion and email information provided that dealt with the location of the building, neighborhood character, parking, noise pollution, tree protection, fencing, snow removal, and property values. So basically we had our comments and we have a response to what were mentioned at the open house. The location of the building. The location of the building is furthest away from the rear properties of Morning Glory Court. After the discussion, the applicant modified the building. The building has been shortened and the setback to the easterly property was increased to 3.14 meters from 3.14 to 4.06. Additionally, a story has been removed at the ends, reducing the height portions abutting the adjacent residential dwelling to 9.26 meters for the 2 stories to minimize massing and shadowing impacts. Development complies with the height requirement of the zone and the number of units remain the same. The character of the neighborhood. The subject lands are appropriate location for intensified growth as they're located on a high-capacity arterial road and have access to municipal service and infrastructure. As a result of the comments received at the open house, increased setbacks and reduced building height at the ends are being accommodated to further improve the compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood. Parking. A parking demand study was completed by Paradigm Transportation Solutions, was also provided with the application, which recommends the proposed parking ratio is sufficient for the development based on the parking utilization surveys for low to mid-rise developments. And our city's transportation staff agreed. Noise and pollution. The vehicles need to comply with our idling bylaw. Mitigation measures will be introduced with the landscape plantings and fencing. The proposed fence was requested by the neighbors to be placed at the maximum height of the fence bylaw requirements to mitigate some noise. Tree protection. Tree protection was submitted with the application, which shows that trees are proposed to be retained through the development. The increase in setback to this property further supports the preservation of these trees. Fencing. Several adjacent neighbors indicated desire for privacy fencing abutting the property lines. The proposed fence can be placed at the maximum height allowed under the fence bylaw requirements. Snow removal. Snow removal will be contracted to a private company. There is a space available on site for snow storage. If the storage areas become fully utilized, the condo corporation will need to remove the snow and transport it off-site. This will be the discretion of the condo corporation. Then there was a discussion about property values. A well-designed residential development can contribute positively to the surrounding area by introducing new housing options, improving infrastructure, and enhancing streetscapes. The proposed development includes provision of new fencing, landscaping, and a municipal sidewalk, all which contribute to an overall improvement to the desirability of the neighborhood. Moving to our planning analysis, the proposed development conforms to the provincial, regional, and city policies as it will contribute to the minimum intensification target of 50% of all residential units constructed in the built-up area. The proposal will help diversify the housing supply within the urban area, minimizing land consumption. It would also promote efficient use of existing municipal infrastructure services through recommended regulations designed by the 28 proposed stacked house dwellings. The studies provided for the proposal reviewed compatibility with the industrial uses located to the north and west. It was determined that there were no air quality or vibration issues, and noise generated by traffic will be required by mitigation measures as part of the site plan agreement. Our recommendation that council approve the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to increase the permitted density and rezone the subject lands for the development of the 28 stacked townhouse dwellings, subject to the regulations outlined in the report PBD 2025-33.
Thank you, Mr. De Benedetti. Any questions of council? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. Di Benedetti. One question. I've never heard of Moloch waste containers in any of the presentations that we've done before, but I understand because it's not serviced from the region. Who pays for that? Is that the condo corp that pays for it? Okay, thank you very much.
Through your worship, that would be the condo corp. They would be private collection.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. De Benedetti? Okay, all right, thank you very much, sir. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered to speak to the amendments?
Your worship, we did have one resident reach out to register. I'm not sure if she's in attendance. Lena B. There was a possibility that she might be online as well.
Is she online,
Grant?
We're just going to check to see first if Lena, who's registered person, is she online by any chance? Don't see her, and she's not in attendance?
That's me.
Oh, you're Lena?
Yeah, but I didn't intend to speak.
Okay, all right. So,
we
yeah.
can open the floor up then?
Okay, sure. So if you'd like to come forward, and if you could state your name and your address, please. And then we've got up to 5 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Honorable Worship Mayor and members of council. My name is Paulina Karamia. I stand before you as not as a planner or lawyer, but as a homeowner, a neighbor, and a person whose life will be directly impacted by the proposed development at 2220 Stanley Avenue. I live at 5455 Morning Glory Court. My home backs directly onto the site you are discussing this evening. This isn't just a planning file, this is my family's sanctuary. It is where we have built a life, where we care for an elderly family member, and where we expect to be protected by the very laws and processes you were elected to uphold. Why I urge to reject the proposal? The property is too small for the scale. The site is less than 1 acre in size, yet the developer proposes 28 stacked townhouses, 38 parking spaces, pushing to density of 109 units per hectare. It's a 45% increase over what is allowed. This is not compatible with our neighborhood. This is overdevelopment. It breaks the intent of the official plan, which calls the gradual, respectful intensification. Nothing about this proposal is respectful of context. You cannot squeeze a high-density complex into a small residential lot and expect it not to cause harm. This is not the right place for the scale of development. Loss of privacy, light, and peace. The proposed building would be only 2.6 meters from my backyard. The parking lot, a mere 1.3 meters from my fence. No solid wall, no buffer, no trees, just pavement, lights, noise, and strangers looking into my home. The building is a 3-story high residential. On upper floors, we'll have direct sight lines into our backyards and windows. We are losing privacy, not just at ground level, but vertically as well. We also anticipate serious security and safety issues. The proximity of the parking lot raises the risk of trespassing, vandalism, nighttime activity that compromises the security of our homes. Additionally, with only 38 spaces for 28 units, visitor parking will inevitably spill over onto Morning Glory Court, increasing traffic, congestion, and reducing safety for children, seniors who live here. I ask, would anyone accept this beside their home? Would they accept headlights flooding in your living room at night, doors slamming, engines revving, strangers walking feet from your backyard? We are not just losing our privacy, we are losing peace, safety, and the quiet dignity of our home. Environmental infrastructure concerns. My home is lower than the proposed site without a proper drainage plan. Stormwater runoff will flow directly into the yard. My trees, my fence, and my gardens, all at risk. These trees were planted and maintained with care over many years. They are part of our home, our environment, and our heritage. There is no plan to protect them from root damage or soil disturbances during excavation. Furthermore, construction will generate dust, debris, and vibrations that will cross property lines. Without fencing and monitoring, my home will be impacted by airborne pollutants, displaced soil, and potential structural stress. The site borders an active hydro corridor. Where is the clearance plan? Where is the safety review? Has Hydro One improved this project? These are not details. These are critical oversights that put our properties and safety at risk. This is not affordable housing. The units are expected to sell between $540,000 to $600,000. That requires an income of $130,000, 3 times the average income in our city. This development is not solving a housing crisis. It is marketing a real estate investment. Meanwhile, our property taxes increase, but our quality of life declines. Your legal duty to protect residents under the Planning Act, you have a duty to uphold the official plan. Under the Municipal Act, you have the power to regulate nuisances, protect safety, and preserve neighborhood character. You are not required to approve this development. You're required to ensure that growth is balanced, fair, and lawful. We are not against progressive development, but we are against development that disregards the people it affects most. We deserve better. Our neighborhood deserves better. Closing appeal, worship, mayor, and councillors. This is more than just a vote. This is a statement who you stand with. Do you stand with the residents who live here, who pay taxes, who obey your bylaws, and who trust you to protect them? Or do you stand with a developer trying to force an oversized project onto an undersized lot? I ask you to choose fairness over pressure. Choose safety over speed. Choose community over congestion. Let this be the night council showed courage, not just to plan, but to protect. Let this be the night you stand up for the people who live here. Thank you for your leadership, your time, your service, and most of all, your integrity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Karamina. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone else?
Well said.
Folks, we just ask you to maintain decorum. Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Karamina of council? Okay, we're good. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes? Yes, if you can come forward and just state your name and your address, please.
Good evening. My name is Kaved Azadi. I live at 5435 Morning Glory Court. And I understand there's an amendment to increase by 45% the density. Question I have is the property at the corner of Portage and Stanley, land on river, they did a development there. They complied with all the current official plans. And I don't think my tax dollars should subsidize someone who wants to make extra money in circumventing the Planning Act. Also, on Thompson Road, if you look at the plan, that's another, just across the street from that development on Portage and Stanley, there's a vacant 40-lot subdivision unit sitting there, where I'm sure the planning department approved that subdivision, and now it's sitting vacant under bankruptcy issues. The other problem I have is in the town, in the city of Niagara Falls, you've got 3 developments that are sitting vacant. You've got the one on Dairy Queen, the Main and Ferry, big hole sitting there. Chippewa across from Tim Hortons, big hole sitting there. And now Thompson Road, which is 50 meters from my house, that's sitting vacant. And you want to change the official plan to accommodate somebody so that they can put more units on a property that would generate more profit for them. And that's my tax dollars. Everybody here, their tax dollars is going to subsidize that person's, that developer's right, which is not fair, because if you open up your map and you'll see the development, the planner should be aware of that. The intersection of Portage and Stanley, the old Greek Cultural Center, they built an apartment unit there, and they're planning to build another one, which we're okay with, because they're complying with the official plan. Why is it someone can come here and change the official plan, create a high density, 38 units that they're planning to sell, and provide one parking lot per unit, which is never going to work. If you're going to buy that unit, both couples are going to work. They both have to have a car to get to work. Where's the other car? Where are they going to park? So that's why the official plan should stay, because if it stays to the official plan, then the parking allotments match up.
Well, why don't I get some answers, because
Yes.
we often get applications for official plan amendments and zoning amendments.
Yes, and that's correct. And also, you want to grant this person the high density, go from 75 to 109, and yet we who live in that area, there's no provisions for any green space, parkland for any of these kids, right? So is the city prepared to budget some money to buy land, to put a park in that area with all this development going on there? There's not even a park for the kids to go. So with all due respect, I'm not anti-development, but it should be fair for everybody. You can't make special provisions because somebody wants to put an extra 50 units on a lot to make 50 times the money. And why am my tax dollars, paying for him to make extra profit?
So why don't we get you maybe I can go to our planner, or
Yes.
General Manager Planning, Ms. Dolch, and she can help us understand the official plan amendment and the parkland pieces.
Also, the traffic issues. We've got, Morning Glory has over 25 units there. This one is proposed 35, which is 50 meters from that entrance. Across the street is Landon River. They've got about 30 plus another 20 units going in there. That whole interstate, plus Fruit Belt Road, which is where it's industrial, they've got a turn lane to accommodate the vehicles. So all these vehicles are going to be congregating into that street. If this is going to happen, why is there not a turn lane put in? There's more vehicles going into that development than there is into Fruit Belt Road.
So we can find out, with the traffic plan, we can find out the answers
Yes.
to that too.
So I would like to, if it's a chance, to meet with your planner to go over some of my questions on this.
She's
because
going to
how-
answer them right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're going to, yes, so
Thank
we're going to
you.
hang tight, and then
Sure.
we'll ask Ms. Dolch if she can help us get some answers to OP amendment, parkland, traffic.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in terms of the official plan amendment, obviously, anybody can make an application for an official plan amendment. We have to, as planners, assess it based on the merits of the application, the impact, and those kinds of things. In this case, they have increased the density. There are a number of things, though, that they do comply with under the zoning. So, for example, the R1E zone that's currently in place allows a height limit of 10 meters. Beside the properties where all the singles are, that's why they've reduced the height to 9.28, so kind of comply with what kind of height is currently permitted in that section. It does go up to 3 meters, or go up by, 10.98, so an additional 0.98 on height. So we do try to balance the interests of the surrounding community while still trying to look for intensification. And as you know, the province is looking for us to intensify, trying to find housing for a variety of people, not just, obviously single detached, but all different forms of housing. The apartments are something that you know, there are some apartments, but the majority of our household stock is a lot of single detached dwellings in the city of Niagara Falls. So it's diversifying that housing stock, and that's what we're kind of trying to do, or the applicant's trying to do right now. And we just assess it based on the merits of the application, the location, and I think that's why, you know, Mr. Di Bendetti worked with the applicant to try to increase the side yards, or the rear yard, and tried to lower some of the heights with the applicant. And then in terms of traffic, I'll defer that to Mr. Di Bendetti on the details of that.
Parkland?
Parkland. So we do assess parkland, and it's based on the location of our current parkland, whether we decide that we need a park. So in this case, if we decided we needed a park in this area, we could ask for the land on the site. It was determined that it wasn't, so we take cash in lieu of parkland dedication to supplement the parks we currently have, as long as we have enough in the area. And that's something I can pass it over to Mr. Di Bendetti to answer on traffic.
Yeah, just highlight on that. You also said that you're accommodating this developer with regards to the side yard clearance. So you're reducing the side yard clearance. You're giving them high density, exceeding that. All this, from a perspective, it's like we're really accommodating this particular developer, whereas when I drive out of my street and I look across the street, the development there that they did the apartments, they complied with everything, and they got two entrances, one on Stanley and one on Portage. This particular facility only has one entrance in and out, and the original person who had bought this property, that house was there. If this was the long-term plan to build this, that house should have came out, and that would have accommodated everything that they wanted according to the property size. So they sold the property, they severed the land, so they made the money out of the property, on the house, and then they took that money to pay for this. Now my tax dollars is paying him to make more money in circumventing the official plan. He's making an amendment to circumvent the official plan. He's coming to council. Council's going to say, yep, you can do that. And the guy across the street who played by the rules is getting punished for that. And also the developer on Thompson Road, with single family, there's 40 lots there that's sitting vacant. Why is that not getting developed if we're looking at development? So this is my concern.
Yeah. And I understand. I know if you live in the area, I completely understand. But just to be clear, they're not circumventing. This is the planning process in Ontario where they have that right to ask for it. And our planners make decisions based on planning principles, and then council has to make the final decision. But I did want to, I go to Councillor Strange had his hand up. Sorry, he wanted to address this as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the speaker for your concerns. And the one property you were talking about, it's kind of stuck out when you were mentioning Thompson Road. I believe that's the same property that we actually turned down. I don't know if Ms. Dolch would know that or not. And it got overturned by OLT because they have a higher power than us. And that's what happens sometimes. And that had to be about 8 years ago, I believe. And that's 8 years ago, and the restrictions are even more now. You know what I mean? So I don't know if you remember that, Ms. Dolch, or even if you can explain the process to the speaker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Unfortunately, I don't remember that. I wasn't here at the time, but maybe Mr. Di Bendetti knows. But in terms of the process, obviously, the Ontario Land Tribunal, not to say they assess the application. So let's say it is appealed. They do assess the application just like we do. We assess it for the merits of the application, determine impacts, those kinds of things. You know, the provincial mandate right now is to try to provide housing and diversified housing and intensified housing. You know, and that's something that they are encouraging, build more housing at this point. So that's something we consider in a sense, but we want to consider more the impacts to the resident, which I think, you know, the planning staff have done a good job in assessing how it would impact and making sure those, you know, no windows on the one side for privacy, all the things that we do when we introduce a different form of land use. It's still residential, still compatible. It's just not the same as the existing residential in the neighborhood.
So, and this, oh, sorry. My concern is this: if that's a half a hectare, I don't know how big that property is. I'm assuming it's half a hectare. If he complies with the ordinance, half a hectare times, that's points, yeah, times the 75 units per hectare, he's entitled to 30, how many units would he be entitled to?
28, I think.
Is it 0.6 of a hectare? I don't know how big that property is. Like, if he had complied with the code, with the, that's all I'm asking. If he had complied with it, what, how many units would have been in there? I don't know. I'm assuming, like, the Landover property is 2.3 hectares, so he's entitled to 175 units.
Mr. De Benedetti, do you know the answer to that? So right now it's 28 units.
Calculating it in my brain here.
Okay.
Probably around 18 to 20 units.
20 units. Okay. So 20 units, then you would have had twice the parking spots, which is 40, right? Because every unit has to have 2 parking. Because if you're going to sell these, people need to park. Where's all this overflow going? Did anybody ever look at this? That's all I'm saying.
Well, we're gonna, when the applicant comes up, we're gonna get a chance to get more details. Also, I didn't know, Mr. De Benedetti, if you had any information on the traffic study, or if you have any insight into that, how that was done, or who would know that?
Or the Thompson Road.
Yeah. What's that?
The Thompson Road that we turned down. We turned down that development.
Oh, yeah.
Through your worship, remember, Stanley Avenue is a regional road 102, so it's a regional road that they reviewed it also, and they felt that a traffic study was not required based on the traffic counts that were going to be generated. In regards to the parking situation, based on the requirement at 1.4, they're only actually going on to 1.3, so they're actually only reducing 1 spot. And I could bring a point up in that I've been talking with their transportation, and they're going to come back eventually with a reduced standard closer to a 1.1 ratio. So actually, we are actually having 10 visitor spots more than, they're only reducing the 1 spot for the requirement that they're asking for.
Do you recall the Thompson Road project that Councillor Strange was talking about? Do you recall that one?
That was...
We turned it down, it went to OLT, they overturned it.
They overturned
got approved, and then I don't know what happened, financing.
They overturned it, and then it's just, at the moment, it just didn't move. Like, I don't know what happened financially with the group itself, but yeah, you are correct. It was turned down, then it went to OLT, and they reversed that.
Okay. Okay, and then, I'm sorry, Councillor Newsday, you had a question or comment?
I do, thank you. I don't live in that area of town, so what are the bus routes there? Are there buses going in front, or where's the closest bus?
It's about 1 kilometer away. It's at the Churches Lane and Stanley, then going towards Churches Lane.
So that's a fair distance.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Do we have anyone else here other than the applicant who wishes to address? Yep, you can come right around. If you could just state your name and your address, please. And then you've got up to 5 minutes. And we just ask you to try not to repeat what we've already heard. Yeah.
Carmine, my name's Carmine Bianchi, 5455 Morning Glory Court. Mr. Mayor, councilors. I think this project would do very well in the inner city. You know, we're going to bear the brunt of any parking over, you know, people are, you know, with 38 units, you know, anytime somebody has a birthday party or anniversary, or just even on a regular Saturday afternoon when Morning Glory is busy with kids up and down on bicycles, scooters, it's a real neighborhood. And you know what? It's the only neighborhood in that area. Like kids, I remember when I first moved there, it was so far for them to go, they didn't even come to trick or treat on our street. But now we built our own little community. There's so many kids playing all day long, and to have that, cars looking for, because if they can't find parking in that unit, there's nowhere else for them to go. You got to park on a 60-kilometer zone where there's no parking. You got Fruitvale Parkway with big trucks, industry on that street, no parking. You have Morning Glory Court, and that's all you have. So our little community will be inundated with people who may or may not find parking, but they'll definitely come down. They'll traverse our little, you know, the kids playing ball hockey, you know, even cricket. I didn't think I'd ever see the day where we play cricket outside Morning Glory Court, but we do, right? So that's my biggest concern, is the detriment to our little community, in terms of parking. There's so many other things I'd like to talk about, or maybe have already been mentioned, but that's what I think will kind of destroy our little Canadian street. It would do so much better where in an inner city where, the community at large can bear the brunt of all this overfilled parking. They can find little side streets. There's nowhere to go. And we will be the first street to be affected, yeah.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Mewstay has a question.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't live in that area. It's Stanley Avenue. Are there sidewalks on Stanley? When I'm driving, I don't.
Yeah, so there are sidewalks on Stanley Avenue, and they go as far as Morning Glory Court.
So if I came out of this proposed development to catch a bus, can I take a sidewalk all the way to the bus stop?
Well, this proposed development, there is no sidewalk yet, but I imagine that would have to be built if that were the case.
But there is no sidewalk right now?
There's no sidewalk now, but you could sort of walk along the grass, catch the sidewalk from Morning Glory Court, and then you can take that to the lights, cross, and then, people are familiar with like where Allen Sandpit is.
There's a sidewalk there.
You gotta keep walking. It's quite the hike. It's quite the hike to catch a bus. And, nobody in our neighborhood takes a bus. The bus service is inadequate. I mean, we have possibly a handful of routes every day. You miss one bus, well, you might as well call them. You won't be into work for another hour and a half. And that one bus that goes down, forget the little street there, Churches Lane, it's going to take you to, the plaza at Home Hardware, which you'll have to transfer onto another bus to get to the hub if you want to go anywhere. So I think when they try to market these apartments as very affordable, well, what is very affordable? I know my son is looking for a house. He's in his mid-20s, and $300,000 is not even very affordable on one income. So if they're going to be selling these between $500,000 and $700,000, you definitely will need cars. You will need to get out of the house and work unless you're independently wealthy. Then why would you buy there? So I think we'll be affected. Kaveh brought up a good point about parkland. I never really thought about that, but I'm thinking about it now because our kids play on the street. It's a dead end, and with having all these cars coming in and out, it would not only make everybody else's, existence a little bit less than ideal. I think kids, parents, safety of the children, and I'm speaking on behalf of the children that are on our street that are not mine. Mine are old, they're grown up, married, so. I'm just looking out for the community, and I think this development would be better placed somewhere else where the infrastructure, transit, grocery stores, supermarkets, if you want to get in there on one income, you could do it. You could move around, you could buy your groceries, you could find your parking, you could walk to McDonald's, here we're on the periphery, we're on the edge of Niagara on the Lake. It's partly industrial, partly residential rural, and then this smack dab in the middle. It's not aesthetic. You don't see it from the street. You won't see it from the street because it's kind of tucked behind the existing building that's there. So.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Do we have anyone else other than the applicant? Yeah, if you'd like to come step forward. And same thing, if you can state your name, your address, and under 5 minutes, and try not to repeat.
First things first, thanks to all the neighbors at Morning Glory. My name's Rob Brightson. I live at 5475 Morning Glory Court. And I'm not going to bore you guys for a long time because I think just about all the points that I had here today have been hashed over. This project that's going in right behind us, one of my major concerns was a safety concern. Obviously, you put 28 units in there, there's going to be kids. There's absolutely no playgrounds anywhere in the area. Our street is a little bit different. It's a cul-de-sac, dead-end street. It's fine. We have vacant lots. We have lots, there's houses that have been built on that in the last year. Nobody's complained about that. Nobody's opposed to the building of that. So I don't think anybody's opposed to building back there. I don't think we're opposed to putting new housing in there. What we are opposed to is putting in high density, which obviously the major issue is going to be the traffic flow. There's no sidewalks on that street. And I'm not sure if you remember it, but last year when General Brock Freeway was in its upgrade, we had been in contact with the mayor's office over the speed that traffic was traveling along that, because they were rerouting all the traffic along there. You might remember my wife had sent you an email, and you did reply to it, thank you. The speed that people are currently going on there is probably, on average, 70 or 80. It's not a 65 or 70 kilometer zone. So to put kids in that unit where they are is probably gonna be a safety issue. Obviously they're gonna have to do something in that area to slow traffic down, and to put sidewalks in, and to put, some kind of parks or something in there for children to play at, right? Yeah, that's my main concern. I think everybody else has covered everything else I've thought about so far.
Thank you.
But yeah.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you
Okay.
for your time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? If you can state your name and your address, please.
Good evening, Member Mahars. My name is Hayat Latif. I live at 5465 Morning Glory Court. I'm a developer, and I've been a developer for over 36 years. And I've done about 10 projects in Niagara Falls. Currently, I'm doing one in Fort Erie, and I've always complied with rules, regulations, and bylaws and parking requirements. I'm not a rich developer because I believe in affordable housing, which I've developed some of the houses on Morning Glory Court, and I've sold it to Mr. Wrightson, who can vouch for me, for very reasonable prices. He owns a 3,000 square foot home that he paid $750,000 or $760,000 for. So this project, I can say that it's nothing but being greedy because of the size of the land and the price that was paid for the land. I mean, I got nothing against this project being developed, but the way they're going about it is very awful because they know there's no other parking. They know that we live, I mean, the only reason I live on that street is because of my children, because I got little kids and they go out on their bikes and they play, and I ride a motorcycle myself, which is, also a safety issue, because this is going to jeopardize our safety, because all these people, their visitors, their residents are going to come looking for parking on our street and park on our street. As it is, we already have a problem, because if two of the houses on our street have a weekend barbecue or something, we have no parking on the street as it is for ourselves and our guests, because every house has 2 to 3 cars, and in the driveways they can only fit 2 cars. So we have to use whatever street parking that we have, and as it is, we don't have enough. And Mr. Rice can vouch for me that last year, because of the amount of cars being parked on our street, my wife was coming out of the house and the driveway and she got into an accident. And that's because of 2 cars being parked on each side of the street, which kind of, we cannot access our own driveway or being able to go in and out. So, and I practice what I preach. So today, here's the current development that I'm working on, and members of the council can look at this. And I offer for this project 1.5 times the parking. I got a 6-unit building going here, which I'm currently working with, and with Upper Canada consultants that have done the site plan and the servicing plans. So, they can build this, but the number of units that they're proposing and the number of parking that they're proposing is not enough, not adequate, because this is going to jeopardize our safety, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, is there anybody else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Oh, one more, okay.
The whole street wanted to come, but people were waiting late. They couldn't get here till 7 or 8.
Hi, Council. I'm Ed Marinelli. I live at 5495 Morning Glory Court. And this, like everything, everybody said, everything about parking and safety, that's all real. What can I say? If I had to vote right now, yes or no, I'd vote no. But I'm pretty sure this is going to go through, but it's not right. This building does not fit on this land. There's no way it should be built at this size anyways. There's 28 units, there's 38 bedrooms. 38 bedrooms and 38 parking spots. I don't know how many people have houses here, and you have married, how many kids you have into one unit, it just doesn't fit. All right? And again, everything that everybody else said, it's all I wanted to add. And Mrs. Councillor Morocco talked about the homeless. They asked about affordable housing. Said low income's going in there. They're starting at $500,000 for one bedroom apartment. That's what they're offering. Think about that. $500,000 for one bedroom apartment in Niagara Falls and one parking spot. I'll leave you with that.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Anybody else other than the applicant? Okay, looks like we've gone through everybody. Council is now going to hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. Before I get to my prepared remarks, I was the lawyer on the Thompson Road project,
okay.
so I can answer all your questions.
Okay.
I did not attend the public meeting. I was parachuted in after the fact for the OMB hearing at the time. The room was full at that time. Similar situation where there was no contradictory evidence against the applicant's planning justification report, parking study, traffic study, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Council denied the application. What happened from there is we had a 2-day hearing. You hired Aaron Burles. Aaron Burles had to find a planner to try and justify your decision. They found a planner that I've never heard of. I had a lot of fun in cross-examination. Every single issue you've heard tonight was dealt with in that hearing. So if this ever goes to another royalty hearing, I have a precedent already in the neighborhood that dealt with issues of sidewalks, parks, safety, and we had expert evidence on every single point that's been raised tonight. Okay, so there was mention about.
Can you introduce yourself? Sorry.
I'm afraid to.
Yeah, well, in your interest.
Rocky Vaca, appearing on behalf of the applicant from Sullivan Manny. So there was, and the first speaker, all speakers were very eloquent. First speaker, very eloquent. I applaud your efforts this evening. That was very good. You mentioned courage, and I've said this before in front of this council. You're not here to have courage for the neighborhood. You're not here to have courage for the developers. When it comes to planning matters, you are the judge and jury. The province has given you that responsibility. Just like any judge and jury, you have to base your decision on evidence, not on emotions. So in this case, there's been, and I'll go through them, there's been 7 studies submitted to the city in support of the application. Every single study that was asked for by the region or the city was submitted. Every single study was accepted by your various departments, traffic, engineering, et cetera. So there was no questioning any of the studies submitted. So going back to the judge and jury comment, when you don't do your job as a judge and jury, and when I say you don't do your job I mean you don't base your decision on evidence. And the evidence you have to base it on is land use planning principles. Nothing more, nothing less. And we've given you support for all those principles. Your planning staff has reviewed it, and your planning staff has accepted it. So going back to Thompson Road, 2-day hearing, all those issues were dealt with. City lost badly, to the point where I was asked whether I was going to ask for costs by the OMB. My client chose not to. I foresee the same thing happening here. And I know your costs for that hearing were over $100,000 at that time. So when you talk about spending money to support neighbors, keep in mind that you're spending money that belongs to every other taxpayer in the city when you do that. Okay, going to my prepared comments. First off, we've read the staff report and we accept all of the recommendations. Again, it's noted that every single city department supported the application and had no concerns or objections to the development. Numerous expert studies have been completed, have been accepted, which support the development, including a planning justification report, a land use compatibility study, a noise impact study, archaeological assessment, tree inventory and preservation plan, functional servicing report, and a parking study. Now, it's acknowledged that it's always a challenge when dealing with an infill development in a mature neighborhood. But I submit to you, this infill development has a number of favorable factors in achieving compatibility. First, it abuts residential dwellings only on one side, on the south side. Secondly, it's located on an arterial road. Thirdly, the building has been situated along the hydro corridor as far as possible from the existing residences. And had the applicant not done that, a lot of these variances we're talking about would go away. So a lot of those variances are as a result of the fact that we're trying to tuck the property into a corner against the hydro corridor. If it was situated in the middle of the site or closer to the residences, a lot of these variances wouldn't exist. The majority of shadow impacts will fall on the hydro corridor lands. And in terms of privacy and overlook, my understanding is there's no balconies or windows on the walls nearest to the existing residences. Also, it's noted my client did make changes to the original proposal to try and appease the neighborhood residents who attended the open house. And the changes were by increasing the setback from 55-45 Morning Glory Court and stepping down the height from 3 stories to 2 stories at the ends of the building. And that's a costly construction move to drop down the height. So that was done to try and appease the neighbors. In terms of economic benefits and other benefits to the city, the development will result in 28 units being added to the city's housing supply, with 20 units being 1-bedrooms, of which 18 units will meet the definition of attainable. Not our definition, province's definition. The total development charges for the project at current rates will be over $958,000 between the city and the region. And expected property taxes at current rates, assuming a conservative assessment of $5 million for the building, would be over $150,000 per year. Now, much has been said recently about projects being approved but not being built. This is not the case here. This developer has a history of getting projects approved and built. His projects are bite-sized projects. So, you know, we seem to have a lot of people trying to go for grand slam, home runs. It's combining a whole bunch of singles, which is going to add to the housing supply. And I suggest to you, this is a bite-sized project, which will happen. And other bite-sized projects this developer has done is a 26-unit building at 35 Southworth Street in Welland, which is currently being built as rentals. 4261 4th Avenue, Niagara Falls, 100 stacked units, site plan approved in 9 months and built in 18 months. 6591 Montrose Road, 26 stacked units, site plan approved in 10 months and built in 14 months. 405 Merritt Street, St. Catharines, conversion of a church to 15 condo units, site plan approved in 12 months and built in 14 months. So we have no concerns with your requirement that the sunset clause that you're relying on, which gives the developer 3 years. I've given you a list of projects where he more than complied with that requirement. In conclusion, we're asking that you approve the recommendations before you this evening. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So a couple, Mr. Vaca, that did come up, and I didn't know if you were able to address. One was parkland. Any insight into that?
Well, that was dealt with on the Thompson Road hearing. So your Parks Department has a parkland strategy or study that they rely on. And evidence was given at that hearing when I subpoenaed your planner that based on their inventory of parks in that area and that study, that there was no requirement for any additional parks. Therefore, you took cash in lieu, which is what you're proposing to take in this case. And some of the neighbors at that hearing appeared as participants, and they were pushing for a park on the Thompson Road site because obviously it would probably kill the entire project. The board member did not accept that recommendation based on the city's evidence that their parkland strategy did not require any parks in that area.
Okay, thank you. It was also mentioned by one of the speakers about along the east side, there about no walls or fence, or it seemed separation, so I don't know if there were some plans to do some, some kind of separation there through site plan?
Yeah, there will be privacy board fencing through site plan. That's mandatory.
Okay, so that will be part of the site plan?
Yeah.
Okay. Those are my questions from some of the speakers. Are there any questions of council for Mr. Vaca? Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And when the other gentleman came up and started talking about Thompson Road, I'm like, I guaranteed that we turned that down, and I remember it. And then you come up and you were a lawyer for it. This is very similar and even stricter now through the provincial policies. If we turn something down and it's something that's planning staff has recommended, in maybe we can get our solicitor or our planner to maybe talk to that about if we did turn this down in your kind of general decision, would you think it would get turned back, or what would happen, and what is the process of it? We have to find a planner that will actually have on our side. And you heard about the amount of money, which was 5 years ago, which was over $100,000, which taxpayers would have to pay. In your what do you think the amount of money would be to decide this fate?
So maybe go to Ms. Pinarty, our solicitor, with some insight.
Thank you. Through the chair, a few questions there. So the Ontario Land Tribunal, the jurisdiction of the Ontario Land Tribunal is to apply the same planning principles under the Planning Act and related policies that the planners have put forward before council. So it's a very similar and limited jurisdiction. And if the proposal complies with all of those policies and that legislation, then it is also passed by the OLT or decided on as an appropriate outcome, which means that if the city goes forward to the OLT with a position that is inconsistent with the planning principles, it is very likely, if in all cases, that the city would lose at the OLT. And now, since that previous time, legislation has changed so that an unsuccessful party at the OLT is sanctioned even more severely than it used to before. So an unsuccessful party, a party that appears before the OLT taking a position inconsistent with planning principles, is potentially responsible for all of the costs of the opposing party in addition to their own. And those costs will include lawyers' fees and experts' fees. Your second question was about the likelihood of finding a planner who can support a position that is inconsistent with planning principles. Planners are a bit like scientists. There's only so much wiggle room that they have in terms of supporting a position with respect to the principles. A planner who deviates significantly from planning principles can be successfully cross-examined, and their evidence can be easily discounted at a hearing, again leading to a lack of success at the OLT. Your third question about the amount of fees, if it was about 100,000 or more 5 years ago, it could easily be at least 3 times that, if not more, now with current rates for legal fees and planning fees.
So for a 2-day, it could be up to close to what you're saying is $300,000.
We would estimate something like that depending on how lengthy the hearing gets. And when it gets to a certain stage, there's no turning back because the OLT will ensure that they hear all the evidence and that the experts and the lawyers will dedicate the time and charge the fees needed to deal with the matter.
Okay, thank you. So I'm thinking, how can we, has the developer done everything possible in their way, fencing? I know he went from the 3 stories to the 2 stories. Is there any way, sidewalk, whatever, to make some kind of happiness towards, I know they're not going to be happy, but to justify having something and gone to the actual limit to help these neighbors, which they're obviously going to be upset about if we make this decision. But is there any way we can alleviate their pain by having a 9-foot fence or something where they say, we would love that, or have them part of the process, the site plan process?
I think my client would have no issue having them part of the site plan process. Privacy fencing will be part of that process. Beyond that, I mean, there really is nothing more my client can do. He went back to the drawing board after the open house. And quite frankly, the concession of reducing the ends of the building to 2 stories is a
with
big
with no windows too,
is
right?
a big concession.
Yeah.
Even construction cost wise, that's a very big construction. You're basically re-engineering the entire building when you start doing step downs and all that. So yeah, I mean, neighbors are more than welcome to be involved in the site plan process. There will be privacy fencing. There were issues about drainage, about lighting. That's all dealt with through the site plan process, and I'm sure your planning director is
and
quite
confident. Which your neighbors can be involved in.
If you wish them to be involved, then we have no issue with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Baldwin out.
Through you, sir. Thanks, Rocky, for the. Has the developer ever considered instead of having, I'm not a developer. Yeah. Is each one of those units is a separate block with each window? Is it this exact on this picture? I'm not sure. On a development, it looks like I counted 38. So 38 units, you said?
No, 28 units.
28. Have they ever considered, doubling up or cutting the units in half, like having 2 stories and making it, instead of 28 units, you really have 14, but the same volume. Then you'd have access to more parking. I'm sure the places would be a little more expensive, but it would reduce the population. A lot of the complaints about parking, you'd have ample parking. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not a planner.
I'll call up the planner, Ethan Leman, but I mean, my experience doing this for a long time is you start reducing the number of units, you're making the project on the verge of being not feasible to do anymore. So that's a big problem with doing that. I don't know if you have any comments on that you can address, Mr. Baldwin-Elise.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting you to reduce the volume or the size of the building, just make the units bigger.
Yeah, but you're reducing the number of units, and
well,
when you go
increasing the cost though.
Yeah, but when you go for financing, it's done on a per unit basis. You start reducing units now. Instead of you getting 18 attainable units, you're going to get probably nothing if we have to reduce the number of units. I don't know how we could possibly cut down the number of units and still give you attainable units, but.
Yeah, certainly through you, Mr. Mayor, to the question. That's certainly the result. So our client's looking at offering these units at a certain price point, which fits within the affordable or the attainable income bracket. And so by increasing the unit sizes, they essentially lose that ability to offer the units at that price point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of council or any other comments? Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Weka.
We had just recently received email, actually today, an email that asked the parking that's facing towards the existing housing, can we make it only head-on parking so exhaust doesn't go in someone's backyard when they're sitting in their backyard? Is it possible to do something like that?
Through the mayor to the question, I did see that comment come in. My opinion is that that might be a little bit impractical to implement. However, I would mention that there's a 1.3 meter buffer between the parking spaces in those properties, as well as there's fencing that's proposed as part of the site plan. And then typically through the site plan, we'd provide plantings or hedges or something of that nature. And so those factors would certainly help to mitigate any exhaust impacts from the development onto the adjacent properties.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Is there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Newesteg.
Thank you. And this question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch. So I'm listening to this proposal and knowing where that area is, to me, it's out in the middle of nowhere. And I hear the residents talk about the parking, and yes, people do drive cars. We will end up with 2 cars per unit. There's just not enough parking. There's no other place for parking to go there. How do we justify that through this? And I know we're stuck. If we don't plan it, it's going to cost the taxpayers money. So I'm really in a quandary here because common sense tells me we need parking. Like there's nowhere else to go out there. It's a road. There's no auxiliary parking anywhere. How does the planning principles allow that and be considered good planning?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'll start, and maybe Mr. Nickel can speak as well about the parking strategy that was underway at the city. But our parking requirements 1.4 spaces per unit. That's been historic for quite some time here in the city, and there hasn't been an issue in terms of parking demand or issues when you have developments occurring. The reduction of just 1 space, I don't see a big impact there for 1 space, and the requirement of 1.4 being in place for so long, obviously we didn't have a more robust transit system, anything like that. And now we're in a position now where we do have some of those tools in our tool belt. So I think now at this time of in 2025, we do have that ability. And again, we're only reducing by 1 space. In addition, Municipal Works has done a parking study and determined what's actually appropriate for a parking ratio in the city. And then they're looking at that now and finalizing that work, but it's even less than what we imagine at 1.4. It's coming out at about 1.1, and I don't know if Mr. Nickel wants to speak any further on that.
And I do understand that, through you, Mr. Mayor, when we're in a more intense, like you're on a city street, we've approved them right around here. I understand that they're walking distance, but when I think of this location, in my mind, it's way out there. Like it's like industrial land in a sense. It's a busy road. Stanley Avenue is busy, and people are going to have more than 1 car. I just don't know where the extra parking is going to end up.
Okay, Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, I think that the trend in the industry is to recognize that developers know their business and they're selling a product and people are buying into a development. So they're buying something that they know comes with a certain limited amount of parking. If it's 1 space per unit and every 10 spaces gets 4 visitor units, that's usually the 1.4. That's how we had based our numbers previously. It's coming down in the future bylaw, likely to around 1.25, and then with reductions if you're near transit, if you provide cycling facilities and those sort of things. We know that land is scarce for everything, so providing land for parking isn't the best use of property. So the developers have done, their consultants have done a study on similar properties, and they actually went and physically surveyed weekday, weekend sample sites with similar characteristics and said, this is the actual amount of parking. So you might require 20 plus spaces, but actually only 15 or 18 of those are being used. Certainly they're not planning for peak demand, but we don't even ask shopping malls to plan for Christmas, right? Because it's overkill and it doesn't reflect a real actual need. So in this case, we would support it because it is 1 space, and the trend in the industry is to have the applications recognize that they're selling a product to a customer, and so it's their customers who are going to be affected by the availability or inavailability of parking, which means the customers may only own one car. And if you own 2 or 3 cars, you may choose not to purchase the property.
Okay. All right. So I do understand what the residents are saying, and I tend to agree. However, I'm going to defer. You are the experts who are telling us through studies what really makes sense. So I'm going to rely on the experts here, and hopefully we aren't disappointed and we don't have issues down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's any, yes, Councillor Patel?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I understand that the development will have 1.4 per parking per unit, and I do understand the people, when they're purchasing the property, they will know how much parking is available. But my concern is the neighborhood that's complaining about the overflow parking. Is there anything we can do on the street, on the court? You know how I've seen it certain neighborhoods in the city where they're only allowed to park by permit, or if we can work something out, they're only locals allowed to park on that crescent. Is there some kind of mitigation we can work on our part as a city?
Yeah,
Thank
through
you.
the mayor, assuming you'd like me to answer that, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that is something that we have elsewhere in the city where it's residential permit parking on street. We can definitely look at that. Regional roads do not offer parking, so there'll be no parking on Stanley Avenue. And on Morning Glory Court, if I would suggest if there becomes a problem, we generally would work off a petition or off of a consensus. So when the majority of the residents would like to restrict parking and then have a permit system, that is something that we could move forward with, but we'd require some action from the residents ahead of time, because it also impacts their visitors too. Right? Their visitors won't be able to park there because it will be no parking except for permit parking. So that means they have to swap cars and let their visitors park in their driveways and things. So there are some trade-offs about doing that alternative.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nichols. I think residents are sitting here, that if this development goes through, they know they can bring up the petition to just ask for parking with permit to protect their neighborhood, so outside cars are not coming in. You're protecting your street and kids playing on the street. And also there was a concern about no speeding signs on the Stanley. So is that something we can ask the region to implement those speeding signs so people are not speeding? That's another concern they have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of council for the applicant? Okay. All right, so I think we're good. We've got our questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you know, the part of the planning meeting already happened where the public had their chance to ask the questions, and now it was the applicant, now it comes to council. So that part is finished, but I appreciate the effort. Everybody put a lot of effort into this, being here tonight. Thank you for that. So this is the point when we close the public meeting regarding the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. And now we go to council and we ask what direction. There's 2 recommendations from our staff. And the recommendations are that we move forward with this proposal. However, that there be a sunset clause, and if it doesn't get built within 3 years, it loses its zoning amendments. Councillor Strange?
Mr. Mayor, I'll approve the recommendations, but I'd really like the neighbors to be involved in part of the site plan process, if that's okay, and if there's anything that the developer can do different to help them out, and they can do, hopefully.
Okay, so there's a motion by Councillor Strange to approve the recommendations. However, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski, that the residents be allowed to be part of the site plan process, and that involves things like fencing, shrubbery, separation, landscaping, things that'll help in the neighborhood. So we've got a motion, we've got seconded. Now comments to the motion. I've got Councillor Lococo and then U.S. Stagg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As all of the residents were speaking, I was jotting down some notes before Mr. Vaca came up. So I just want to read them. Meeting after meeting, I feel like I don't like the position that council is in. Our planning staff make recommendations based on provincial policy. Provincial policy reduces parking, increases density, and we have to make the decision. It's really not our decision. We are supposed to take care of our residents, but we can't because of the provincial policy. Now we're aware about the OLT issue, and we heard Mr. Vaca explain it very well. How can we manage our expectations with our residents when we don't have control over development anymore?
I agree. Councillor Dabrowski.
And actually, I want to add to that. I'm sitting here very frustrated understanding why am I even here, because and it came up last meeting we had a vote on something. We were told if we voted a different way it was going to cost $500,000 because it's going to go to the OLT and it's going to go there. I'm sitting here listening to these residents, and I agree with what, and knowing where that area is, the parking, I hear the experts tell us something, but common sense is still telling me something different. I'm hearing what they're saying, and this is their where they live and the enjoyment. I understand we have density and all the rest of it, but there are other places we can do it. Parking, and during the election when I was campaigning, I was in those areas where parking had been approved at this one. People had cars on their front lawn because there was not enough area. Cars were on either side of the road where they probably shouldn't have been parking, and kids could not be seen, and it disturbed me at that point. So I know we're being forced to agree to it because it's going to cost taxpayers money, but I'm very confused as to if it's just going to get done at the OLT, why are we here? Because we can't represent them. So I totally agree with Councillor Lococo. If we're here to represent the people and we can't, I'm confused.
That's the dilemma that we're in right now, folks. It's frustrating because at the end of the day, the decision is going to go to the OLT, and we've done it in your neighborhood already once, and it cost taxpayers an awful lot of money, and we lost. So I mean, it's sitting empty right now, but you know.
Then can I add one more thing besides site plan? If we can look at parking solutions as well, so it's not going to impede their area as well.
So it will go to the mover. Sure. That's a friendly amendment, and the seconder added to parking solutions. Okay. So we've got the yes, Councillor Patel.
Yeah, something else to it too, because Mr. Mayor, that I think public transportation goes up to Churches Lane, to maybe even region to look into the future expansion if they can expand that way for the
bus,
public transportation for bus.
Yeah. Yep.
And perhaps look at sidewalks. We're going to have people who are moving into this place start walking on Stanley Avenue, and it's very fast. I don't want to hear that somebody gets killed by a car because of this.
So we'll go back to the mover again?
Yes.
Okay, pardon me?
Those are requests to region.
Right. Yeah. And these are all requests of the region, exactly, that we expand regional transit to go to the subdivision, that sidewalks on the regional road be expanded to the subdivision, and that parking strategy, that's the city, be dealt with, and members of the neighborhood be allowed to be part of the site plan process with the development. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, folks. We wish we had a better outcome for you. We try to buffer it as much as we can with the power that we have. I appreciate your time. I know you're busy. Thank you very much for being here tonight.
Can we appeal this decision?
Can they appeal the decision? I don't know. Ms. Gulch, that's a good question.
Thank you, Worship. With the changes in the Planning Act, the third-party appeals, unless you're a specified person, are not permitted.
So it's not. So apparently it's not, as we understand. No. It's the provincial and the federal government. They're putting these requirements on us.
This should be a zoning amendment. Okay, what you guys.
Well, you know what? The public meeting's over now, so this isn't the time for this. No, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
But what you're doing is you're approving their site plan already.
Sir, you're a developer in town. You're a developer in town. You know the rules. Let's follow. We want to follow along with the rules, okay? You had your chance to speak, sir. All right, we're going to move next item on the agenda, Mr. Clerk, please. Sir, that's enough, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, please introduce the next item on the agenda. Thank you.
We pay your salaries. Every penny.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to develop a 10-story, 112-unit apartment building at 8055 8065 McLeod Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on April 25th, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment and bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and/or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted. Anyone who would like notice of the passing of the OP in the zoning bylaw amendment, or would like to preserve their opportunity to appeal to the OLT, please leave your name on the sign-in sheets that are located outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll ask Mr. De Benedetti, our planner 2, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed amendments.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. We're here to discuss official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2024-028. The applicant is Niagara Falls non-housing profit. The agent is Max Fedishak from NPG Planning Solutions. And the proposal is to increase the permitted height allowed for a 10-story, 112-unit apartment building in the official plan. They rezone the subject lands to a residential R5F density and environmental protection zone with site-specific regulations. And this is located at 80, 55, and 65 McLeod Road. Now again, this gives us a neighborhood view, an overall perspective of this location. Again, this is Niagara Square, Costco. This is the Rona building there. There's a commercial plaza here. We also have a commercial plaza in this location. We do have townhomes, apartment building, and townhomes in this location, and school being constructed in this location. And again, this gives us a close-up view with the apartment building over here, townhome development there, and also on this side. Background information. The subject property is designated residential in part and environmental protection area in part. The EPA area is in the back part and the residential is in the front part. The proposal is currently zoned TRM in accordance with 79-200. The applicant is seeking an official plan amendment to establish a special policy area that would increase the permitted height from 6 stories to 10 stories. Additionally, the applicant seeks to rezone the proposal to a site-specific R5F density for the development of the 10-story, 112-unit apartment building. And also, we're going to add the environmental protection area in the rear portion, where currently we don't even have a zone there because it's under the TRM. So actually, we're adding a protection area that it's not currently there. The official plan amendment. Again, the official plan amendment is to increase the maximum height from 6 stories to 10 stories. The new apartment building with the increased height represent an efficient use of service urban land, as both transportation and municipal infrastructure have adequate capacity to accommodate the proposal. The proposal development is located entirely outside the PSW. No habitat or endangered or threatened species were discovered outside the PSW. The PSW and significant woodlot will not be negatively impacted through the establishment of the 15-meter buffer zone. The proposal will provide 74 one-bedroom units that are below the attainable rate of $1,150 a month in accordance with our Niagara Falls housing strategy. The zoning bylaw amendment. Again, the current zone is a TRM zone. The applicant proposes to rezone the subject property to a site-specific R5F and an EPA area in the back portion. The rezoning includes relief from various requirements such as increase in height, reduction of the parking for each dwelling unit, reduction of landscape open space, and reduction of an amenity area for the apartment building. To deal with specifically with the requested zoning relief, we're increasing the height from 28 meters to 38.7. There's going to be a reduction of parking from 157 to 129. So our standard is going down from 1.4 to 1.15. The reduction of required landscape from 55 to 46.3 just for the zone. And the reduction of the minimum amenity area from 20 square meters to 18.9, a minor departure. So these are the concept elevation plans, what's being proposed. Again, we're having the balconies with this type of development. This gives you an angle view of it from a northeast perspective and another angle perspective. There's also going to be a future severing. So once the zoning becomes in place, they're going to be severing off part 1 from part 2. And there's also going to be access, a shared access easement, which will allow access for both properties and further access to come off of McLeod Road. An open house meeting was held on February 24th. There was 5 board members from the City of Niagara Falls nonprofit organization and member from the Niagara region. The agent and 2 members of the public were in attendance. Also, there was an email that was received by the member of the public. The residents' concerns dealt with soil, site conditions, construction impacts of the adjacent building, traffic and parking, natural heritage, and affordable housing. So here's our comment and response. Site and soil conditions. Is it suitable for the proposal? A preliminary soil assessment was included as part of the EIS, which included as part of this application. Much of the study area contains highly disturbed lands and soils that are compacted with gravel. A geotech study will be required as part of the building permit application to further investigate the soils. With the wetland designation, is the soil suitable for development? The wetland designation is limited to the north portion of the site. The apartment building and related site development is located outside the wetland area. Both the Niagara region and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation reviewed it. They visited the site with the owner's ecological consultant and confirmed the location of the wetland. And again, that's on the north part. Were the lands previously used as landfill? The lands were not previously used as landfill. Earth material from the winding of the Chippewa Hydro Canal approximately in 1934 were reportedly imported on the vicinity of the subject lands. Engineering fill and materials will be on site if required. Construction impacts of adjacent buildings. Will the construction apartment building lead to issues for the adjacent 6-story apartment building? The adjacent apartment building in question is also owned by the owner of the subject lands. It is in their interest to ensure that the construction of the subject lands do not impact their adjacent property. A pre-construction survey will be completed on adjacent buildings to identify any pre-existing issues, servicing a baseline for comparison after the construction to determine if any damage has occurred. Traffic and parking. Concern with traffic impact on McLeod Road. The city's transportation service did not request a traffic impact study due to the number of trips that will be generated by the development. A 112-unit apartment is expected to generate less than 50 new bi-directional trips in a peak hour. Based on the trip distribution estimates from other traffic studies done in the area, the most inbound traffic would generate from the east, coming from the QEW and the commercial area, and therefore drivers would make a right-hand turn, vice versa, going outbound. Is it preferred if the parking area and the driver pools are connected development to the east? The driveway north of the existing apartment building has been planned to have a connection to the west to propose a development site. This will provide tenants of both properties and additional access to McLeod Road. So basically, we're going to have the easement as part of that future severance. Why do the site have 3 EV charging spaces? The number of EV charging spaces shown is conceptual at this time and can be changed based on final design. And are there enough accessible parking spaces? 6 accessible parking spaces are shown on the site plan, which exceeds the city requirements. This is also a conceptual at this time, and a minimum of 5 is required. Natural heritage. Concern with the removal of trees and on-site displacement of animals. An environmental impact study and tree savings plan were submitted for review with the OPA and ZBA application. To staff in the Niagara region and Niagara Peninsula Conservation reviewed and provided comments to the city, offering no objection to the findings. The Ministry of Conservation and Parks staff also provided comments regarding removal of trees within specific timing windows so as to limit the disturbance during active bat season and that the mitigation measures are followed. And then our last point that was brought up at the open house was a concern development of creating segregation for affordable housing units. And the development is proposed to contain a mix rental rates and unit sizes resulting of a variety of tenants. So that segregation will not be shown based on the mixed rental rates. Planning analysis. The proposed development conforms with the provincial, regional, and city policies as it would contribute to the minimum intensification target of 50% in the built-up area and provides intensification where service. The proposal will help diversify the housing supply within the urban area, minimizing land consumption. It will also provide the efficient use of existing municipal infrastructure and services through the recommended regulations designated to regulate the proposal for the 10-story, 112-unit apartment building. The proposed development also contribute to the city's supply of attainable housing by providing affordable units for individual families with low to moderate incomes. It would also support a more diverse mixing housing within the neighborhood and helping to meet the community's growing various needs. Finally, recommendation that the council approve the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to increase the permitted height and rezone the subject lands for the development of a 10-story, 112-unit apartment building, subject to the regulations in the report PBD 2025-32.
Thank you, Mr. De Benedetti. Are there any questions of council? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. De Benedetti. I noticed that there's 5% parkland cash in lieu of. It says it doesn't meet the standards. Is that because of the 50-unit low to moderate ratio to 62 moderate to high? Is that why they don't meet it?
Based on...
In the report, it says that there's 5% parkland cash in lieu, that it does not meet the provincial bulletin.
Yes.
So I'm assuming it's because of the ratio of the number of units that are low to moderate and the number of
Yes.
units that are moderate?
Yes.
That's correct? Okay. And what would have been the ratio?
That I don't have the number offhand.
Is it 50-50?
I could get back to you. I don't have that number.
Okay, because there was 50 units low to moderate and then 62 moderate to high, so there wasn't much of a difference. Okay, thank you. I know it's the residents talked about traffic concerns. Does this, and there wasn't a traffic study, does this take into consideration all of the other developments around McLeod Road and the number of trips around that area?
Through your worship, through council, they did do the traffic study, and they stated that most of the traffic would be coming from a right hand, not doing the left-hand turn. So, and as a result, that the number as mentioned was 50 bilateral traffic. Let me just bring that up. The percentage basically didn't warrant more of a study based on what they found.
Through the mayor, it's interesting because we keep on approving developments on McLeod Road, and I don't know, are those numbers included in what you're doing? You're looking at the numbers for this one, but then there's also going to be a bunch of other developments as well, and that's going to be, I know that's just the trips within that development, but there's going to be a lot more traffic in the developments that we've already approved.
I'm going to go to Ms. Dolch, maybe get some insight.
Thank you, Your Worship. So when they do a traffic study, they look at all the background data, the existing, as well as what's proposed and what's been approved. They do look at the future conditions, so both existing and future condition of that roadway. So anything that's been approved, they do account for and consider in their traffic
Good,
studies.
thank you. I know this is a nonprofit and it's a great development, but I did have a couple of questions. The other one, in the staff report, it talked about that there were 379,000 of fees waived because they're a nonprofit, and then development charges of 917,000. I just want to confirm the 917,000 in development charges are due to provincial regulations. It's not something that the city decided to waive those. Can someone?
Who would answer that? Yep, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you. In terms of the development charges, yes, the development charges are the DC development charges from the regional level, or from the provincial level, and the remainder of the exemptions were council driven.
Okay, great. It was the way I read it in the report. First, I thought it was all city, but it did say provincial. But I just wanted to confirm that, and I have a couple comments later on once we're finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. De Benedetti? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you, sir. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered?
No, Your Worship, no one registered that's in attendance.
Okay. So is there anyone that would like to speak? Yes?
Mr. Mayor, I did not register. I was not aware about.
That's fine. You can come forward. If you want to come to the podium and state your name and address, and you have up to 5 minutes to state your points.
Good evening. My name is Ursula Hudson. I live at 8065. I don't even know what to say because I wasn't aware that this was going to be happening, and I didn't have any of the background work, etc. Although I did attend the meeting in February, the open house, and I had several questions which Mr. De Benedetti has answered. As 8065 is a seniors building, it's 35 years old, and there are concerns with the property next door. Now, they refer to this as a woodlot, and they refer to the fact that, yes, all those trees can be cut down and we won't worry about the animals and all the rest of the stuff, and the Environmental Protection Association has signed off on this. But when you look at the map that they had on there, the bottom part on McLeod Road is where the bushy part, the trees are, and that is where they want to build. The stuff up at the north end, which is up by the park there, that is classified as protected. And it is dry, it is open land, it is what have you. So we're all rather confused as to how come this bushy stuff is not protected, okay? And, you know, I know this is a real estate investment, and Lord knows we need more units and all the rest of this stuff, but the people that have been living in that apartment, as I said, it was built in 1991, so it's 35 years old. What a senior needed back then, 35 years ago, and what a senior needs now, and how they live and how much room they need, etc., is quite a bit different. We get from our superintendent and the property management, it's not your business, don't concern yourselves, don't this, that, or anything. However, it is our home. They may own the building, but inside the apartment doors, it's our home. And when we look out our building, out our windows, I look at the back, so I look out onto the trees. The trees that are there, they have all uprooted. You can't walk back there safely. The walkway in the front has all raised and is not even for safety, etc. So if this ground has moved that much, what's going to happen to that ground when they start bringing excavators in and start cutting down the trees and all the rest of this stuff? I realize it needs to be done, and yes, a 6-story would be okay, 10, well, if you have to, but a 10-story is going to have a whole lot more weight on a smaller square than if it was a row of townhouses. And as I said, the ground has moved, there's difficulties there, etc. The other thing that was mentioned in the slides, they have changed it from 157 parking spots to 129. That means 28 parking spots have been lost. That means you figure that because there's going to be seniors in there, they're not going to have a car. There could be 2 people to an apartment. You could have 112 apartments, and you can have 224 people, and 224 people could have cars. Where are they going to put them? The same problem as the other place. The traffic in that area, yes, it would be great. This new concept has got 2 lanes coming in. The apartment is in the middle, parking is at the north end, and there's a roadway, pathway that goes over into our complex. So we would have a choice of using those 2 lanes. But right now, we only have a choice of 1, which is great, because when a fire truck comes in, there kind of blocks off everything, and nobody from the townhouses or anything can get out. However, we are very, very close to, what is it, Pin Oak, or whatever it is. Yeah, sorry. I'm not from Niagara Falls originally. So, again, the flow of traffic, the parking, how are they going to do this, etc. And I think that was my buzzer, so I don't know.
Just means wrap it up.
Yeah. Basically, yeah, I just, we were concerned about the wetlands. We don't understand it. I also noticed on the attachment that was on here, the PDF, it said that if the owner has seven plus tenants to post this. Nothing has been posted at our building. Nobody knew about this. I tripped across this last week when I called planning for something else. So that's it.
Maybe I can get you a couple answers. So I'm going to go to our general manager of planning, at least regarding the, as you referred to it, the bushy stuff. On the south part, the wetland area, and maybe we can just address that, because I know that you were asking about where the footprint of the building was, and maybe we'll go to Ms. Dolch if you can answer that, and any other things if you recall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Speaker. So in terms of the environmental feature, what we do have in the rear of the property is what they call a provincially significant wetland. It may not be fully, it has trees in it, but it also serves a function, a hydrologic function for our area. Collects water, holds those things, and it has usually species, not necessarily trees, but different types of species that like wet feet that are comfortable in water, and that's why it's classified as wetland. And the province looks to protect those areas in order to, for hydrologic function, for different species that like wetland areas. So that's what's being protected. Although there may be trees and other bush in the front, it just hasn't met those provincial thresholds. So we need to protect for those things. In some cases, we do have areas that are called other woodlands and things like that that can be protected as well through the regional work. But in this case, it was the provincially significant wetland that we had to protect on the site. So the other just wasn't warranted for protection.
Okay, that's great. I have not walked back there because you can't really get in there, etc. But from my apartment, I can look out. There are ponds back there. They may not be large, but they're enough to have geese have their young out there and be out there in the spring. And we've had the geese walking around on our front lawn, and come on in for a coffee, stuff like that. Yeah. So I know it needs to happen, but there too, we're concerned over the parking, the traffic, the noise that this is going to resonate. I don't know that nothing has been said about if they're going to put any kind of a construction damper wall or anything like this when they're planning on. I would assume that the trees and all this stuff would have to come down first. and let the ground dry out and all the rest of this stuff, and then the next year start building or something, I don't know. So, as I said, I just sort of ended up here on a fluke, and
Well,
thought
you know what, I
I'd...
think, Ms. Hudson, we'll probably get a lot of your questions answered when the applicant comes up and presents, and they've heard your comments as well. So I'm sure in their presentation, they'll address some of the concerns that you just brought forward.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for your time. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of council, I'm Aaron Butler with NPG Planning Solutions on behalf of City of Niagara Falls Nonprofit Housing Corporation. We have a couple of board members here tonight, John Potts and Bruce Peters in the back. This organization is the largest private nonprofit housing provider in the city. With me is Michael Allen from ACK and Gord Sazi from Niagara Region are going to jump in. And we appreciate Ms. Hudson's comments. I will touch on them in a few slides. I think we have the wrong presentation up. That's the next public meeting, I think, which is also ours, so no problem. There we go. Thank you. Yep. So we'll touch on certainly Ms. Hudson's comments on a few slides in. I won't try not to duplicate what you heard from Mr. De Benedetti, who did an excellent presentation and covered a lot, but there are just a few things we do want to show you. I won't spend really any time on this slide. We have the two parts here, and maybe just on this slide you can see really well the gray at the back on the left on part one. That's the provincially significant wetland, and the dashed line around it is the protected buffer from the wetland. South of that on part one, that's the development area. This slide's a little stretched here, so you can't see it extremely well, but I'd like to touch on context just a little bit here to highlight the amenities in the area. This is on transit. It's very well served by transit, connected well to the rest of the city. It's located nearby the Canadian Road, I think it's called Transit Hub at Costco. It is nearby commercial amenities, institutional amenities, walking trails, biking trails, the Millennium Trail, good connection to the QEW. It's an ideal location for intensification in this type of development. Mr. De Benedetti has covered off the kind of the highlights here of the development, but this just includes another site plan here. Again, 112 unit apartment building that's geared to seniors. We have our stats here that Mr. De Benedetti has already covered. I will just ask Gord maybe to come up quickly now. I just would like Gord to give you a high-level overview of like the funding model, the unit mix that's being proposed here in the nonprofits, basically the strategy to get this thing built.
Thanks, Chair and Council. Good to be here again. A lot of this information was gone over in depth when we came for the fee waivers request, and thank you again for support on the fee waiver request from Council and staff. I just wanted to reconfirm that Niagara Falls Nonprofit is still fully committed to deep affordability in the project, and in terms of our financial modeling, the affordability levels haven't changed since we came in front of you last year. Again, 112 units, 74 one-beds, 38 two-beds, and the current breakdown, we have 20% of those units at 70% of CMHC's average market rent. And CMHC's average market rent, it's important to point out, that's much less than your typical real market rent than you're going to see in the city. 25% of the units are RGI subsidy through Niagara Region. So those are going to be the deep affordable units. I think the one beds are 37% of AMR and the two beds are just under 50% of AMR. So that's going to be serving the the lowest income clientele.
AMR, acronym.
Oh, I'm sorry, average market rent.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Just, there's people at home following along too, it's good,
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
great, Thank you.
30% of the units are going to be at an attainable level, so that's also below CMHC's AMR, and then the remaining 25% are going to be at high attainable or low end of the real market rent for the area. And the funding models remain the same, so there's going to be a large equity portion coming from the proponent, so that's going to include land equity, the fee waivers, development charge waivers, planning fee waivers. We include that in that contribution portion. We're looking at different grant sources when the timing lines up, private grant opportunities, and there are also different grants through Enbridge, and there's going to be a refinancing or fundraising portion coming from the proponent as well. And then the remainder, the large proportion is going to be coming from CMHC's Affordable Housing Fund, so grant and loan through CMHC. That's the goal right now. We'll see what happens when the federal budget comes out in the fall. And again, just to reassure, so like every industry, development's getting hit with instability and risk with tariffs and the current economic climate. So it's made planning for these types of developments even trickier than they already are. And our team's working really hard on this project and other projects to just maintain capital costs, keep the viability in place, and most importantly, maintain the depth of affordability. That's the goal. So there are a lot of different ways that we're trying to keep the project viable and push for the schedule that we have to break ground when we want to. Thanks.
Thanks, Gord. Next, I just want to ask Michael Allen, the project architect, just to come up and give some thoughts in his high level on the site plan and renderings and elevations. Michael?
Thanks, Aaron. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council and staff. I will be brief because it's been a long night for everybody, but and everyone's gotten into a lot of detail with this, so I'm just going to be really brief on why we did what we did with this site. And the first thing that did restrict us was the wetland, and we wanted to protect that. But also dealing with the program and the needs of our clients, being the nonprofit housing, we wanted to design a very efficient building in an economy of scale, and hence the building being more square and modular. But we also wanted to design the site so that it allowed the efficiency and flow around it. The fire route, emergency access, the connectivity to the existing site, seeing that it only had one access point as well. It allowed for a very efficient flow through it. It also gave us an opportunity to bring the building forward to McLeod Road, giving us a more urban fabric with the existing urban infrastructure with the 6-story, the townhouses. Also knowing what's going to be developed around the property as well. Gives us some good pedestrian connection to the existing street. With that, it also allowed us to maximize for landscaping and serviceability. The 46% landscaping that we're looking at does not include the wetland that is being preserved on this site. So with the rendering that we have there, again, we wanted to keep an efficiency economy of scale, so the building is very modular and repetitive, but we wanted to integrate a use of various materials. So we've got stone, masonry, and stucco to give us a bit of variation rather than getting into stepping a building. Keeps the cost down, but wanting to maintain some of that residential flair with rooftops helps us to hide and seclude rooftop units and that, so it keeps noise and things like that down. So although it's non-profit housing and being efficient, the building is going to be designed with all the amenities and things that you would have in an upscale apartment building. I'm going to turn it back to Aaron, but I'll be able to answer any questions once we wrap up. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. I won't spend any time on the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. Mr. De Benedetti's covered that, and I'll just say we've reviewed the staff report and are in agreement with the draft bylaws. With respect to, I'll just pause on this slide, the open house slide, and we had a really good conversation with Ms. Hudson at the open house. So just a few things I heard tonight. To touch on the woodlot and the provincially significant wetland, as Ms. Dolch said, the rear of the lands are designated provincially significant wetland. There's also a significant woodland within the wetland. So those are protected, and we're proposing a buffer from the wetland. The front of the site, which is kind of brushy, is to put simply not a protected woodland. The proposal's been reviewed by regional environmental planning staff and the Conservation Authority because there's a wetland. Both of those agencies have walked the site with our ecologists and they've staked the features. They've staked where the woodland is and where the wetland is. That was agreed to, and then the environmental impact statement was done. So although you may see brush and some trees at the front, it is simply put not a protected woodland. On the parking question, I'll just note that the ratio we're proposing, although it's less than your 1.4, which you heard earlier in the meeting, it does exceed the rate that I understand the city is going to be, that has been looking to for apartments. We're at 1.15. And as I mentioned earlier, this has excellent transit service. It's a very walkable area, very well served by transit. We don't expect, we've also compared the existing apartment building next door, this by the same owners, and made sure we weren't out of step with the parking supply there to make sure that, it's a great test case basically to show the parking that's actually being used at that property. And with respect to construction, of course, around the perimeter of the site, we would have construction, fencing, and hoarding during the construction period to eliminate, to help eliminate impacts from construction, and there'd be tree protection as well along the perimeter and along the provincially significant wetland. And with that, I will close my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Butler. Any questions for the applicant's agents? I think you answered all our questions. It was very insightful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Coco.
I'd like to move the recommendation. I think it's a great proposal. It's an experienced nonprofit company, corporation within our community. I like that they're protecting the PSWs and they're doing a geotechnical. Not happy that some of the trees are being removed, but the proposal in general, I think it's great. We definitely need it.
Thank you for that. Second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Is there any further discussion to the motion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much for that one. Thanks, folks. Thank you. Thanks, Bruce. So I'd ask the city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda, please.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit 42 stacked townhouse dwellings in 3 blocks with a future easement required to facilitate a shared driveway with the property to the east. The subject lands are located at 6645, 6655, and 6665 McLeod Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on April 25th, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted. Anyone who would like notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or would like to preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, please leave your name on the sign-in sheets that are located outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask Chris Room, Planner 2, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council, staff, and any area residents in attendance. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment AM 2025-004 for the lands known as 6645, 6655, and 6665 McLeod Road. The subject lands consist of 3 parcels located on the north side of McLeod Road and can be seen highlighted in red here. The surrounding uses consist of various residential buildings with detached dwellings to the north and the west, apartments and lands approved for 18 stacked townhouses to the east, and lands approved for 60 stacked townhouses currently under construction to the south, with some additional detached dwellings. The lands are conveniently located along Transit Route 103 and are approximately 80 meters from a bus stop. The proposal is for 42 stacked townhouse dwelling units within 3 blocks with a future easement to facilitate a shared driveway with the property to the east. The proposal consists of 12 one-bedroom units, 22 two-bedroom units, and 8 three-bedroom units with a total of 46 parking spaces. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from a residential low-density grouped multiple dwelling zone or an R4 zone to a site-specific R4 zone. To secure the layout of the site, zoning relief is being requested for reductions in lot area, front, side, and rear yard setbacks, parking ratio, landscaped open space, amenity space, and maneuvering aisle width. So here we can see the site layout with the 3 blocks of units located in the front, the middle, and the rear of the subject lands. Also shown to the east is the approved 18 stacked townhouse dwellings, and we can see how the proposed shared driveway will be implemented through the future easement there. As previously mentioned, zoning relief is being sought for a few provisions, including permitting a lot area of 95.85 square meters per dwelling unit, a front yard setback of 2.8 meters plus 15.25 from the center line of McLeod Road, a rear yard width of 6 meters, a side yard width of 2.7 meters for Block A and 3 meters for Block C. A parking ratio of 1.1 spaces per unit, a minimum amenity space of 10.8 square meters per unit, a landscape open space requirement of 20.73 square meters, and a maneuvering aisle width of 6 meters and 3.75 meters for the eastern portion of the site there. A public open house was held on April 9th, 2025 and was attended by staff, the applicant, and the agent for the applicant, and no members of the public were in attendance. Notice of the public open house was circulated to property owners within a 120-meter radius of the subject lands on March 26th, 2025, and the notice for tonight's public meeting was also mailed to that same radius on April 25th, 2025. A public meeting sign was also installed on the subject property as well. Written correspondence was received, which supported the application in principle, however, requested that the rear yard balconies of Block C be prohibited and that the landscaping in the front yard be increased, to which staff have provided the following responses here. We have worked with the applicant to reduce the overall size of those rear-facing balconies. The original proposal included balconies that covered the entire rear width of Block C and had a size of 7.8 meters squared, which has since been revised to half the length of the original and only to 3.8 meters in area. In addition to this reduction, the site will also include the planting of sugar maple trees, which have a mature growth height of 21 meters, and furthermore, the height requirement of 10 meters in the R4 zone is not proposed to be exceeded. For the landscaping in the front yard, the required road widening along the McLeod Road limits the space in the front yard while still being able to maintain the appropriate density requirement. The proposal also includes landscaping in all front yards that are not being used for pedestrian use. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment is appropriate for the subject lands. The proposal aligns with the provincial planning statement, the Niagara official plan, and the City of Niagara Falls official plan. It encourages transit-supportive, higher density housing, supports the creation of a complete community, offering a mix of housing types, makes use of 3 underutilized parcels within the urban area with access to existing municipal services, and it conforms to the density range provided for in the official plan. Additionally, a sunset clause will, for the execution of a site plan agreement is included in the draft amending bylaw. In conclusion, staff recommend that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the lands to a site-specific R4 zone to facilitate the construction of the 42 stacked townhouses, as outlined in the report, and that council authorize the amending bylaw to include the sunset clause to require the execution of a site plan agreement within 3 years at the discretion, with the possible extension of a one-year extension at the discretion of the general manager of planning. And that concludes the presentation for this application.
Well, thanks, Mr. Room. Are there any questions of Mr. Room? Councillor Dabrowski.
Through you, and it might not be a question, but it's a comment, and Councillor Lococo brought it up. So this is the second development on McLeod Road that we've had come through tonight. I think we approved 500 units back in January. And I know the province is funding, I think, $50 million on the McLeod Road widening. I'm getting really concerned about the amount of development on McLeod Road. Like, if you've driven on McLeod Road lately, it's a gong show. And we continue to approve developments. And when you look at the development we approved on Angie Drive at the last council meeting, those sort of developments in that area off Lundy's Lane also affect McLeod Road. And Costco and the infill and the commercial development. And there's 2 schools being built. They have shovels in the ground. They'll probably be done quite soon as well. And I'm just shocked to see that we don't have a traffic study being done on this development or the last one. But when will we kind of start looking at traffic concerns or issues? And is there a timeline for that widening? Like, how many developments will we approve before the region and the city actually starts widening McLeod Road and prepares it for all the development? So I'm in support of it. We need higher density development. I think it's a great development. I'm just worried about the traffic. We have St. Michael High School. Parents that are dropping their kids off in the morning are spending 30 minutes, 40 minutes trying to pull into McLeod Road and out of McLeod Road. So I think it might not be a problem now, but if we're not careful, we might be creating a problem later on down the road. If all this development happens at one time and the widening's not done and the construction's not done, we're going to find ourselves in a sticky situation. So I guess my question is, through you, it might be through to Ms. Dolch, but when do we anticipate that widening happening? And when can we start looking at traffic studies on these developments, not only on McLeod, but the surrounding areas as well that can negatively impact traffic flow? And not to mention, there's probably not a week or 2 that goes by where I read about an accident on McLeod. There was a fatality last year. There's cyclists got hurt on McLeod Road as well. There's a lot of traffic on McLeod. So
okay.
I'll leave that on the floor.
Probably going to go to Mr. Nicol. He might have more information on when the road widening is going to take place on McLeod.
Thank you, and through the chair, I just want to clarify, the traffic impact studies relate specifically to the new development. So I just want to caution council, if you want traffic impact studies to be done for sites that are generating a small amount of trips, that there's a potential that they could say, yes, McLeod Road does have challenges and the traffic signals are bad. The costs of improving a traffic signal is around $400,000 right now. So what we reflect on is that a site that does not generate more than 100 trips is really negligibly, oh my goodness. Yes, it's very minor. It has a very minor impact to traffic. However, there is a cumulative effect that does occur. So what the city is doing right now is completing our transportation master plan. The recommendations of the master plan is coming back in fall. This section, particularly of the development, is regional road. Yep. I worked on the EA in 2003 as a student. It's been long overdue. So I think it needs to come forward. It's now being funded through a provincial federal grant program. And I expect that it would be under construction late in next year, potentially in 2027. The city's portion, which is closer to Pin Oak and more relative to the last application, is just recently funded, but we have to start with our EAs and design. So we're looking at probably a 16-month period of time before we'd be able to get shovels in the ground. But Councillor, we are absolutely aware of it, and those master plans are the way that I think we'd address some of the cumulative needs on it. The good news is parts of McLeod Road are wide. The overpass is wide. It's up to 6 lanes. QEW is 4 lanes. We have 6 lanes here, but we need to make sure that the intersections, which are partly regionally controlled, are also increasing in capacity at the same time. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions in Mr. Room? If not, thank you. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered to speak?
Mr. Chair, we do not have anyone registered from the public.
Is there anyone in the public who wishes to address this item? Nope. Okay. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Welcome back, Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually just a warm body here for this one. Lee Chang Lim is online, and we'll be respectful of your time. I see you have a long agenda ahead of you. So if Lee Chang is brought into the room, Lee Chang will run through our presentation quickly here.
Hi, Lee Chang, can you hear us?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We've gotten a pretty good overview from our staff representative, Mr. Room. We asked whether or not there was any members of the public that were here. There is none. So I pass it over to you in case you want to make a couple comments to council.
Thank you. I'm wondering whether we can share the presentation that I prepared.
Lee Chang, we actually have it here in council chambers, and maybe you might see it in a moment. There you go. I think, Mr. Chair, she can see it.
Okay, perfect. I can see it now. Thanks, Erin, and good evening, Mayor and members of council. As Erin mentioned, I have a brief presentation prepared here. As Mr. Room has covered a lot of the material in depth already, I will keep this brief, but I do want to note that we've read the staff report and agree with the recommendations. Next slide, please. The subject lands have a collective area of 0.42 hectares and a frontage of 46.3 meters. They previously contained single detached dwellings, although these buildings have since been demolished. Next slide, please. In terms of policy, the subject lands are designated delineated built-up area in the Niagara official plan, designated residential as part of the McLeod Road intensification corridor in the city's official plan, and are currently zoned R4 for residential low density grouped multiple dwellings. Next slide, please. This map shows the context of the immediate area surrounding the subject lands. The neighborhood is primarily residential with a mix of commercial and institutional uses. It shows the wider community context. So the small circle around the subject lands represents a 500-meter radius, and the wider circle represents a 1-kilometer radius. And what this map shows us is that there are various commercial, parks, and institutional uses close to the subject lands. Retail and grocery stores are shown in red and pink. Institutional uses such as schools and places of worship are shown in blue, and parks are shown in green. All these uses are within a 500-meter radius or a 10-minute walk from the subject lands. And the yellow lines on the map there indicate the Niagara region transit routes, which run on McLeod, Dorchester, and Drummond, and provide connections to the rest of the city and region. Lastly, I also want to note that the Millennium Trail to the west is shown as the dotted green line, which is within the 1-kilometer radius of the property. So the property is close to the Millennium Trail, which provides good access to recreational opportunities for future residents. Next slide, please. We're proposing a 3-story stacked townhouse development, which consists of 3 blocks of stacked townhouses with a total of 42 units and 46 parking spaces, including 2 accessible parking spaces. Various unit types and sizes are proposed, from 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units, and 28 of the 42 units will be affordable to moderate income households. We're also proposing a shared driveway with the neighboring property to the east at 6633 McLeod Road as part of the development, which is an arrangement that was approved by the city in January. As part of the proposed development, a road widening of about 2 to 5 meters is required to be conveyed to the region along the frontage of the property, which is shown in blue on the screen there. Next slide, please. The slide just provides a bit of context of what the stacked townhouses would look like, so showing the general height and massing of the stacked towns. Next slide, please. This slide provides a little bit more context for the shared driveway with the neighboring property at 6633, which also proposes stacked townhouses. So the picture at the bottom there shows a rendering of what the stacked townhouses would look like. And the picture at the top shows their site plan next to our proposal. So this illustrates how the shared driveway would function between both properties, providing access to both developments and reflecting an efficient design. Next slide, please. We're proposing a zoning bylaw amendment to change the current R4 zone to an R4 zone with site-specific exceptions. The zoning bylaw amendment is required to facilitate the stacked townhouse development. Next slide, please. As stacked towns are already permitted, we're only requesting site-specific regulations for the development. These regulations include the lot area, setbacks, parking requirements, landscaped open space, and width of the parking aisle. Next slide, please. These are the site-specific provisions requested, which Mr. Room has spoken to in detail, so I won't go over this. Next slide, please. Various supporting studies were submitted as part of this application, including site plan, floor plans, and building elevation plans, a landscape plan, a planning justification report and urban design brief, a tree inventory and preservation report, a noise and vibration study, a functional servicing report, and a stormwater management report. Next slide, please. As Mr. Room mentioned in his presentation, we received one public comment supporting the application in principle, with comments for the Block C rear balconies and more landscaping in the front yard. In response to the comments we received, we decided to adjust the balcony size in order to improve compatibility and address comments from the neighbor. If you go to the next slide, please. This highlights the site plan changes that we made, showing how the balconies have been reduced by half in both blocks B and C. Next slide, please. So to conclude my presentation, the proposed development is consistent with the PPS and conforms with the Niagara official plan and the city official plan. The proposed development will create new housing with a mix of unit types and sizes that contribute to more diverse housing options, including 28 housing units affordable to moderate income households. It will facilitate a compact and transit-supported built form that will make efficient use of existing municipal services and facilities. It will demonstrate excellent urban design through a compatible and appropriately scaled design that promotes a safe, walkable, and pedestrian-oriented development and contributes to a vibrant streetscape along McLeod Road. And lastly, it will make efficient use of land through the shared driveway with the neighboring property by reducing impervious surfaces, limiting access to McLeod Road, minimizing traffic impacts, and promoting a comprehensive design. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, should be on. Yep. Yeah. Wow. Are there any questions from members of council for either of the agents?
Move the recommendation.
Let me close the meeting first. Okay. Okay, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. If there are no further questions, I would ask for a motion. Councillor Kerrio made a motion to approve the application based on the staff report, seconded by Councillor Strange. I just wanted to mention before I call the vote to Councillor Dabrowski, I know you were talking about future road widenings. I did see in the site-specific provisions that they're giving up road widening on all three properties, so I guess that's one of the positive things that comes out of redeveloping properties is the road widenings. So, okay, if there aren't any other further comments, I'll call that vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. I'll pass the chair back over.
All right, moving along the agenda, we've already done 9.1. Go to 9.2. Looking for approval of the recommendation, budget versus actual variance tax levy. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
I'll approve it, but I had two questions.
Okay.
Through the mayor, I guess, to Finance Director Tiffany Clark. How do we estimate the OLG funds, and then that estimates the number, the 18% for the police? I know that in the past we've looked at Woodbine is going to be opening up, would be less people down here. But the reason why I'm asking is because some residents feel that if we estimate a low amount, say we say 15 million, and then we get 20 million, there's $5 million there that is, I'm going to use the word extra, that we had to use other money for to accomplish those projects. So in a resident's mind, we have $5 million extra that came in, but it's not affecting their taxes. They're not getting a rebate or a reduction. How do we reconcile all of that? OLG estimates, police 18%, and how it affects the taxpayer at tax time.
Okay, go, yes?
Yep.
Go ahead, Tiffany.
Thanks.
Where's your name tag, Tiffany? I didn't see it, it's not up there.
Oh, it's hiding.
Wow, okay, wow, nice try.
Why only mine was down? Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a great question, and it's funny you say that because I was just talking to the CAO about increasing it for 25. We know we've kind of seen that Woodbine doesn't have as big of an effect as we did. It does have an effect. I mean, the OLG revenues in this report are not 19.8 million, but this current year in 24, they were only 18.4. So we took in 1.4 million less. I will say, and I've tried to explain this many times, the bottom line of the OLG funds in the levy report is that there's in this case in 23, there was a $5,090,000 subsidy in there. The rest is budgeted to be transferred out to reserves for policing, like you said, and the difference goes to capital reserves. So even if we bring in more, I know the residents think that's offsetting their taxes, but it's not. We take that extra and put it right into capital reserves to be allocated in the future capital budget. And I am working actually on the next OLG report to council. I'm hoping to get to council over the summer. So that would explain all of the OLG funding in very much detail, as you know. Does that help?
Yes, it does. I just wanted residents to understand because they think that they should be getting a rebate if we got extra money, but you're saying the extra money is going to our capital reserve, which we have to do through the province for asset management. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So looking for a motion to approve. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. 9.3, Kerr Park Pickleball Court. There's two recommendations from staff. Looking for a motion to support the recommendation. Councillor Kerrio and Councillor Pietrangelo. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I brought up the noise before, and I know we've talked about noise quite a bit, and you brought up about the noiseless racket balls and the balls. What are we going to do if there are complaints? Is there a Canadian supplier that we should be looking at, and what was the original cost? I know it says there's an additional $58,000, but what was the original cost? Is there a Canadian supplier, and then what will we do if there is a bunch of noise complaints?
Ms. Bold now, or is that Mr. Neckel? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor. So I don't have the initial cost that was included in the tender of that contractor's item. It was definitely a lot lower than the $50,000 cost. So just for those who are following along, the initial product was tendered in the contractor's bid. It became no longer available. So the next available product that can be shipped to us in a short time frame is around $50,000. With time, we could source a cheaper product. This is a 1 pound per square foot sound deadening curtain that goes up 12 plus feet on the entire perimeter of the pickleball court. So if the current estimate's around 50, I would suggest it's anywhere between $35,000 to $40,000 to $50,000 in price tag. It's a publicly accessible court. We cannot restrict the types of paddles and balls that are always being used. We do have a bit of an organization with respect to pickleball. Some of the pickleballers are organized and they're working or they're collaborating and they're coming together for events, and we're going to include some signage that requests the courtesy for neighbors to use noise deadening balls and paddles, but that won't always be the case. The other thing that we're hoping to do in terms of mitigation is to do some actual sound monitoring. What we know is that baseball exceeds the generally accepted noise when the aluminum bats hit the ball. It's never been a problem in the past, but that happens once or maybe 9 times every inning or whatever it might be. So, we know that it's a bit of a new change from tennis to pickleball. We can add those nets back in. That's my point. If we find that it's not a problem, we've been able to defer $50,000 in costs. If we find it to be a problem, staff will come back to the capital budget for 2026 and add it in as an item, and we'll be able to expedite it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's approved unanimously. 9.4, new community improvement plan project initiation report. There are 3 recommendations. Councillor Lococo?
Chair keeps making a noise. I just had a question. Since we're looking at a new CIP, Councillor Patel had a motion regarding Lundy's Lane and looking at the motels and the development there. Shouldn't we be looking at that together? Like, if we're going to create a new CIP, because Lundy's Lane did have a CIP, now we've removed it. Before we were doing places like downtown, Main and Ferry, Drummondville, we were doing places. Now we're looking at priorities. I don't know if it's the best idea to move forward with the CIP when we would be looking at Lundy's Lane and what needs to happen there. Can we sort of combine those 2 things together, or at least be aware when we're working on the CIP that there could be some changes?
No, Ms. Dolch, I would be going to right now. Is she here? Did she leave? Danielle, are you able to address this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think Ms. Dolch just stepped out for a second. Okay. But I know we're trying to broaden with our new community improvement programs kind of what we're able to address. So with Lundy's Lane, we haven't actually removed those programs yet. They're still in place, and actually part of that recommendation is that those programs are extended until the end of this year. So the intent with some of the current Lundy's Lane programs we're looking at even implementing them into the new programs. So in terms of things like housing, revitalizing some of those underutilized sites, it could still be incorporated, those objectives, into this new program. So we're not excluding those areas or not going to direct incentives or investment in Lundy's Lane, downtown, anything like that. We're just kind of broadening the scope with new programs.
Okay, as long as we don't forget that we want to look at Lundy's Lane to figure out what to do there.
Yep.
Okay,
yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so, you have a question? Yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if these new programs start at the beginning of January and somebody's picked up on the old program, but the new program is much more advantageous for them, will there be a mechanism that they can switch over to the new program and forfeit the old one?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we're currently looking at bringing new programs in fall of this year, so there may actually be an overlap where new programs and the old programs are both available at the same time. So we are flagging for all of our applicants that we're pre-consulting with right now that we're going to have new programs coming up, and in the summer we're going to have some further information available on what those programs will sort of look like. So everything that's previously approved under the existing programs, we would honor those commitments, and if it's the direction of council, we could look at maybe some transition policies. I don't know if you have anything to add. So yeah, if we could look at transitioning if a new incentive program may be more beneficial. It would most likely just have to come back to council for approval.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, what about budgeting? When you're doing these CIP programs, are you able to estimate, or will there be a cap at how much we'll be able to put into budget, and we'll only be able to grant that number of CIP till we hit our cap? Is there going to be a budgetary cap?
Yeah, we're assessing all of that right now. Landwise, our consulting firm, is currently doing a best practice review that includes looking at funding sources and how much to allocate for certain programs, whether there's a cap, if it's first come, first serve, application windows. All of that sort of analysis is being done on what's going to work best for these programs, and then that will be brought forth for your ultimate decision on how they should best function.
And do all communities have community improvement programs, or is this just something special for us?
The majority of them do. We actually have a lot across the region, across the 13 municipalities, as well as the regions. And in the broader Ontario context, most municipalities, I would say, utilize the tool under the Planning Act that's offered.
And we've always had the region and the city as two together. Will the region be joining us on these new programs?
So that's what we're currently working through right now. With the expiry of the past regional programs, we're looking to maximize funding where appropriate. So the region is currently undertaking the development of a new housing incentive program. So that's why the one recommendation is that that part's on pause right now until we have some further information on what their program will look like, so we can align ours to maximize funding. So we're consulting with the region throughout this process too to see where funding matching is available.
What about the province? Do we go any further, like up that way, and piggyback on any of their incentives?
Yeah, we are also looking at any sort of incentive program offered through both federally and provincially, and if there's any way we can align with those, kind of stack further incentives on programs that already exist to kind of maximize and meet those objectives.
Good, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, did you want to make that motion? Okay, motion by Councillor Newestag, second by Councillor Kerrio, that we approve the 3 recommendations for CIPs. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to Q1 Housing and Growth Monitoring Report. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I brought this up before, and I'm really struggling with this. When accessory dwelling units, ADUs, came up before, and we were finding the province has allowed us to do it. You can do up to three units per property. The ADUs are counting towards our housing target. Now we're considering for owner-occupied short-term rental. Now, when I first asked about it, will we know if those are being used for vacation rental units or short-term rentals? The response was, well, we would know if they applied for a permit, and then we would reduce the amount. Then more recently, when I asked the question again, we're not going to be amending those numbers. I really have a challenge with that. We're telling the province we're going to be building these extra units based on what they're telling us to build, but now we're going to allow them, or possibly, because it hasn't come back, we're possibly going to allow them to be owner-occupied short-term rentals. I have a challenge with that we're going to get credit for them, but then we're using them for a different purpose. So that's why I wanted to bring that up again. Where are we on accessory dwelling units?
So I'll go to Ms. Dolch if maybe you want to, I didn't know if you or Ms. Signey wanted to deal with it.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in terms of owner-occupied short-term rentals, obviously, there'll be a licensing component to that as well. But again, they may only rent it, the owner, for a couple of weeks out of the year, and it may be long-term rental for other facets of society. So it'll be difficult with owner-occupied short-term rentals to kind of distinguish. Our hope is that obviously, housing is housing. We're monitoring for the province housing, and housing's being built. And that's what they're looking for. In terms of affordable housing, again, we'll monitor for affordable housing, but I don't think, is the housing being built? Yes. Is it being used for housing of students that may need housing? Possibly. So those are I don't think it's really relevant in owner-occupied short-term rentals, because I think you're going to see it won't be probably rented full-time. Again, it might only be up to a certain number of days a year. So I think it's difficult to say that you should take that off the market analysis in our assessment. I think our assessment's just based on what housing is being constructed, whether it's being used for vacation rental units, owner-occupied. Again, vacation rental units sometimes are more commercially context, so a bit different.
Thank you. It just seems very disingenuous to me that we're building them from what the province wants, and then we might be using them for another use. And the last question I have, I've asked a couple times on this report for the complaints from the bylaw, if we could break them out, how many are for vacation rental units. And when I asked, I was told, yes, we could do that.
I don't think this is the appropriate place to ask for that.
I was told it would be in here. because the housing report
this?
does have, yeah, the housing report has the number of complaints from bylaw,
Okay.
and bylaw takes VRU complaints, and I asked about how many complaints are VRUs, and I was told they could break it down, but I haven't seen that in the last few quarters.
Okay, so.
Because it says there was 2,385 bylaw complaints, and I'm asking how many are on VRUs.
Okay. So did you ask this question?
I asked this 2-3 quarters ago.
No, I mean, did you ask before the council meeting? Did you send this question into the portal?
No, I asked during a council meeting, and I was told it could be added to these reports in general.
Oh, so you're just asking why it's not in the report?
Correct.
Okay, so maybe, I don't know, Ms. Dolch, should we build a?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll just pass it over to Mr. Dick or Janelle, just on, you know, again, whether or not we've consulted on bylaw on that.
Speak to that. Through the mayor to the councillor, that's something we would have to talk to bylaw about. We can get those numbers for you, and we will incorporate those in future reports.
That would be great, because we break down rat complaints, we break down other things, and then I brought up VRUs, and I was told, yes, we could, and I haven't seen it. Thank you.
Okay, so, Councillor, would you like to make a motion to receive the housing reports? Okay. Yeah, oh, you have questions too?
Yeah.
Let me first get the motion, because I've done this backwards.
Oh, okay.
I should first, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Strange, that we received. Go ahead, you got a question? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you to staff, I was just wondering, do we have an annual target? I know the province has given us the target of 8,000 new homes by 2031. It said that in the report. So does that break down to an annual amount?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. Ideally, it's a 10-year period, so 800. 800.
That's what I was thinking, but I wasn't yet. Okay. So then I also saw that we're up this year as compared to last year. So there's been more housing starts this year. I think I saw 146 as compared to Q1 of last year. And then I also saw that 75% of those that have been started are deemed as affordable, which is a very good target to hit. 75% of those are towns and apartments. So, Your Worship, I think that bodes well in the sense that, you know, the city is actually converting and changing its style of housing, and it is becoming more affordable. So we're trying to hit our target, so I see that as good news.
Great, awesome. So let's call the vote on the good news. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. All right, 9.6, commercial parking lot bylaw amendment. Looking for, yes, Councillor Patel, you're gonna make, let's do the motion first, okay?
Okay, I'll make a motion,
Okay,
yes.
motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Dabrowski. Did you want to speak to it?
Yes, actually, I brought in this motion a few months ago, and I really want to thank our manager of bylaw and other departments who were involved to create this motion, this report, because they really did get it done very fast. So I really appreciate that. So I really want to thank the staff for it. And as I suspected, in our city, we only had 3 licensed parking lots, and we all know there's lots more than 3 parking lots. So I really want to see if our manager of bylaw can maybe give us overall, maybe short summary. That would be great, if he's available.
Mr. Spencer?
Yes, hi, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I do. And just also, while I got you, I've got a couple pictures up on the screen as well. I took today, and this is the kind of stuff that, you know, we've been concerned about. Stone parking lots, and just give me half a second here. And these are on Bender Hill. You can see it's a real, looks like a flea market. Do we have the other pictures? Can we just?
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Oh. So you see that one? You see the couch, right? Like here's, you know. So you just get the garbage. See the garbage against the fence. Like it's now. Here's a view. What you see today. There's everybody standing out on the sidewalks, calling you in. Right, and so you get a flavor. Yeah. So Councillor Patel with her motion, we're gonna have paved, lit, lined parking lots. We're gonna have more revenue coming in, and also, so if you could address the bylaw, and also how we're gonna deal with this the flea market kind of exposure. Yes, Councillor Patel?
And I also want to add with the solicitation. Have you ever charged anybody for coming on the sidewalk? And like, if you can include that in your little summary, would be great.
Yeah, sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, just so we understand, this bylaw is really not new. We just removed some of the provisions of the bylaw to make it less onerous for people to apply, for our stakeholders to apply to obtain a commercial parking lot license. But both large and small commercial lots are still required to obtain $2 million in liability insurance. So that would be a requirement of the bylaw. No solicitation would be another requirement of bylaw, or no nefarious behavior. You just spoke to couches being on the bylaw. The bylaw speaks to being clean and in neat condition. So that would be another component of our bylaw. We've recommended that the schedule of fees be increased to $500 if you have less than 100 parking spaces within any specific lot, and 1,000 if you have more than 100. And the bylaw does break it down. So there's two provisions of the bylaw. There's a small commercial parking lot bylaw, which speaks to less than 100. And there's a large commercial parking lot bylaw that speaks. It's all part of the same bylaw, but it speaks to having more than 100 spaces and the requirements thereof. They're basically the same requirements, except that you would require a site plan still if you have more than 100 lots, and also require to comply with the zoning bylaw 79-200. So in a nutshell, I would suggest that, do you want me to read some of the provisions of the bylaw, or just overview of everything in terms of the bylaw?
Oh, just the short, through you, Mr. Mayor, just a short summary for everybody, that's it.
High level.
High level, yeah.
So high level would be that most of the provisions in the old bylaw are still in this bylaw. You'd have to have adequate drainage. You'd have to have adequate setbacks. You'd still have to asphalt it. It'd have to be clean and neat and in a good condition. No solicitation would be permitted. The signs that you just suggested shall be displayed or be constructed to resemble city official approved language. So we would address any sign clutter or litter or things of that nature. We'd speak to the persons that you just identified. In fact, Mr. Mayor, I'll make sure we lodge that as a complaint tomorrow and address that. But physical barriers were necessary, adequate illuminated lighting. Again, the onus would be on the owner. The whole idea is to truly get these individuals licensed. So we did a comprehensive review of the entire city, and we identified there's potentially 43 lots that are potential commercial parking lots. And we would like to ensure that those individuals do get licensed so that it's not selective enforcement, which will allow me and my staff the ability to enforce the provisions of the bylaw. So basically what the issues are we're having now is you go around to try to enforce these issues and they're saying, well, nobody has a license, so why are you picking on me? So in this instance, we would allow individuals to come in, get licensed, and those individuals that aren't licensed, they would then be required to obtain a license. And if they refuse to do so, we would use the AMP's original bylaw or the set fine application to go after them, and or do what we did back in 2018 where we dropped cement barriers to prevent access to the lot. The only thing I wanted to touch on, back in 2018, Council granted the BCBIA commercial lot owners permission to not adhere to the provisions of the current bylaw and or to not require site plan control, or allowed them to pave their parking lots using appropriately surface materials. So those councillors that were here in 18, there was a approach where we suggested that the commercial parking lot owners in the BCBI area didn't have to adhere to the entire bylaw, but they just had to asphalt their lots. And, you know, there was some opposition back in the day to do that. But then those people that did it turned around and said to the city and said to staff, hey, you know what, since I've done this, the area looks better. Aesthetically, it's more pleasing. And also, they've had more revenue as a result of asphalting their lots, because many people with high-end cars don't want to park on asphalt or don't want to park on crushed stone or dust-like material. So there's been an increase in revenue in terms of them asphalting it. So I think this is a win-win in terms of the city. Back in 2018, there were approximately, I think, 16 lots that were asphalted, and there was no concerns in terms of the drainage that we identified and or lighting concerns back in the day. So this is a bylaw to get people in the door, to get them licensed, and those people that don't want to get licensed, then we're going to have to enforce the provisions of the bylaw. That's it in a nutshell. And to answer solicitation, yes, we've enforced the solicitation bylaw in the past using the POA provisions, and we've issued several charges to several individuals on several streets without identifying what those streets are, because then we'd probably identify the lots on those streets. But there have been several individuals that were charged for solicitation in accordance with the POA provisions of the bylaw. So that's it in a nutshell.
Okay, Councillor Patel, you're good?
No.
Yeah.
I just want to ask, you said they were charged, so has it happened recently or it has happened a few years ago?
So no, recently, I think upwards of a few months ago, there was a charge that we issued under the POA and in terms of solicitation from a parking lot. I can tell you though, the AMPS provisional bylaw is much more than the POA provisional bylaw. The POA was only $125 plus a fine application. The new AMPS fines is $500 per day to the lot owner that allows an individual to solicitate from their lot. So the fines have increased. So we're assuming that people are going to want to comply.
Oh, thank you very much, because that was kind of more distracting than anything else when you're driving and when they're waving their signs down the sidewalk. It was more of a safety concern too. I have one more question for Mr. Spencer. How do we compare with parking lot licensing fees with other cities, for example, like Toronto or some other city?
So the city of Toronto has an application fee of $224 and a licensing fee. So to obtain a license in the city of Toronto, it's $501. So we use the city of Toronto as our model to get people in the door, to get them actually licensed. But more than that, the city of Toronto also charges a rate. So there's two zoning rates. They call it a Zone A, Zone B. So they actually charge an annual rate of $6 per square meter of parking. So that's approximately $180 per parking space annually. And also in Zone B, they charge $3 per square meter. The only thing I can think of this being is more like a mat tax sort of thing per parking space. I mean, we're not there yet, Mr. Mayor. I think we want to just get people in the door. We want to get them licensed, and maybe we could look at something like this as a model in 2026 or somewhere down the road, where we look at the actual spaces and how much people are making in terms of revenue. And we could potentially charge a fee per parking meter or square meter in the parking lot as per Toronto.
Okay, we're good. Thank you. So I've got Councillor Baldinelli, Newesteg, and Lococo.
Thank you, Mayor. Another question to Gerald, actually, and a comment first. Basically, when you travel around Niagara Falls, you see the Niagara Falls parking. We know it's Niagara Falls parking based on our sign. It's consistent from every parking lot that we have. And then we had your pictures right now saying the clowns and the lights. Is there any ways that we can standardize all parking lot signs?
Yes, and I think there's something in the provision that speaks to a standardized type of sign. We'd have to review that in terms of what that might look like, Councillor. But in terms of sign clutter, we can address that immediately in accordance with our bylaw. But certainly it's something down the road I think we should review and look at. I know that there is some concerns in utilizing the actual P sign. I think it's there's a legal issue with it. So we'd have to probably come up with our own type of signage that we would require. But I think the idea of this bylaw was to get people in the door, get them licensed. We can address the sign clutter, address any couches or anything that are on Bender or anywhere else in the area, clean up the area like what we did for the BCBIA, and then enforce those pop-up lots that pop up throughout the city that currently we have a difficult time enforcing because no one's licensed other than the three.
Yeah, I think it would be important. I mean, you know, for all the people, the tourists that come down here, if we had every single sign that looked exactly, had the right information, same size, same font, parking lot number, so that way you can actually have parking lot numbers all around the city and people can easily find them, including hotels or anything else. All parking lots, similar bylaw information, maybe even their number, registration number, so we know that they're licensed facility. And I would make it very, and it'd be, you know, we're looking at, you know, Canmore and Jasper, beautiful.
Yeah.
Just, thank you.
Great point, great point. Councillor Newsteg, then Lococo.
I think this is great that we have some standardized and to clean up some of the parking. However, this is a big ask for, I think it's more important that we get these parking lots up to standard. Mm-hmm. Do we have to go so strong from $100 to $1,000 or to $500? I'd rather have the lot owner spend their money cleaning it up than having to worry about increased revenue for the city. It's not a huge amount that we're getting, and I'd rather make sure that they get their lighting and asphalt and everything else.
I think
up to
we're
standard.
a small part of the cost.
I know, so why even add that? Like even another $900, let them put in some more.
We're at a budget time when we're running short.
Well,
They're making lots of money, these parking lots. I'm going to tell you something. I spoke with some of the parking lot operators. They're very okay with this. That this is a small part, $500 to license a lot for a year. You know, they'll make that back in an hour. So I think it's pretty fair and reasonable. We're not charging them per square meter, which would be a lot more.
But I had some residents reach out to me about the license fee. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Oh yeah, wow.
For you, Mr. Mayor, can I make one point?
Yeah.
For the last 24 years, they haven't paid the $100 fee. So they're saving a lot of money in terms of paying $500 to license their lot. And we're hoping that they do bring them up to standards, just like what the BCBIA did. So, and respectful to the councillor's question.
Yep, thank you for that. Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Spencer, I had a couple questions. How
Sure.
many small lots and how many large lots are out of the 43 lots?
So we've identified approximately 33 smaller lots and 10. They could vary because there could be lots associated with, say, for example, a restaurant. So we'd probably factor out 50 spots or whatever the restaurant would have. Like on Victoria Centre BIA, for example, if an individual had a lot and 56 lots were for the business and he had an additional 60 lots, I would suggest that we would only charge him the $500 rate because he still requires those parking areas for his business, right?
Okay, I was just wondering ratio. I know downtown by Clifton Hill, not downtown, by Clifton Hill, there's some people renting out their lawns at busy times. And I know I've had some residents contact Bylaw about that. Will that be easier to charge them when we have this implemented?
So I don't know of the lawns being rented out on Clifton Hill, so I'm not sure of what you're doing. I've never heard that one before, but in terms of lots being rented on Clifton Hill, we're down there quite often. I work with the Niagara Parks Police. I work with HOCO and our partners down in that area, so I'm not sure of who's renting what. I've never heard of any lots. In fact, I attend CPSA meetings on a monthly basis, and that's never been raised, so I'm not sure what the issues are. But we can certainly look into any concerns or issues you have in terms of lots on that in that area, Councillor.
Sorry, through the mayor, they're not lots, Mr. Spencer. They're someone's front yard around Clifton Hill, like Walnut Street, Stamford Street. People are renting their front lawn to tourists when it gets busy.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, but certainly we can review it or look into it. If you have a few addresses,
connect you with somebody.
We can review.
Okay, thank you. I can connect you with the person who's called me numerous times. My last question is, we're talking about asphalt, and when you put asphalt, the water doesn't go down into the ground, it goes into the sewer. We talked about proper drainage. When the water goes into the sewer, somebody has to pay for it. Is there something that we can look at instead of asphalt that would be permeable, that the water can go into the ground so all of that excess water is not going into our sewers?
Well, it doesn't specify asphalt. It says asphalt, cement, paver stones. So it could be any of the above. Right now, we just want them. We don't want stone right now because it looks unsafe.
I understand that. Yeah. Can we put permeable in there so that might encourage somebody to put permeable?
You know, I don't know that we didn't have that in there. I'd have to revisit it. But yeah, I mean, just as the mayor suggested, we're trying to bring it up to aesthetic standards. If they're in violation of any bylaws in terms of water, we can address it by way of the property standards bylaw. So that's not, and I can touch on that, Council, in terms of the BIA areas, when they asphalted all the
permeable pavers. Permeable pavers.
I'm sorry, I missed it. I had a resident that called me about permeable.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
it's
in
there.
there already.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they go into storm, exactly, you're right. Okay, I got Councillor Dabrowski.
Through you to Mr. Spencer, and he might have already answered this, but we've identified, or you've identified 43 lots. Have we asked the BIAs to kind of do an audit of the lots in their area, or are we just kind of doing it with our own enforcement stuff?
Yeah, we didn't really want to get the BIA involved in this process. We wanted to be, you know, independent, impartial. We didn't want to include the BIAs, but we have included them in the past, Councillor, to your comment, like in terms of the BCBIA. The BCBIA were very involved back in 2018 in terms of the lots that we asphalted back in the day. So, I mean, we're not objecting to including them, but we just had to scour the neighborhoods to find out how many lots we potentially had operating. And some of them, you know, are with just outside the BIA areas. But yeah, for sure, certainly we can get the BIAs involved where necessary.
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of any of the other councillors, but I do sit on one of the BIA boards, and at the next BIA meeting that we have, I will bring this up and maybe empower the BIA to do a little bit of homework and get them to do a little bit of an audit just to help you out with the process. But anyway,
just
thanks.
so you know, I'm getting text right now from the Victoria Center BIA, and they just want to know what's taken us so long. That's what the text was. So they said, anyway. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Spencer. I know it said in the report that there was 18 lots that were paved back in 2018, but then it also said that the city only has 3 lots that are registered like with a license. So are none of those 18 lots registered right now?
So actually, I think it was 16 lots, Councillor, back in the day, but I don't think any of them. I thought they were, to be fair with you. I mean, I'm not involved with the licensing process, but after we asphalted those lots in 18, I actually thought some of them were licensed, but when we did a comprehensive review of the area, we found out that none of those lots were actually licensed. So surprising to me. But I think what happened back in 18 when we asked them to asphalt those lots, I think the issue is then COVID struck, and they were just dormant for 2 years. There was absolutely no business on any of those lots. So, and there was no concern until it was raised again most recently with one of the councillors in terms of a motion. So no, none of those lots, to your answer to the question, were actually licensed, to my surprise.
Okay, and just another question that I had was in regards to the overall cost, like the $500 and $1,000, to businesses that already are operating as, let's say, a restaurant or a motel, do they pay a licensing fee there? And is it common to charge them 2 license fees for one property?
So I'm not aware of any licensing fee that they would pay, but we would request that if they're using the lot for the purposes of parking, there's 2 or more for gain, subsequent to their business, that they would be required to obtain a license. And maybe they only have less than 100, so they'd only be required to pay $500 in that instance.
Okay, so they already don't pay a license fee like to have a restaurant or to have a motel or
so for a restaurant, I don't know whether or not the clerk's department's licensed them. That might be a question for Bill. Bill might be able to answer that question. I'm not sure. But the commercial parking lot would be a subsequent license to any other licensing fee that they would have for the restaurant and business. Again, we wouldn't suggest if they only have 50 lots within a restaurant, and then 50 additional lots, we would only charge them $500. We wouldn't charge them $1,000 if 50 of those lots were utilized for the purpose of the business, if that makes any sense.
It does. I just wondered whether it was common to charge people 2 licensing fees if they have 2 separate uses on their property, or if there was like an all-inclusive license, that's all.
And perhaps Bill can speak to the restaurant license. I'm not sure.
Mr. Clerk, is there a parking lot license fee for a restaurant?
There would not be a licensing fee particularly for the parking lot, so they would require in this case a fee or a license to be paid for the restaurant. And then when zoning is going to make comment on whether or not they would approve that, there would be parking requirements for that use. So they'd have to have so many lots to run a restaurant. We wouldn't then charge them a fee for that. And this is what Mr. Spencer is talking about. I think some businesses are getting creative where maybe they have excessive parking, where they've got more parking spaces required than what the restaurant license would require, or spots available, and they're getting a little creative. And some people are just parking in these lots because they see that there's empty spots, and hey, let's park here, we can park for free. So some of those restaurant owners are turning around saying, well, we have to charge them so that we can hold these spots for our customers, making stipulations that they need to come in and make a purchase if they're going to use that parking lot. So we would be reliant on enforcement staff to go out and find those situations for us if there are violations or abuse of that system. But in a nutshell, it's not 2 separate licenses.
Good. Okay. Councillor Kerrio, and then I got Ms. Dolch.
Just a quick one, Your Worship. Has anybody been notified on the amount of money we're going to charge the BIAs? Do they have a clue that we're going
through through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor, we did send out a notice, and people could have attended council tonight if they so choose. And we actually changed the date. We reached out to many of our stakeholders to apprise them of the meeting. So if there's nobody in the audience, I'm assuming that just nobody showed up for the meeting. But we did apprise them by virtue of a notice, and we did reach out to them and call them.
Did we talk about in the notice, did we talk about the fees?
No, we didn't discuss the fees because we didn't know if they would be approved yet or not and what those were, but we said it was under review for sure.
So I don't think that any of them have a clue that it's going to be $1,000, because I mentioned it to two people, two that you know, two big ones, and they were not really happy to go from 100 to 1,000.
From zero.
Yeah, again, Councillor, it's 500. So if it's under, if it's under the.
Well, they should have been paying the 100. That's our fault. They should have been paying the 100, but the guys spent a lot of money fixing their parking lots, paving their parking lots, lighting their parking lots, some of them draining them, and now I just think it's a big jump. That's all.
I think
it would feel better if it was phased in.
I know, but it's been 20 years, guys. It's been 20 years. They haven't been paying.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But you know, to get a shock that it's $100 last year, $1,000 this year.
It was free last year.
Well, that's not their fault.
No, I know, but they haven't paid in 20 years, so.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. As long as we know that no one knows about it, and they're going to wake up tomorrow, and their fee's going to be $1,000. That's
well, Gerald, in the fall, you reached out to all the parking lots, did you not? Last year.
Yeah. We actually reached out to them back in 2018. We had a public meeting. We discussed rates of fees, et cetera, and everything else. But then, as you said, Mr. Mayor, COVID hit. We only required them at that time to asphalt their lots. Council allowed them to step outside the bylaw per se, to just do the asphalting of the lots and not all the other requirements of the bylaw, including the site plan requirements. So we've been more than fair to the industry over the past several years. Even before I got here, I mean, the bylaw was in place since 2001. And as you suggested, nobody's paid even $100 for the past 24 years. So it's a bit of a bargain in terms of what we're asking. I think during high season, many of these lots probably make more than 500 in a day. So, I mean, we're just asking for $500 if it's under 100 lots. And that's about it.
I don't know. I don't have a problem, Gerald, with it. It's just that the question was, do any of them know that after this meeting they're going to be paying $500 or $1,000? The simple answer to the question is no. Yeah. We've talked about all the other things, but not the fees until today.
BIA is on the phone right now. They're aware of it.
They're aware of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, this is a public report. I mean, it's been on the internet. I mean, okay. You know. Okay, Ms. Dolch, you wanted to comment?
Yeah.
No, we're good. We're good.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. And I just wanted to mention, probably more for those people listening, in case they haven't read the report, the difference between a small lot and a large lot. So we've given the small lot people a number of concessions because they're under 100 spaces, in terms of they don't have to go through site plan control, they don't have to adhere to the zoning bylaw. You know, there's still some requirements. You have to do some setback requirements for buildings, but we have given a lot of concession. The large lots do have to go through site plan approval process, which means, you know, your landscaping and making sure all the bylaw requirements are adhered to. So I just want to make sure people understand the difference. Even though they're being licensed, we did give the small lot operators a bit more concession.
So can you explain that in terms of dollars? Because I want them to understand that we gave them a big break to come into compliance. So for anyone 100 spots or under, what would it have cost them if they went through what the big lots are going through?
So again, I don't know the actual cost, but in terms of what they would have to go through, obviously a site plan application, which would runs quite a significant amount, around
how much?
6,000, 7,000, in that range. And then on top of that, you're looking at making sure you adhere to the construction requirements. We have certain thickness of asphalt, all those things that are required under the site plan would be predicated, the landscape strips, all these things that will be required, a photometrics plan, all these things that we require as part of a site plan will happen with the large lots. And again, because they're a little more intrusive, we're trying to make the small lots have a little more flexibility and not have to provide any of that additional drawings and other things. So, and the clerk's group will just manage that. If it's a large lot, they'll have to come through for site plan approval. And if it's not, then they will just handle the licensing with bylaw enforcement.
So no engineering reports?
No engineering, no.
No architecture reports, guys? No architecture reports, no engineering reports, no site plan? Like, they don't have to go through any of that, saving them thousands of dollars. So. I think
And-
that's reasonable.
And just one other thing, I just wanted to speak to the grass parking lot issue. Obviously, it depends where they're located, but I didn't want to talk about the zoning. Parking lots, commercial parking lots, as a zoning bylaw requirement, are only permitted in certain zones. Generally, the commercial zones, tourist commercial, general commercial, and parking zones, really, or site-specific zones. So, you know, obviously, Gerald could address those that way as well.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, one opposed. Thank you. 9.7, voting methods. It's the will of council. Councillor Lococo.
I'll put a motion forward to approve it. I just had a couple of questions. Maybe Mr. Clerk can answer them. Is the pin?
Oh, we don't have a seconder yet, Councillor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you have a seconder to report, or to approve this report? Do we have a seconder? Okay, we don't have a seconder to report, or to approve this, Councillor. Do we have some form of, so what is this? This is just, so we can receive the report. We can, Mr. Clerk, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah,
Yes,
so,
voting.
you know, part of the motion, I guess we can break it down into two main sections. One was to consider in-person voting using vote tabulators. That's what the city has been doing since 1997. When I first started with the city, and I've personally worked on 8 elections, all of them with vote tabulators. And then the other big component to this report was to authorize internet voting as an alternative voting method. So if that is, and I get the feeling that perhaps that's where council is hesitant to second the motion, I would perhaps advise at least giving permission or authorizing or giving staff direction to use the vote tabulators. And the reason for that is the area municipalities in the region have an opportunity to put together a joint RFP for these types of services. And the thought process there emanated from the area CAOs getting together and trying to think of some efficiencies, and one of them was for 2026 elections. So with the growing trend to go to online voting and to also perhaps continue with the paper voting of vote tabulators, it was thought that we could gain some efficiencies on sharing these costs in a joint RFP with other municipalities. So if there's no appetite for online voting, I would at least encourage council to consider the continued use of the vote tabulators, which we've been doing for 27 years or 28 years here.
Okay, I get Councillor Patel.
So, Mr. Mayor, can we separate all 4 recommendations, maybe vote on one at a time? Then-
Well, there's 2 and 2, so.
Yeah, 2 and 2, yeah.
So why don't we do it like that? So why don't you make the motion that we receive the report and that we authorize the vote tabulators as primary voting? Want to do it like that? Okay. Councillor Lococo, second that?
Yes, and then I have some questions,
Okay.
which will help with the other motions. Will the PIN be sent in the mail, or do you get a PIN over the phone or through the internet?
What kind of a PIN?
There's a PIN number that's required for online voting.
All right, we're not voting on that.
I know, but I can't speak to it unless there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know what we'll do? Then we'll vote on the first one on vote tabulators, and then you can. So I know what you're saying. You want to speak to it, but it's not being entertained right now.
Well, it's not that I don't want to speak to it. I want to clarify before I can vote.
Okay, but that's not part of the vote. But ask your question.
Okay, so will the PIN be mailed, or do you get a PIN online if we put in internet voting?
Through the mayor, obviously we haven't seen the pitch or from whatever company might be providing that type of service, but typically, yes, it would be a PIN received in the mail for online voting. Again, we haven't experienced that here in Niagara Falls at any level, municipal, federal, or provincial, but that generally is how it would work. It would be a PIN.
Might be an issue with Canada Post with what's going on. My next question, will there still be proxy options for somebody who cannot get out of the house?
Through the mayor, yes, that process exists under the Municipal Elections Act, so that's why we would still encourage doing a paper ballot And certainly that is one of the options available to a voter, is to go through that proxy process.
Okay, and last question. I don't know if it was municipal or provincial or federal. Someone can go to the house if someone cannot get out. Did we do that, or was that provincial, federal? And will we still do that if we did it?
Municipally, that's hasn't been an option in the past,
Okay,
to
thank
go to
you.
somebody's home.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous on the tabulators. Do we need anything to direct you away from?
I think essentially what I would suggest is that you've approved all of the recommendations there, minus authorizing the internet voting as an alternative voting method for 2026. So you've approved just to receive the report, you've approved the authorizing the in-person ballot voting using the tabulators, and then, of course, just directing staff to prepare the necessary bylaw, which we would do in any case, in this case, just for the vote tabulators.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Baldinelli?
Thank you, Mayor. Before voting,
We already voted.
Before, we already voted. Not on everything? Did we vote on everything?
Yeah, because we're not voting on the internet part.
So we voted on reducing the number of locations for elections, which I don't agree with.
Well, we just received the report. We didn't
Okay.
approve anything, but we did.
A comment to me, well, you know, if you were gonna go internet voting, that means you would have multiple places to vote from. And I can't understand why you would reduce the amount of places, because the more accessible it is and closer to your home, the better voting turnout. The less, it'd be like being in the United States with the Republicans. Just my comment. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Just to add some clarity, based on what I'm hearing, we would probably try and operate the 2026 municipal election very similar to what we did in 2022. We offered more opportunities for people to vote at more advanced polls. We had a running advanced poll here at City Hall right from, I think, the end of September, right through until voting day, which was around the third and a half week of October. So we would continue to do that. And of course, with the regular method of having polling stations throughout the city and having people the opportunity to go and vote at those locations. So it'd be a very traditional method by the sounds of things for 2026. And we'll come back to council closer to the election, probably in the spring of 2026, with further reports on what bidder would be successful. We'll still have an opportunity to join in on the joint RFP, but just for the tabulator portion. And of course, we'll come back with our various voting locations. We usually consolidate with the accessibility committee on those locations so that they give their approvals as well. So we'll be very thorough in going through any next steps before 2026 election.
Okay, good, thank you. 9.8, proposal to introduce a pet cemetery section. There are two recommendations. Councillor Newsteg, you make the motion? Okay, motion by Councillor Newsteg, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. Any discussion? Councillor Lococo and then Councillor Newsteg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a great idea. It offers a whole bunch of other options, but my questions are, does the animal have to be cremated, or can the whole body go in? Does it have to be in a casket? Sometimes cremated remains can go on top of the owner. What if the owner doesn't, what if the pet passes away first? Are we expected to sell two lots, one for the owner, one for the pet, or can it just be one? So those are all my questions.
Okay.
And what if you have an existing plot?
Existing plot?
Existing plot, because this proposal only had a certain area for the pet
Ms.
cemetery.
Muldaur cannot wait to get at these answers.
Thank you. Through to the mayor. I will start off by saying staff, if this is approved tonight, staff will be updating our existing cemetery bylaws, policy and procedures. And I cannot answer all of your questions because some of them will be dealt with when we update the information. I can definitely answer some of them. Usually the animal is cremated. I was asking staff the same questions. And with our proposal in front of you tonight, we're only talking about one section at the cemetery that we would have for pets only or pets and owners. And definitely if the pet had passed and we had the ashes and then the individual passed, we could add like those ashes to the owners, and we wouldn't be selling them two plots. We wouldn't be looking into that. So it is a very important service that we can offer to our residents, because a number of people live in apartments, etc., and they cannot bury their animals in their backyard. So it's something that is nice to be able to offer, and it's becoming very popular. There are other communities that have added pet cemeteries, so we definitely see a lot of value. And if we report, then I will be bringing back a more detailed report to council, and hopefully within that report we'll be able to answer all of your questions.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Did we, no, we haven't voted yet. Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor, that's right, Councillor Newstead.
I could probably even add to that. So looking at this section, I doubt very much that they'd have the full body burial and cremated remains, because it just is too small of a section. So they probably have and so when the city sells a plot, they sell sometimes a it's a cremation plot where you can put 4 cremated remains. So whether one of those cremated remains will be considered the pet, I don't know. That was one of my questions. And then, and I also have the other question that, much to Councillor Lococo, people have other plots within the cemetery, and they're going to want, because they're already existing, to have their animal buried there. So there's going to be some questions coming back, because they're not necessarily going to go and repurchase a plot. And do we have any idea of what cost we're going to be charging? Will it be the same as what we charge for cremated remains of a human?
We will be bringing that information forward as well. It will be similar to that for the cost, yes.
Okay. And you were saying that there might be even a chance, a thing where we'll have a separate area just for pets?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if that's, I think people really want their pets with them as opposed to a separate area.
Okay.
Just from my understanding.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh. I'm sorry, Councillor Strange, you had a question?
I'm just saying that
Can't hear you. Please stand up. Stand up. We got to hear. Go ahead. That was a good question.
No, I'm good.
He just wanted to know. He just said me, and I didn't know the answer. He said, if it's the St. Bernard or Chihuahua, is it the same? We don't know yet?
I would tend to think it is the same, because you're talking about, usually the pet would be cremated. So you're looking at the ashes.
Well, we have more ashes.
Okay, and Councillor Kerrio's got horses, so I don't know where, he might have questions. Kathy will be all over that.
Shh. I just got bumped out of the family.
Yeah, you're at the bottom. Okay, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Next up is Niagara Falls Animal Care and Control Bylaw 9.9. There are 2 recommendations, 3 actually. 1, council approve waiving the yearly registration fee for service dogs. 2, that we do not approve an unlimited exemption of number of dogs permitted. And 3, that council not approve the definition change from service dog to service animal. Councillor Newstead, you make the motions. Second by Councillor Patel. Questions? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you. A resident brought this issue to me, which I brought to the Accessibility Committee, and the resident and the committee did not feel that our bylaw was in line with the AODA and on Ontario legislation, and they felt that the changes should be made. I appreciate the thoroughness of staff and the SPCA on it, and I understand all of the comments that they have made. I do need to highlight 2 errors in the report compared to the Accessibility Committee recommendation. Recommendation number 2 says not approve an unlimited exemption. That is not what the Accessibility Committee recommended. They recommended the 3-dog limit plus 1 service animal, so it wasn't unlimited, so that's incorrect. And then It also says on page 5 of the report that the committee wanted to waive the annual registration. They didn't want to waive the annual registration, they wanted to waive the annual fee. So that's incorrect in the report as well. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I do understand. And I can appreciate that the municipalities have similar sections to our bylaw, but it's also possible that they might not be in line with the AODA as well. I'm struggling with this information that was provided because I'm attempting to fall in line with the AODA, but I see from our staff perspective about some of the challenges that it can create. The Ontario government website says that the documentation for the dog is not required, only a letter from the health professional is required. And I know the report speaks to that, but that's what the legislation says. And on the Ontario website, the term service animal, that's through the legislation as service animal, and there's many other municipalities that use the term service animal. I know the report outlined a whole bunch that didn't use it, but Hamilton, Vaughan, Toronto, Burlington, North Middlesex, Township of Uxbridge, Greater Sudbury, Municipality of Lakeshore and Grey County, they use the term service animal. So I do understand what the staff and the SPCA are concerned about, but I think we need to be looking at the AODA. We just had the flag raising yesterday for accessibility, and it was stated that we want to remove barriers for people with disabilities. So I'm really struggling with this one, with the recommendation from staff, and then following the AODA.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments or questions of council? Okay, so yeah, we had the motion. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? You're in favor, okay. Unanimous, thank you for that. 9.10, License Appeal Committee Terms of Reference. Mr. Clerk, is this one you would deal with? Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. So this is a new committee that will be established, and it's based upon a bylaw of from 4 years ago that would permit bed and breakfast and vacation rental units. And if a license was denied or revoked for any reason, the bylaw states that the property owner would have the opportunity to appeal that decision. We are faced with an upcoming situation where we look like we will be having an appeal submitted, so we do need to put a committee together. The call for applications is out there to the public right now, and as the terms of reference is suggesting, we'll be looking for up to 7 members of the public to sit on that committee. And so this is just for council to approve these terms of reference, and then we'll come back at hopefully the next meeting to make any approvals for applications or applicants.
Thank you. Councillor Newestay?
Would it be possible to add 2 councillors to sit on this committee with the motion?
Yep. Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, if that's council's wish to have 2 councillors appointed to the committee, what I would suggest is we maintain the current suggestion of 7 members. So we would just now redefine that as 5 members of the public and then 2 members of council to sit on that committee.
Okay. Did you want to make that motion, Councillor?
I'd like to make that motion.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Newestay, second by Councillor Strange. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you for that. Consent agenda, we have 1 item. The wastewater fund budget to actual variance. We're just looking for a motion to receive the report. Yep, motion by Councillor Lococo.
I'll put a motion forward to receive it, but I do have a question.
Let me get a seconder. Okay. Can I get a seconder on that? Councillor Dabrowski? Okay.
In the report, it outlines some of the costs that we've spent on Rexinger Road for the wastewater plant, the new South Niagara wastewater plant. We've been talking a lot about the wastewater plant. What's going to happen if we don't get it and we've invested all of this money in infrastructure to do this? And I'd like to know how much money, and not right now how much money, but if we can figure out how much money we've invested for this in infrastructure. I'm concerned about federal and provincial money, what's going to happen.
Mr. Nichol, did you want to weigh in on Tiffany Clark?
I will pass it off to Mr. Nichol, but I just want to clarify, there isn't really costs to that in here. There was a budget for a debt placeholder, and the report's saying there is a variance because we haven't actually issued any debt on that yet. So there's not any actual costs in the water fund on that project yet. There was debt on the water main loop, the Rex Senior water main loop. But in terms of the capital project, I'm going to pass that over to Eric.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, I mean, it's a very important strategy for the city and the region to try to look at the increase in capacity. It's cost effective for the city and the region to move forward with this new plant versus other solutions. I can tell you we've been meeting regularly with the region to try to, and we all agree that this is the highest priority we have in terms of servicing infrastructure. So at the present time, we have not been exploring alternatives because all of our resources are focused on making sure this plant gets off the ground. It is full steam ahead on design of both the plant and the tunnels needed to service the plant. If and when a time comes where we need to find an alternative strategy, the good news is all of the city's infrastructure, which is the local distribution pipes, have been paid for and are put in the ground already. So those are needed regardless of how the region intends to service and bring it all to the plant. So I'm confident that these are investments that aren't going to go to waste. That what they may result in is a new pump station that has to pump to Stanley Avenue, for example, if the worst case scenario happens where we can't build a new plant.
Great, that's really good to hear, because I was thinking we're putting all of this investment in infrastructure, and then what if it doesn't get built there? I just had one other question regarding the Stanley Avenue wastewater plant as well. There was an article recently about toxic water with trout to see how many die, the certain percentage. Why do we still use trout? Isn't there a better way? Like, why do we kill trout to find this out? Isn't there a better way to test it?
Mr. Nichol, do you? Is there
Through
catfish?
Mr. Mayor, I will have to defer that question to the region. We are only responsible to send water to their pipes, and then they're responsible for that treatment aspect. Okay. I suppose it's the same reason why mice are used in the lab. I don't really have an answer for you.
It just seems very barbaric at this point that we can't test another way.
Okay, thank you. So all those in favor of the variance? All those in favor? I need hands. All those in favor, Councillor Patel and Dabrowski, you're in? Okay, good. That's unanimous. Thank you. Now we move to, here we go, communications and comments to the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we approve 11.1 through 11.5. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. And really quickly, flag raising for Azerbaijan Independence Day, May 28th. Special occasion permit for Nikola Tesla Day on July 12th. Special occasion permit and noise bylaw exemption for Ribfest on Stanley Avenue. That's the flag raising request for Christian Heritage Month for December, and noise bylaw exemption for an outdoor event on Wiltshire Boulevard, July the 20th. Next, yes?
I had one question. Does it have to be a property owner that applies for a noise bylaw exemption? Or can it be anyone in the household?
Mr. Clerk, do you know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer to be honest, but I would prefer that it be the property owner. I wouldn't want somebody who's renting or a child of a parent or property owner throwing a party without the owner being aware of it.
Is there an age requirement? And the only reason I ask is because the very last one that we received, I don't know if you saw the very bottom of what you sent us.
No.
Go to the very last page.
Of which one?
11.5.
Catholic School Board?
Yeah.
Oh, came from, so they did it on their work email.
Student.
Oh.
I don't know. I mean, I don't mind. I figure staff would have done their due diligence, but I was just asking. Maybe it's not that person.
It might be for his parents.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I asked.
Yeah. Good question.
Might I suggest that the approval be granted upon staff verifying that the owner of the property is aware of the request?
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Okay, 12, there's a recommendation that we receive for information 12.1 through 12.4. You've got something you want to speak to, Councillor Lococo?
Yes, 12.3 and 12.4.
Okay, let's do 12.3, the memo, Niagara Falls Holding Corporation.
Thank you. Through the mayor, if Ms. Clark, the question that was put to me was the $22 million that was payable to the CNF, to the City of Niagara Falls, was declared October 2024. What is that money earmarked for?
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That money is going to be used to fund a few capital projects, specifically some land purchases, but I will be sending a report later with the 2024 variance that'll kind of explain that. But to be perfectly honest, we haven't allocated it all currently. It is sitting in a reserve.
Okay.
And these uses were run by the Holdco board as well, in a memo from the CAO.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And okay, that's fine for 12.3.
Okay, 12.4.
12.4, I know we're only receiving it, but I have raised concerns about the SciTech art, so I just want to put that out there.
About what?
The SciTech art.
Oh, art, yep.
I didn't think there was an art.
There's no art. There's discussion of one, but did you want to speak to one of those, Councillor?
12.2.
Part of 12.2?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
12.2.
So, actually, I was looking, this is of concern, and I think it's something that we should be looking at in our city as well. For any religious event or a religious place of worship and city property, that we have a bubble zone, just like they're looking at in Toronto, so that we can keep people are able to worship with freedom.
Okay, no, do you have that as a note? You have that as a notice. Do you want to bring it up now?
I did, but it didn't come through.
No, it's here.
Oh, is it? Okay. Okay. All right, then I'll wait till that part.
Oh, you wait.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So I'm looking for a motion to receive for information 12.1 through 12.4, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. Motion to go past curfew. This won't take much more than 10 minutes. Councillor Newestag, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? And that's approved. Thank you. Okay. We're almost done. Thank you for that. Ratification of in-camera. Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, just to speed up the process, really, it was all direction to staff, and if anyone is concerned about the issues, they're all listed in the resolution that was passed at around 2 p.m. this afternoon, which lists all the reasons for going in camera and a brief topic as to what those items were. But in the case of today, it was all just to give direction to staff.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. So we don't need any action on that, okay? So now we go to notice of motion, new business. So 14.1, first one is Councillor Strange's. So I guess all you have to do is read it.
Did you say Strange's?
Strange?
Yeah,
No, Strange's motion.
Oh, okay.
Strange's, not
Appreciate
the Italian. So 14.1, all you gotta do is read it. I guess we don't discuss it until the next meeting. It's a notion, unless we make, unless you do something else on it, yes.
Once you read it, then I'll do it.
Okay. I have to read the whole motion, or can I just talk about what is entitled? What, just kind of?
Enforce the rules on him, please.
Cole's note it?
It's your opportunity to present it. If you
Okay.
want to just read the therefore be it resolved portion, that's
Well, I
acceptable as
just,
well.
we had a report about parking and about the Chippewa boat ramp and people coming in from other towns using it, so we wanted to charge them plus the residents, but we didn't think it was fair for the residents because we thought we'd give them a resident parking pass. But the resident parking pass is only entitled 2 hours on parking on the street, no municipal lots, but the Chippewa boat ramp.
And 2 hours doesn't make sense because people who come in, it takes them 2 hours a lot of time just to bring the boat in, bring them out, and all that sort of stuff. So I was looking at making it unlimited for the day, because it is an all-day thing, what you do. So
If you have the residence convenience parking pass.
if you have which I believe is $35 for the year, which is a steal.
2 cars.
For 2 cars, yeah. So that includes parking on the street for 2 hours, or going to the Chippewa boat ramp with your boat, your trailer, all that sort of stuff, and it'd be an all-day pass. So I would like to. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to put a motion to waive the procedural bylaw, because it is a time-sensitive issue. A boating season has started. If we wait for another month, I think it will go it'll be too late for the season for lots of people. So I think I would like to put in motion to waive the procedural bylaw.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. We waive the procedural bylaw and approve the in one swoop kind of thing, in one motion, because the timeliness, like you said, it's boating season now, right? Okay. All right, is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous.
Perfect.
Okay, good job. Okay.
No, I think we missed the voting. We just did the procedural bylaw.
No, we did them both in one.
Oh, both in one?
Yeah, I rolled them all up into one.
You're quick.
Wow.
2 for 1.
All right, next up is, okay, I have a notice of motion, and I'll just read this really quick. Whereas, since government regulations changed, providing higher environmental standards on what paint can be used on roads, lines, and the roads don't last very long. If you notice, we have to paint the roads several times a year. Whereas this change has meant municipalities have to repaint lines more often, several times a year, to maintain visibility. Whereas more painting means more trucks on the road, more staff time, more tax dollars. Whereas faded or barely visible lines on roads are a hazard to drivers. Whereas it's extremely challenging to see during inclement weather conditions. Whereas we shouldn't have to wait for collision stats to tell us what we already know. When lines vanish, danger increases. Whereas the City of Ottawa has already taken the lead on this national concern for safety. And this, by the way, is a federal regulation forced down on the province and municipalities that they want to paint that they believe is more environmental. So, but I don't know what's more environmental about accidents, about going 3 times a year with trucks to repaint them, and all this time, staff time, the labor, makes absolutely no sense. So the City of Ottawa has taken the lead on this national safety concern. So therefore be it resolved that staff come back with some options that meet environmental standards and keep drivers safe while not repainting lines several times per year.
Don't you have strong mayor powers?
Federal government trumps me. Actually, everybody trumps me. So that's my notice. So we'll deal with that. So we're not dealing with it today. We deal with it at the next meeting. Yes, Councillor Baldelli?
I thought it was my glasses.
It was your glasses?
That's right.
Oh yeah, no, it's bad. It's funny. If you notice, now that we talked about it, now you're going to notice all the crosswalks, the parking stalls, the center lines, they're fading, and you're wondering, are we just not painting them as much? No, it's not that. It's the garbage paint we're being forced to use right now. So there's, oh yeah. So Globe and Mail's doing a story right now, and CTV's doing a thing. Like, it's become a national concern. It was a really bad decision. What's that?
I just chalked it up to old age.
Yeah, well, you know, I did too. I thought my eyes are going. Yeah. All right. I feel better. Okay. Now, Councillor Coco, or oh my God, newest thing, notice of motion for your bubble zone.
Bubble zone. So whereas we need to protect the rights of our residents to worship without threats of intimidation, and whereas city-owned property, public spaces and spaces in the vicinity of faith-based cultural institutions, including streets and sidewalks, should feel safe and free from protesters, and whereas some protests involve harassment, intimidation, and where those attending religious institution should be able to do so in peace, and whereas the history of bubble zones go back to 1995, where they were first adopted in British Columbia, and whereas causes that are of international concerns are being taken up by local residents and visitors more often as issues on the world stage becoming increasingly pronounced, and whereas redirecting political protests away from innocent and vulnerable religious minorities and children will make sure that their rights are not impede it. Therefore, it be resolved that the City Council ask for staff report to review a bubble zone bylaw that would prohibit protests around faith-based and cultural institution and city-owned facilities and property.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other yes notices or new business? Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, it's notice of motion I will send in a writing in a couple of days. It's a notice of motion for honoring our veterans. Lots of cities around the province are doing crosswalk to honor our veterans. And I would like to put a motion in for staff to come up with maybe similar or maybe different ideas to somehow honor veterans in our city. So it could be done before maybe Remembrance Day comes, if we can start thinking about that now, and we can actually work on it and have something done by Remembrance Day. So I would like to put in motion for, I spoke to Mr. CEO and he said he's thinking he can come up with something creative. So let's see if they can come up with something creative.
Okay.
So I would just like to put in motion to come up with some idea to honor veterans in our city.
Okay, so that's your notice of motion.
Notice of motion.
Okay. Do we need a motion for a notice of motion, or that's it? That is the notice of motion.
Notice of motion.
That is it. Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Councilor. Yeah, we just need it in writing. Councilor Lococo?
Since it's a notice of motion, I can't speak to it. There's
Yeah, it's
something
not-
already in the works
Yeah.
with transportation.
Okay. Oh, yeah, what'd you say, transportation?
Transportation, okay, also, a resident contacted me last year and wanted to donate money to have a crosswalk. So staff asked him to contact the Legions to find out what they thought. So he did, and I just forwarded that all to Transportation, Matthew Bilodeau. So he's working with the resident to see how much is he willing to donate, where did he want it. So it's sort of already in the works.
Okay, good, good.
Sorry.
Hopefully they use, if they do it, the right paint that lasts, you know. Okay, now we're into motions for consideration. So first up, we've got Councillor, okay, did we already deal with 15.1 then? Okay, so that's done. 15.2, trailer bylaw, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I talked about this last time when I brought it up, but last year a resident contacted me about a tool trailer, and once we passed our trailer bylaw, the RV trailer bylaw, there was some discussion about, well, what does that entail? Is it a tool trailer? Is it an RV? Is it an open trailer where you throw garbage in and take it? So I brought this up, and then after that, Councillor Patel brought up about that open trailer. So the motion is that staff look into this to come back with some different ideas about different types of trailers, because it's all encompassing of all trailers. So originally it was RV. So what happens for someone who's using a tool trailer to work every day, to bring money to their family, and now we're getting complaints about this tool trailer. So that's why I wanted to bring this motion, and the motion is just basically that staff review the current bylaws that reference the trailers. And apparently there's multiple bylaws that reference it. The ability to address different types of trailers and their uses, the ability to tow trailers for non-compliance, the ability to use AMPs for non-compliance, and report their findings to council.
Okay.
Just for information to come back to council.
Okay, so we have a motion, so now we need a seconder, Mr. Yeah. So do you have a seconder to the trailer motion, Councillor Baldinelli? Any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Okay, next up, that was, okay, 15.3, Councillor Lococo, it looks like you got a feel up here.
Yes, 15.3 is about specialized transit. Actually, Sandy Bird, who was here before, she wanted to go to Fireman's Park for one of the city events, and Niagara Regional Transit told her that Fireman's Park was outside of the urban boundary for the city, so she couldn't go. And we brought it to our accessibility committee and thought, well, what do we do? So we were in contact with the Niagara Regional Transit, and they helped me craft this motion. And basically, it's just that council of the City of Niagara Falls requests that Niagara Transit Commission consider, through the master plan and budget process, adding the service areas not currently within the urban area boundary, but within the municipal boundary of Niagara Falls, to its service area for commingled microtransit, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Niagara Transit Board. So there were some discussions with our transportation, with regional transit, and they thought this was a good time to look at it.
Okay. Okay, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Oh, yep. Sorry, Mr. Clerk.
Sorry, I should have caught you before the vote was taken. We do have a delegation request from Mr. Racy, who just wanted to speak to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
The fact that it's been approved. You know, maybe you just want to touch on a few highlights.
Just before we do
before
too,
we move
sir,
on.
did you have an issue you're here for specifically?
I helped Councillor Lococo write the motion.
Oh.
I just talked to him.
Okay, great. Okay, super.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's see what
It was
happens.
a long meeting for it, but it was.
Oh, man, I'll tell you, you're dedicated.
Yeah,
My person.
my phone.
Sorry, I know you did have a presentation, but
Okay, fair
for whatever
enough.
reason, it didn't get through to IT.
Yeah,
staff.
no problem. Thank you. I'm going to make it brief. I know it's was a long. Thank you for accommodating me, Mr. Clerk. And three, I want to thank Councillor Lococo for bringing this motion. I wanted to expand this. I'm in support of this motion 100%, but I want to expand this by saying that, as you know, myself and my student volunteers, we help with so many different festivals that have been held in Fireman's Park. It's a beautiful place, and I had some pictures of this. It's a place that I hope more younger people, they could go there and be physically active. And a lot of festivals happening in this place. We just had Filipino Festival, Ukrainian Festival. Most of these festivals are free to attend for low-income families. The challenge is that right now there is no public transport that goes right to Fireman's Park, right? I had my presentation that goes onto Royal, but not all the way to Fireman's Park. This creates a barrier for low-income people and at the same time for younger generation. I hope the youth, instead of getting hooked to their phone, they could just take the bus, go to the park, enjoy the beautiful trail, or come to our festivals. That's one point. The other aspect of this is that we have a lot of festivals that brings tourists to the city, and there was a discussion about the mat tax today. So it would be nice, because right now, with $10 day pass, anywhere you could take the GO train, come to GO bus, but from GO bus, there is no direct path to come to the festivals that's been run in Fireman's Park. Hotels and motels are great, but hotels do not bring tourists to the city. Festivals do bring. So I appreciate Councillor Lococo bring this, because I've noticed the city, Niagara Regional Transit, they have a new plan, and as part of their new plan, they have some options to bring bus goes all the way to Fireman's Park. So that's what I had a presentation about, shows that would be very nice if the city would support that as part of their plan. Do consider having a more frequent, or at least on the weekend, buses that could go to there, so that when there's a free festival is happening, number one, youth can enjoy it, number two, low-income people could enjoy it, and number three, our tourists who come to Niagara Falls, they can easily go to the festival. So we could create an environment that not just we have a free festival for our citizens, but at the same time, be creating an environment that we could have more and more festivals comes to Fireman's Park, brings the tourists, and make a change to our community. That was what I wanted to add into it, but I guess the motion is already passed. But our request was that it would be not just about support for accessible, but also more frequent buses on the weekend as part of their new master plan. But
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you for supporting this well-written motion. Okay, well, did we vote already? We voted, right? We did, okay. Which it's passed, and then it was like the cherry on top. So thank you for that. And thank you for your patience too, appreciate it. Moving along, 15.4, we've got another Councillor Lococo motion.
Lococo motion?
Lococo motion.
Yes,
yeah,
at our
locomotion.
At our last meeting, we were talking about some residents not receiving notification for development applications, and Councillor Dabrowski brought up, like, couldn't we change that notification? So I said that I did bring that up before. We did change the notification for rural, because one rural parcel, you might not have to notify anybody. When we were talking about that development application, I think it was 7 or 8 properties, and if you're outside of that, you're not getting notified at all. So my motion was to have planning staff extend the circulation area, and I would leave that to staff to figure out how far out of the 120 meters. When we did bring this up last meeting, Ms. Dolch said that we could look at that.
Okay, great. So we got a motion, we have a seconder, Councillor Dabrowski. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. And then moving 10.6, now we go to Councillor Patel. You've got meeting stakeholders, Lundy's Lane. No? Did I miss one? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Standard reporting timeline options.
For this motion, I would like to talk about how we can improve the way we, how we can improve the way City Council receives the reports on the motion and direction that we bring forward. This often comes from usually we bring motions and directions that we hear from residents. Usually when we have complaints and concerns coming from residents, we bring them into council chambers and create motions or directions out of it. I am asking for a report is that just first step is real progress happens when reports come back and we discuss it and we take action. So when we introduce a motion, that's only first step. And when we have report come back and we actually debate on it and when we vote on it and approve it, that's when the action is taken. So what I'm looking for is timeline created for the reports that goes to the different department according to the need of the report or how many departments are involved and how complex a report is. We should have set timeline so it's easier for council, staff, and public to follow up on when the time comes that when the report's supposed to come back. Because I would suggest let's look at this motion as one of those KPIs in private sectors. Key performance indicators. Usually this is how the private corporation, they actually, they measure their success at the end of the year from the KPIs. So let's, as a council and as a corporation of City of Niagara Falls, let's measure our success into reports, how many reports and how many concerns we actually solve per year. So that's our success every year. So every time we ask for a report comes back, we discuss it and we vote on it. That means we have put that to rest and we have solved one problem for residents. So I'm asking for a timeline so staff can come back with the report. They can, I'm sure there's more than one department will be involved to come back with a report where they can create their timeline. I'm not telling them what timeline they should have, but they should have come up with the timeline or guidance for us that, for example, planning might take 4 months to come back with a report, or maybe legal is very busy. They might require 6 months to come back with certain reports. They're very complex. So I'm leaving it on the staff to come back with a timeline for us to expect when the report would come back. So we even know when to follow up with the staff that when the report is coming back. And I'm asking for their report to come back within 5 months or maybe 154 days, whatever comes earlier. And if there is need for extension, maybe staff can come and let us know if they need extension. So I'm expecting I'm asking for report to come back within 5 months. That's my ask in this motion.
So
and hopefully council can support that.
So you're asking the staff to do a report, but you're asking them to come back with that within 120 days on how many days it's going to be for the
yes.
report? Okay. So
I'm asking them to do timeline report within the timeline. That's what I'm asking them.
Got it. Okay. That's a Seinfeld episode. Okay.
Exactly.
Seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Mm-hmm. Any discussion to that? Yes, Councillor Baldinelli?
I like the idea, obviously, I do, and I spoke to the clerk earlier before the meeting, and obviously there's discussion always about requests that we've had, and there's actually a timeline behind the scenes that we were unaware of. Similar to our construction model and the plans that we have, and it's 100% done or something like that, so maybe something like that, even though it's going back, can be visible to us as well, and I think that would help Councillor Patel and all of us here understand where they are, and given a timeline, maybe 6 months, could take 8 months, asking for extensions, stuff like that. So something like that would be very, very visible and really help us all knowing exactly where and how many things we have. Thanks.
Thank you for that. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Oh, hold on. The clerk just had it in there.
I just thought I'd comment on what that mechanism is, and that mechanism is that exists behind the scenes. As council is likely aware, after every meeting, senior staff will get together and have what we call a council review meeting. And it's kind of that bridge between one council meeting to another. whereas the first half of that meeting will focus on any of the outstanding items that have arisen from tonight's meeting. Once we plot all that out, then we start planning for the next council meeting during that council review meeting. At the beginning of each meeting, we start off by looking at what those outstanding items are. And a list is kept by staff. It's done on an Excel spreadsheet, and it's an opportunity for all of staff to be able to review that. But it's more of a checklist to make sure that we're keeping on top of what's been asked for and when those reports are coming. There isn't a timeline established to it, so I can appreciate the councillor's motion, and staff will take that direction back at a meeting. But I just want to point out, earlier tonight, we were asking Mr. Spencer for a report back and wanting that report back in 3 weeks' time. So that sounds like there's a lot of time. But 1 week from today, so next Tuesday, reports are due for that meeting that's going to take place in 3 weeks. So the June 17th meeting, reports for that meeting are due actually 7 days from now. And they're due from a staff perspective so that it's on that council review meeting, so that all the senior staff have an opportunity to review that. The mayor sits in on those meetings, so he'll have an opportunity to comment. We'll try and get some comments and feedback from other staff and tweak those reports further. They're then placed on a council agenda, which is approximately 1 week after that, and still 1 week before the next council meeting. So although 3 weeks apart seems like a long time, any direction that we get out of tonight's meeting, if it's expected to be on the next council agenda, is really only 7 days. Count tomorrow as day one. We're really only looking at 6 days before that report is done. So just wanted to provide a little bit of feedback, but council will take the direction based on tonight's motion.
Thank you. All those in favor? Okay, approved. Okay, where am I? Okay. 15.6, Councillor Patel again. This is your stakeholder meeting on Lundy's Lane planning.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm bringing this motion forward because we are seeing significant changes along Lundy's Lane, Lundy's Lane. Motels that were used for short-term rental stays are now being converted into long-term bachelor apartments. This shift is changing the landscape of the area, not just in terms of housing, but also its economy, its identity, and its future. The changes affect a wide range of people, residents, local businesses, service providers, and our tourism sector. We need to have an open, honest conversation with all of them. That's why I'm proposing a community and stakeholder planning meeting. The goal is to bring everyone to the table, residents, business owners, BIAs, council members, and city staff, to discuss the impact, share ideas, and shape a path forward together. We are looking at the key issues like zoning, affordable housing, the local economy, and the historic character of the area. Most importantly, we will ensure that the future decisions about Lundy's Lane are made with community, not just for it. I hope council will support the motion and help us start this important conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, great. That was unanimous. Okay, now it is the Councillor Ruth Ann Newestag show. We've got 3 coming up. So starting with the hole in Chippewa.
The whole construction hole in Chippewa. So I brought this up because we're referencing it seems like every meeting, and residents have been calling. So my motion is, whereas residents of Chippewa have expressed concerns about the construction hole in the ground visible to visitors and residents as they enter the village of Chippewa, and whereas the construction site has had no momentum on construction in a number of years, has become defunct, and whereas this is a safety and health concern for residents, and whereas this is a disgrace to our city and the entrance of the village of Chippewa, and whereas this inoperative construction site has become an attractor for garbage and debris, therefore it be resolved that that City Council work with the property owners, utilizing penalties and financial punitive tools in order to address the unsightly hole, to enforce the erection of proper construction, hoarding, and to ensure property standards to be enforced.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Patel? Any discussion to the motion? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Next up, Councillor Newestag has a beer and wine sales.
Yes, beer and wine sales allowable times, whereas Niagara Falls destination city and one of the top visitor locations in Canada, and whereas travelers come to Niagara Falls from all over the world, and whereas travelers visitors expect when they are here that they're able to enjoy entertainment and alcoholic beverages throughout their stay, including into the evening, similar to other marquee destinations. And whereas visitors are only allowed to purchase alcohol, beer, and wine in convenience stores until 11 p.m. And by the way, they can start at 7 a.m., so it's more shifting at the end. Whereas being able to purchase alcoholic beverages at convenience stores after 11 p.m. through to 1 a.m. would allow visitors a wide range of opportunity. Therefore, be it resolved that the City Council enact a bylaw allowing convenience stores to sell beer and wine until 1 a.m.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Kerrio. Any? Oh, questions. Okay, Councillor Patel, Councillor Lococo, Councillor Dabrowski.
I think this question is, I'm not sure, it's not for, I don't think Ruth can, maybe acting CEO can answer this question. To my understanding, the time of the sale of the alcohol is decided by AGCO, Alcohol Gaming Commission of Ontario. So I don't know how this will apply there. Do we have to apply to them, or how does that work?
Mr. Arlington?
Thank you, through the mayor, to the councillor. I'll ask leverage with the clerk as well in this, but that's my understanding as well, that the retail sale hours are subject to AGCO requirements, and they are typically 7 to 11 and 9 to 11. So we would be restricted by that.
Can the motion then read that we direct city staff to go and see if we can get a special approval from the alcohol gaming?
Certainly through the mayor, we can refer it to staff to do some investigation and ironically report back to council.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so
Okay.
we've got the, okay, so does that answer your question, Councillor
Yeah, the
Patel?
only reason I knew because I had to apply for a permit last time for the Rib Fest. That's the only reason I knew that you had to go through AGCO, not the city. That's why I just wanted to add that to this.
Good,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo?
That was my question.
Okay, Councillor Dabrowski.
I like the motion. I'm just wondering, through you to the councillor, have we consulted any of the BIAs? And the reason I ask, there's bars and restaurants that are open until 2 a.m. and I'm not saying it's going to negatively affect them, but you know, that 1 o'clock at 2 o'clock, I'm just curious if we've engaged them or we even want to ask them. But if it's an AGCO provincial issue, then maybe it's a moot point. But I thought I'd throw that out there, especially in the Falls Youth District, the Clifton Hill BIA. Those bars and restaurants kind of rely on that sort of sale. But either way, just throwing that out.
I was thinking more of the tourist who wants to just go back to their room. They've been to a show or been to dinner, and they just want to go back and enjoy a beverage that we're not able to. And how that came up, I had convenience stores approach me saying that they get a lot of residents coming, or a lot of tourists coming in asking for this. So it's a demand based motion. Not my, I didn't think of it on my own.
Any other questions? Councillor Strange?
No.
All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. And then you've got your last one. Oh,
New business or?
no, she's got one more. Hang tight. This is number 4 for today. CPR training. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, CPR training. Whereas recently there was a city staff member who saved a life as they were in the right place at the right time and had the appropriate CPR training to do so. And whereas city staff are employed to help residents, and if trained in CPR, this would be one more way that they could put this practice. And whereas,
Sorry.
thank you. There are approximately 600 city staff members, and whereas the community could benefit from 600 trained people who could administer CPR, and whereas this is something that all city staffing could benefit from knowing, including city council members, and whereas having seen the positive impact of a trained volunteer City of Niagara Falls firefighter saving a life, we acknowledge that there is much more opportunity to have all city employees trained. Therefore, it be resolved that staff create a program offering CPR training to all city staff and councillors.
Do we have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Strange. Do we have discussion to the motion? Councillor Lococo and Patel.
I like the concept. I think that people should be trained. I guess I'm just questioning whether all staff should be trained and what is the cost. And then you have to be recertified every year, so that it would be an annual cost. And do we need all staff? Are there certain front-facing staff that would be better utilized to have that training?
So we can go to Ms. Darlington to weigh in on it?
Thank you, through the mayor to Councillor. I believe Mr. Dark from Human Resources is on the line as well, but just to sort of summarize, in the past the city has offered CPR training, and it's been coordinated through the city's health and safety manager as a voluntary program. We've recently used Heart Niagara to deliver this training. And while we can encourage participation, we can't make CPR mandatory for staff or council unless it's reasonably expected as part of their regular job duties. That's why the program is voluntary. Though it's encouraged, but it is mandatory for certain roles. That is a requirement, such as our fire personnel. And with that, I'll pass it over to Trent. It looks like he is online if he has any additional information to add to that question.
Snicker, did you want to weigh in on this?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Through the chair. So yeah, that's I think Starlington captured it well. We've done this voluntarily. We've offered it to all staff voluntarily who are interested in pursuing CPR training. Some training is required for some positions, obviously, because of the nature of the jobs, like firefighters and lifeguards and arena attendants. It's preferred in some positions, but essentially it's a risk assessment, whether it's truly a requirement of your position or not. But we certainly try to promote it and try to encourage as many people as possible to get the training, because it is obviously something very beneficial.
Thank you. Through the mayor, approximately how many voluntary trainings have we had compared to the 600 employees? Do we know that?
Mr. Dark?
Is it 10? Is it?
I think we offer this every year. I would say we probably get maybe 30 people each year who are interested in doing it. But again, these are people that are not necessarily required to do it as part of their job description, or as not a job description qualification or requirement, but these are individuals who are just interested in pursuing CPR training.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So should I just change my motion to, we will encourage people to do this voluntarily, understanding the good impact that it would have.
Yeah,
okay.
That's good. You can include council.
I'll second it.
Yeah, okay.
I'll second it.
Second. Oh, we already had a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councillor Strange. Okay, so we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Stranges. The bylaws.
What do I need?
You have
one more. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few years ago, myself and Councillor Pietrangelo, we passed a motion to build a children's memorial garden, which is at Fireman's Park. We've been budgeted for it. And the last few years, we've been putting signage up. We've been getting a lot of kids and families wanting to memorialize their children. And we were with the former manager of cemeteries, and that was part of our group with the volunteer SCVFA, as well as Councillor Newstag, Pietrangelo, and the Miss, and a few others. Since that time, we haven't really been able to contact, because we don't even know who's in charge of the cemeteries right now. And will they be taking over that position that Mark Richardson has?
JP.
Oh.
Yes.
Hello. Through the mayor, yes, we do have a new cemetery manager, JP, who had formerly been our supervisor, and this is part of JP's job responsibilities, so he will definitely be taking that on.
Okay, so maybe direction to staff, to yourself, and just maybe we can make that love connection with the committee and have another meeting and see where we are, because they had a bunch of signage and all this stuff and pricing for benches, and we have no idea where it's going now. And some of the parents are a little antsy, so.
Yes, we will organize a meeting. We'd be happy to do that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
First, second, and third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Pietrangelo. Seconded by Councillor Newstag, that the bylaws be given a first, second, and third reading.
Mr. Mayor, I'm
Yes.
opposed to 2025-069.
Okay, opposition from Councillor Lococo. Did you get that one?
I'm opposed to 062 and 063.
062 and 063 for Councillor Patel. And Councillor Dabrowski for 063. All right, is that all? We're going to vote now on the bylaws. All those in favor? Thank you, that's approved. And is that it now? Can I go for adjournment? Motion for adjournment. Nobody wants to make the motion? Nobody? I don't see any hands anywhere. I don't see any. Councillor Strange, Newest Egg, all those in favor? And we're adjourned. Thank you.